Hello, 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 cutie pies. Welcome in, fast, 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 fast. Oh, I got one. Oh my God, I caught. Okay, someone also fell. Oh my God. Okay, that's like 6. I love that you guys never ever argue with me about, my pass. Ah! Thank you for the pal hat, cutie bubbling. Whee! Thank you. Welcome in, sweethearts. I love that you guys never question my... Do you mind? Coda. Buddy, it's the wind. Pass! More pass! Oh, thank you, beautiful Bubblet. Thank you guys so much for the pal attacks. Dearest Dustin, awesome Aussie. Cutie Cat, lovely laugh. Dearest Dustin, fabulous Frostbite, and beautiful Bubbling. Thank you so much. Yeah, I love that you guys never deny my more pals. Thank you for the pal attack, beautiful Bubbling. Yeah, I love that you guys never deny when I go, yeah, I caught 700 of them. And you're like, sure you did, Tao. Sure you did. How are you all doing? It is a pleasure to see you guys. I have a couple of things that I want to bring up. None of them are bad. I just want to prep the conversation because I want to talk to you guys a little bit. Number one, and I do not, this is not an invitation for you guys to start fighting amongst yourselves. I don't want to be reading anything about Digimon fucking sucks or I hate Monster Hunter stories or whatever, okay? I just want to know your personal preference. If we were to play a monster taming game, would you prefer Pokemon ZA, Digimon Time Stranger, or the new Monster Hunter Stories that's coming out? Mind you, this wouldn't be able to happen until I went to the States next month. And obviously stories won't be out by then anyway, but I'm just checking, I'm gauging interest because it occurred to me that especially if I want to try and stream with my 3D model, which who knows, we might not be able to do that. We might have to be PNG for the month of November, but at least I'll see you guys. But I don't know if my ROG Ally X, which is that's gonna be my laptop while I'm over there. And I was wondering if maybe it would be prudent to play games not using the Ally's processor, which will be processing the streaming stuff and my model and things like that. So if I were to bring a Switch or if I could, I don't know, fund Switch 2 or something like that, or something, or even if it doesn't work out, then in the future, thank you for the fart apparition, welcome in, then I would also just like to know in general, when and if we have some time, would you want to pursue a monster taming game? And if so, which one? That's my long spiel for that. And number two, did you look at the schedule? We have 2 amazingly fun things going on this week. Unfortunately, we are gonna be missing the art stream during the day, but we'll still have it later on in the night. But during the day, we have an IRL hiking stream, which I'm really excited about. Please keep in mind that's not gonna be as long as our usual streams, 4 to 6 hours. I think that the hike that I wanna do is about 3 hours. Ish. So if you're trying to keep your streak, be aware that the stream that is normally on around the art time stream will be the IRL stream, and it will be shorter than the usual hiking one. And Ram, welcome in, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the baddies. Oh, piece of candy. Thank you. Welcome. How are you doing? We're just talking about the schedule for the week. And then, of course, on Saturday, which is, of course, not my typical stream day, but we will be doing some storytelling streams, and I'm so excited. Remember, if you would like to submit some writing so that we can read it, you'd be more than welcome to. Just keep in mind, it has to be 0 AI. I ain't playing around. I do not want AI editing your shit. I do not want AI making it. I would rather have to read people writing the letter I and then THNK and then the letter U, and then the letter Q and T. I would rather read that than any amount of bullshit that AI puts out. So please, if you are not feeling confident in your writing, that's okay. You are also welcome to share links to public domain available stuff that is appropriate for Twitch and appropriate for the community. Make sure that you post it, make sure that you post it, make sure that you post it before Saturday, because I need my mods to have a look at it, make sure it's appropriate and it's not gonna be triggering for anybody. And also make sure that it's not AI. I don't want to be reading AI. So anyway, I'm very excited about that. That'll be a great stream. That's always super fun. And I'm a little bit high on caffeine. I didn't have caffeine. I had chocolates. I had caffeine chocolates today because I had 3 back to, oh yeah, I'm so sorry I didn't say anything in Discord. Normally I go, good morning, precious pals. But I've been teaching since 7 o'clock this morning. So, and that was after staying up until almost 2 in the morning, assembling my new standing desk, which my wonderful community has funded. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. But I'm also waiting for the controller. The box I was provided for the assembly of my desk did not have the standing desk controller. So I am currently on the ground. I'm basically on the ground at the moment while I wait for them to send me a standing desk controller. But yes, I am so grateful. Thank you guys so much for helping me fund a standing desk. It's gonna be amazing. This is like the final thing that I needed to start doing VR as well, because I didn't want to be like running over and hitting my head on arms and shit on the glass desk that I had before. It was not a good desk. We got it for like $50 on the side of the road. But this, do you hear that? Solid. It's solid. Love it. Anyway, all right, now I'm ready to read what you guys said. Thank you for your patience. Sorry. Please answer any and all of the questions and queries that we had. Oh, sorry, one more thing. Wow, caffeine! Caffeine does wonderful things for me. Don't forget to nominate your favorite small streamers. Hey Strat, if you're here, could you get the link for that? If Strat's not here, it's also on. Actually, I guess I could stop being lazy. Because it's also posted in the. There we go. Please feel free to nominate your favorite small streamers. It will help them out a lot. But now I'll read. Hi, awesome Aussie. Welcome in, sweetheart. Thank you so much for coming in even before stream started. I really appreciate it. Dearest Dustin. Welcome in, gorgeous. How are you doing? It is a pleasure to see you. I hope that things are going well and that you are not too exhausted today. Did you get done with Zuki's costume? Sweetest Strat! Welcome in, sweetheart. Oh my gosh, I hope that you're feeling okay. Please don't hesitate to get some rest, okay? Please. I'm begging. Please sleep if you need to sleep. Make sure you're hydrating. Don't work yourself too hard. Don't make your brain dedicate any more time to things than it needs to, other than rest and relaxation and recovery. And Cutie King, thank you for the care package. Thank you. Lovely Stella Jeffrey, welcome in. How are you, sweetheart? It's a pleasure to see you. Welcome. How are things going? And lovely Love wants some uppies. Yay! Good love. Thank you very much, lovely Lav. You're tired, but you had a good day. That's good, Dustin. I'm glad you had a good day. Was it just a day of like work stuff, or was it a day of something else? Also, sorry, it just occurred to me that when I was removing everything from the desk yesterday, I think I might have fucked my microphone up a little. Lovely Lolbit, welcome in, Cutie Pie. How are you doing? It's a pleasure to see you again. And Zilla Zabby, welcome in. I'll watch, but I got some other stuff to do today. All good, hun. No worries at all. I really appreciate the support, though. Thank you so much. Cutie Kappa! Hi! Here before clocking in at work. I hope you have a great day at work, sweetheart. It's a pleasure to have you. Thank you for coming in, gorgeous. Sweetest Space Cat! Hi, gorgeous! Welcome. It's so good to see you, Cutie Pie. How are you doing, darling? It has been a bit lovely, Lolbit, but never any worries. You know that you are always welcome here, no matter how frequently or infrequently you're able to make it work. That is A-okay. If you feel like coming in, come on. If you don't, no worries. We're just happy to see you whenever you come. And hey, Sweet Solar, welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome. Also, Cutie 2, welcome in. How are you doing? Radical Radish, welcome in, my dear. Welcome in. How are you doing? Pleasure to see you as well. Different time zones between the US and Tau. It's about 8 at night for me, so I might stay till 11. How's everyone been today? Oh, sounds good, lovely Lolbit. But please, again, please prioritize your well-being and health. And if you need to go to sleep earlier, go right on ahead. But we're very happy to have you for like 3 hours. That would thrill me. That would thrill me. Also, awesome Aussie wants some uppies. Yee, good Aussie. And lovely Lolbit also uppies. Uppies for Lolbit. Yee, good Lolbit. Solar hasn't been too bad. Missed getting to try and stream myself earlier. Too busy. Oh, I'm so sorry, sweet Solar. I wish you the best of luck pursuing that whenever you're able to. Let's see. Lovely Lev. A 100 stream streak? What? That's amazing. Thank you so much for the 100 stream streak. I so appreciate it. That is absolutely incredible. Thank you, lovely. Hey, Tau, guess what? We on a hundy. I can't believe I've been here long enough to have a 100 stream streak. Hopefully I'm still around to get the streak to 200. Aw, cutie pie. It would be an honor to have you here for 200 more, well, another 100 streams, and maybe another 100 after that, and maybe another 100 after that. But yes, lovely Lab, thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming in for 100 streams. That is incredible. I really appreciate it. Thank you, gorgeous. That is astounding and amazing dedication. Thank you so much. It means the world. Radical Rymel, welcome in, darling. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. And Radical Radish also has, holy shit, 60. 60 stream streak. Thank you so much. That's incredible. You're more than halfway to where Lab is. That's awesome. Thank you so much, lovely Radish. I really appreciate it. That is absolutely astounding. That's fantastic. Thank you for your dedication. That reminds me, I have a new character specifically living, in Sephiroth. Not leveled up enough to join, but I'll get her there. Jason's still here for now. Amazing. Oh, I'm excited to meet her. I'm nervous. I'm so excited to see you, Dustin. Are you gonna be playing with me today? Are you gonna be bodyguarding me? And hi there, Zaki, welcome in. How are you? Kind of hit the wall on the social media a few minutes ago, so just wanted to pop in for a lurk and show support. All good, darling. Gonna play some Mega Bonk. Have a good stream. Rymel, thank you so much, sweetheart, for the lurk. It really, really helps us out, and I appreciate you enormously. Totally understand. Having hit the peak of that social meter, go relax, vibe, enjoy Mega Bonk, and just know that your lurk is very appreciated as well. We'll miss you lots, but we'll see you soon, okay? Have a good one. Let's see. Precious Perry! Thank you so much for contributing to the Community Game Night Challenge, darling. I appreciate you. And also to the D&D one-shot. I appreciate that as well. Hi there, Cutie Cannon. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you? I'm gonna preempt your question. Good always. Hello! Hello! Zaki, thank you for contributing to the D&D one-shot challenge. I really appreciate it. And beautiful Bublin, how are you? I am good. I had one of my little caffeinated chocolate things. Whee! I'm feeling grand. I'm just a little bit, a little tiny bit of vibration. Just a little bit. Let's see. You gotta clock in now. All good, cutie Kata. Thank you so much for the lurk, darling. Best of luck today. I hope you make another absolutely amazing sale. I bet you will. You're a charmer. And how have I been, Strat? I have been good. I have just been, I've been teaching for 5 hours, and it's been really confusing because I went from teaching a PhD student who obviously has extremely advanced English, to teaching a 5-year-old, to teaching a, not a senior citizen, but like he's in his 50s, and so he's learning English now, to teaching another 9-year-old. Like, it's been a little bit crazy. My demeanor is fluctuating violently. But I'm doing well. It was fun. All of my students are absolute angels, so I appreciate them. One decided to not get thrown and just cling to the back of your head. No! I love when they do that. So cute. I love having little pals on my head. You guys are soft and cute. Bork! Oh, this is... Oh, I see where we are now. Yep, I'm so behind. I'm so sorry. Okay. Shall I? use the caffeine trigger. I think I might. My pallet attack caught you off guard and you ended up missing them. I'm so sorry, Fabulous Frostbite. It's okay, I'll catch him again in the future. Hi, Fabulous Phoenix, welcome in. How are you? A 3-hour power nap allows me to be awake for this awesome stream. I think you're awesome, sweetheart. It's a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much for coming into stream, darling. I'm so glad that you're good for the night, sweet soul. You're not too tired or anything. I love Digimon and Pokemon. Digimon or Monster Hunter stories. Okay, so Phoenix, you don't really want Pokemon. Zaki, you like Digimon and Pokemon. Should we put a poll up for that on Discord? I mean, probably a good idea, but again, I'm not positive about when we will be playing it. It kind of, and honestly, I actually did not look at, is Digimon Time Stranger even available on Switch? Or is that just on PC? Because otherwise, if the only thing available is on Switch, which is Pokemon, at least like while I'm in the US, then we might have to go with Pokemon, you know, but I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, if you want to put a poll up just so that I have it in the back pocket strap for if and when we can slot in a monster catching game, that's not a bad idea. Phoenix Legend ZA isn't as worth it as I thought it would be. Oh, really, Phoenix? That's a shame. I'm sorry. So you've played it then. I'm doing good. Life is hard. Was in the hospital October 4th. Lolbit. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry that you were in the hospital. I hope everything's better. I hope everything's resolved. But I'm so glad that you're here now, lovely. Thank you so much for taking care. And Realm, welcome in, Radical Realm. How are you, Raiders? Raiders, if you need a raid run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. We're just now starting stream. We will be jumping into Final Fantasy 14 once I finish chatting with you guys. And how was your stream, honey bun? When will your next one be? Digimon is a much better game story-wise. Pokemon is more casual user / stream friendly. That makes sense. Okay, I see. So Zabby, you're kind of saying that like Pokemon is the one to go to if I want to not be as focused on the game, more focused on chat kind of, and then Digimon is more involved. Is that sort of what you're getting at? The thing about Digimon that kind of interests me is that I have never played a Digimon game, and the last Digimon education I have had was in the early 2000s, and I haven't looked back at it since. So I don't know any of the evolutions. I don't know any of the previous like Time Stranger, Cyber Sleuth, etc. story beats or anything. So I'm like, oh, that would be a brand new thing. That would be a brand new thing. $70 for a game worth with a budget of 13 million is an insane price. That is fair, Phoenix. Can't blame you. I'm still haunted by the ghost of Taco Bell. That's okay, apparition. We got air fresheners in here. A little bit, uppies. Yay, good little bit. I personally want to check out Digimon because I have seen some good things about it, though either one would take a lot of time to complete. That is true. That is kind of what I was thinking as well, Strat. It's kind of just a measure of what you guys might want. That's all. I mean, if you're away from home, I would think it's understandable that you can't, or that it wouldn't be prudent to stream with the full model and perks. Yeah, exactly. Well, like, so for our IRL hiking stream on Friday, I'm gonna have to, I better remember, I'm gonna need to remember to turn off basically all of our redeems because I'm not gonna be walking around with, I don't really know how people, like, I don't know how CDog VA does his incredible like cyclothon with the chat coming up and TCS and the map and the heart rate. I have no clue how that works. So unfortunately, you guys are just gonna have to come in and watch me hold my phone for 2 to 3 hours and watch my dog walk in front of me. That's gonna be the game. And I'll turn off all the redeems. I don't know anything about Digimon, so Pokemon, fair enough, Space. Yeah, that's totally fair. Monhun or Pokemon? I thought you might say that, Bufflin. I'd be a game from Digimon or Monhun. Okay, this is interesting. It seems like we got a pretty even spread for all of the games. Don't you use AI to summarize what happened in chat though? I do, but it's not stealing from other people's stuff, which is my main concern. I don't want to be thieving from anybody's potential writing. The Frosty bot thing, Frosty Tools thing, does us a huge favor by summarizing like raiders so that we can better advertise for them and can better glean their like what they do. Because there's a lot of people before we got Frosty Tools who would come in and I'd be like, oh, hello, it's like my first time meeting you. What do you do? And they're like, I stream, and I'm like, yeah, cool. What do what do you stream? And so with this, that helps them a lot, and it also helps people to feel included. And in that way, I think AI, it's doing what I would like AI to do, because people won't do those things. You know what I mean? Writing, art, music, people will do those things, and I think it's fucked up to use AI for that. Ozzy, last time I did anything with Digimon was watching it at a very young age before school. Exactly. But I do think that a lot of the designs are very cool. I do think it's funny that it'll go from like a bubble to digivolving into like a Goliath to digivolving into like a hot lady. But I don't know what the logic is behind that, but they all look really cool. A lot of the Digimon have really cool designs. Also, awesome, Ozzy. Thank you for the babies. Ooh, piece of candy. Let's see. Scroll. I love the spelling out of typos. Especially when your streamer spends 5 minutes doing it. Offers Tau a double baconator. I don't know if I could handle a double baconator, to be honest. I made a little burrito bowl, but instead of burrito, I put it on bread. I don't have any tortillas. Yay, no Duskin did! Gen AI LLM is a bit different. Lots of things realistically use AI. Yeah, exactly, Dustin. That's exactly right. Hi, sweetest soul. Welcome in. How are you? You have a standing desk? They are great. I'm so excited to hopefully get my controller so that I'm not like sitting on the ground. The new desk is finally here. Yay! And I'm so grateful to you guys. Once it's like all set up and stuff, I'm gonna probably take a photo, but I want to install like an underdesk like rolly outy keyboard thingy. I want to install some like drawers and stuff, some cable management things. So once that's all done, because I need to order all those, but first I want to like figure out where I want it to sit, and so I need to wait for the controller for that. Anyway, I'm excited. So my flat past / present tense mixed story that might make your brain explode from how inconsistent it is preferred. That makes me feel less nervous for my story. Exactly, Lab. It is preferred because you wrote it, and I think that you guys are amazing, and whatever you write is amazing. I was looking at the background whip trying to figure out what the light circle in the lake was until I realized it's the reflection of the moon. It is. But like when it's like a little bit animated and like rendered better, it'll look more like it. But I just wanted to show you that we would have like that reflection and stuff. But yeah, feel free to let me know any changes you've got for that fabulous frostbite. I was a little late today, had a haircut, and also decided to pester mom at work by giving her some chocolate. I don't think she would think of that as pestering, Ozzy. I think she would think of that as her very kind and lovely son bringing her delicious treats. That's what I would think of. That's why I want a kid, so they can bring me chocolate at work. Cutie King! Hi, Tau. How Tau day? I Tau good. That was really fail. No, I'm good. I'm just buzzing. Hits top of desk reminding me of that car meme. Also, Cutie King, thank you so much for the 7 stream streak. I super appreciate it. Thank you. That's amazing. Thank you for your dedication. Costume is missing finishing touches, but we were able to use it. She took a nap in it. Oh, that's so cute. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's adorable. I kid you not, my phone died just as soon as I sent that message. Oh my gosh, Ram. Wow. I hope it was dying because of like the battery running out and not because my stream like overpowered it or something. Technically, no, the costume is not done, but it was done enough for the neighborhood to get together, and Zuki won most adorable. Oh, I believe that. That's so cute. I love that so much. I'm good doing some art with the new brushes. My Procreate finally updated. Oh. How are you liking it? You like it? Okay, the UI will take some getting used to, but I like it so far. I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled that you like it. I like I don't mind, and I kind of do like the rounded looks. I'm still upset about my library, my brush library. The day was from when I woke up at about, from when I woke up
Hello,
to,
motherfucker.
Jimmy, hi, hun, welcome in. Hello, motherfucker, how you doing? Woke up to about 2:45 p.m. filled with nothing but trying to get the costume done. Wow, that is busy, dearest Dustin, but lots of progress, it sounds like. Look at us of Lego. I hope I'm saying that right. Honey, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. How are you doing today? I'm glad you are living, sweet Solar. I hope we can help you enjoy living. of it today. Playing some Sonic CD. Oh, nice, Chew. Did we play Sonic CD? Or did we only play 1, 2, and 3? Or is CD 3? Someone help me. Jet. Hi, lovely Jet. How are you? Let's see. I am playing today, but I will be zapping all enemies. Yes! Thank you, dearest Dustin. That makes me much more capable of ignoring everything going on around me in the game and talking to chat instead. It's very helpful. Thank you so much. Hi, Swedish Shadow. Welcome in. How are you? I also made a new character in the same vein. A little higher level than Dustin, but still probably be another stream or two before they can join. But Rin is already here and ready to heal. Thank you so much, Swedish Solar. I appreciate you, darling. Thank you, thank you. And Ram, thank you so much for contributing to the D&D one-shot challenge. I super appreciate it. And Jet, thank you so much for the 3 streak. I appreciate your dedication. Thank you, lovely. And now you are a bunch of babies in the pouch. I'm with a bunch of babies in the pouch. You guys aren't babies, but you are like my brood. You're not my babies, but you're my brood. I protect you. Anyway, that's what I'm getting at. I like how slowly over time, the years I've known you, the Australian accent is slowly seeping into your casual speech. What did I say that was Australian? I'm excited. Oh, it's not on Switch or Switch 2 currently. Okay. There's a chance I might have to play Pokemon in that case, but if you guys get bored of it or something, then that's totally fair. Okay. I've reached our lovely raiders. Round, thank you so much. I'm sure that you've probably left by now. I'm so sorry. I had to catch up with chat. But hun, this is the lovely Realmors who hath raided in from the treacherous lands of Horrorvale. Fear not, for this valiant streamer art not solely a purveyor of fright. Nay, they art also a masterful artist and aspiring manga creator. That's very exciting. Ooh. Their realm is one of shonen-inspired adventures and LGBTQIA plus pride. Truly a realm worth exploring. Absolutely. Welcome in, sweetheart. How was Horrorvale? And Mr. Maniac, welcome in. Murdoch, welcome in to you as well. Thank you guys so much for coming in with the raid. I so appreciate you. Little Mac, welcome in. How are you doing? Sir Jazzy. Hi, sweetest Sir Jazzy. It's so good to see you. Finally home after another 6-hour drive? Bruh. Were you visiting your friends again? I'm pass out soon, but enjoy 14 and hope everyone's well. Thank you so much, sweetest Sir Jazzy. I really appreciate you coming in and saying hi. I'm so glad you got home nice and safe. And yes, go and get some rest, okay? I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Outstanding Otame, welcome in as well. Wait, is that who I think it is? Oh, I thought it was Rumi from far away. I was like, is that a Rumi emote? Oh no, I gotta watch the doggo. No redeems. Woe is me. The redeems will be like pet the dog, give the dog a treat. So I think you guys will not mind those redeems. Those will probably be the 2 redeems. I would give dozens of cookies to Seacoda. Yay! Well, you'll see him for like 2 hours. And there will probably be moments where I'm like, bud, stop pulling. Let's see. Scroll. Even if I was flabbergasted by how many new Digimon there are on Time Stranger. Wait, did I miss a message from you, Sappy? I think I did miss a message from you, but I don't see it. Hi, Cutie Kaz. Welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you. Tao the handy lady. Don't mind me. I am capable of assembling things like that. No, that's not true. My 45 minute assembly took 3.5 hours. The desk is heavy though, man. Let's see. Watching some Minecraft content with my sister. It's called the Purge SMP, and one day a week, everything is legal, and I'm just clearing up some stuff in the backyard because we were grilling some chicken earlier. That sounds very productive, Jimmy. Sounds fun. We did not play Sonic CD. Ah, shoot. Okay. I have no memory. Doing fine, big chilling, amazing. Welcome in. Am I saying your name right? Locatus? Do you want me to call you Locatus or Lego or something else? Do you also mind me asking, how did you find us? Were you scrolling through recommended? Were you scrolling through VTubers, Final Fantasy? Were we in your recommended? I'm always curious. Can I be honest about the Switch 2? As long as you are not inflammatory. Yes, again, we want to express our opinions here without like putting people down. So I do not want to be reading anything about like people who got the Switch 2 are stupid or like or you know, shit like that. Like if you don't like it, that's okay. You can say I don't like it, but I don't want any blanket judgments on anybody. If you were talking to a friend who really liked their Switch 2 and you don't want to hurt their feelings, talk like that. I don't want to read anything that's gonna be like mean. That's basically because I want everyone to be able to express their opinions here. But it's just that when we've had like not recently, but in the past, we've had people come in during like our art streams and be like, oh, fuck, I hate this song. Or, oh my God, people who listen to this musician, I don't understand why they do it. And I'm like, simmer down, bud. Like, there are people who feel the same way about your opinions, so be nice. Let's see. Lego works. All right, lovely Lego. I will call you Lego then, sweetheart. Thank you so much. Scrolling through FF14. Amazing. We're just about to start. I always try to start my streams with a little just chatting thing, but we'll be live for about another 5.5 hours, and probably about 5 of those will be in game. So I appreciate your patience, lovely Lego. I beat it all 100% run. Worst experience within Sonic games due to the central game mechanic. What's the central game mechanic? And are we talking about CD? Is that right? I also got a haircut earlier this week, and now my head feels less heavy. Oh, nice. My hair was also getting a bit matted, which was concerning. Oh, okay. That's so nice. A $9 tip on top of your 18 bucks. That's awesome, hun. I'm sure she appreciated that. Good job. So we can judge the Switch, but not the buyer, essentially. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. How did I find you? I was sitting down at PAX, and a beautiful lady came up to me and started talking to me. Oh, you're so sweet, Ram. Thank you, hun. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that you enjoyed our conversation. I'm so glad that you've decided to be a part of our community as well. I really appreciate you. Game would have been fine if they had something to fix the time travel mechanic. Oh, wait, in CD? Oh, it's time travel. See, it's interesting because I haven't played a lot of time travel games, but one of my favorites is technically about time travel, but it's like brief time travel. It's the Prince of Persia: Sands of Time. It's like my favorite, well, not my favorite, second favorite game after Witcher 3. And it's kind of odd that I don't get attracted to more like time travel mechanic games, because I really love that. I really enjoyed that. But yeah, it does sound like a bit of a pain. It does sound like it could have been a bit of a pain if it was not correctly articulated in the mechanics. Speaking of Lego, did you see the new Lego store in Hobart? No, I didn't. I don't really live near there. Would you get into the 3D Sonic games at some point? I'd be willing to if that's what you guys want me to try. I'm not great at Sonic, as we saw, but I do love some Prince of Persia. Right, Dustin? It's a good time. I love it. Pop is time travel, more like time hopping. I guess it is more like time hopping. And I had a great time with Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. That was really good too. Hello, Sadu. How are you, Kitty Pie? It's great to see ya. My friend bought the new Pokemon Legends game. I'm avoiding him because spoilers. I let him know that it's not personal, just don't want to be spoiled on the story or anything that's not part of the trailers. That is very fair. That is very fair. No, that is more than fair. I have a few people that I'm like I want to watch. Well, actually, for those of you who are interested in watching someone who is, fuck, I hope hold on, I want to make sure I'm spelling his name right. For those of you who are interested, yeah, great, found him. In watching someone who is an absolute champion in the realm, like literal Pokemon champion, I mean, you should definitely go check out TauTassieTiger. He's doing a bunch of really awesome stuff with the new game. But yeah, you wanna not go see him if you're trying to avoid spoilers, because I don't know for sure yet, because I haven't gotten a chance to watch some of his stuff, but he's been knocking it out of the park like forever with Pokemon, and he's probably already through the main game. I would not be surprised. Honestly, it feels like the Switch 2 is money wasted, even if Nintendo doesn't brick your console for no reason. I do understand that perception apparition. I think that they, in the same way that they could hypothetically do a lot to upgrade the current state of Pokemon games, Nintendo knows what they can get away with, and it's basically everything. And because the Switch is such a culturally relevant console, I think that they realize that even if they're not actually upgrading it that much, it's like this is a once in a decade kind of console, right? This is the first upgrade in, what, is it the most successful console in Nintendo's lineup? Maybe ever? I'm not sure, but I think they're aware of what they can get away with, and they're just like telling devs and people, they're like, take it or leave it. Make your shit, make your games for it, and people will buy it. I can guarantee it. But I also understand how, you know, there's a lot of games that come out for Switch that you literally cannot play on any other console. So again, Nintendo knows what they're doing, and I don't begrudge anybody for getting the Switch 2 if they want to play any of their childhood favorites, you know. And a lot of new stuff too. Hi there, dearest Deku. Welcome in. How are you? I just like the time travel trope in most series. It really depends on the circumstances. That's fair, Lav. That's fair. Link Click is a really, really well done time travel story, and I really like it. And you should totally check out Link Click. I am not a time travel person, generally speaking, but I'm really into it right now because of Link Click. Honestly, I'm on the fence about ZA. I gotta be honest, the new Megas make me want to cry. Oh no, you don't like them, Apparition. I must confess, I'm an OG Goily. I haven't really, I don't like many of those kind of gimmicky mechanics. I don't begrudge people who do. That's totally cool. I understand the appeal. It's just like, for me, coming from like Pokemon Yellow, that's one of my favorite Pokemon games. And I loved that you just kind of had to, there were no like wild card type things that you could just pull out and be like, I got you now. Like, it's just like, you gotta know your typing matchups, and you gotta just fucking grind, train them up, and get them gym badges, boy. Thank you for the care package, Awesome Aussie. Thank you. Why do I've recently been forgetting to breathe before I drink water, so I stopped drinking water. I'm like, I just thought of some games to potentially recommend to you. I'll post them on the Discord. Yeah, please do, dearest Dustin, please do. Sonic CD's time travel is based off of picking up enough speed to execute the travel through time. Oh, it's that philosophy. Is that the Back to the Future philosophy? Because they get in a car to do it, right? You have to go like stupid fast in order to traverse time, is that right? The game does not have enough space on average to do that travel, and the game can sometimes time travel you into a wall and soft lock you. Oh shit, okay. If you excuse me. If you can fix either of those issues, the game is fine. Good music. Interesting. Okay, noted. That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. You would think they'd do a little bit more QA with that. I'm good. I'm gonna draw stuff while I draw y'all. Yes, draw stuff while you draw us. Yes, do it. And Easy. Hello, excellent Easy. How are you? It's so good to see you, darling. Welcome, welcome. I am doing well. How are you? Me, when looking at my Switch, like, when was the last time I turned it on? I think that my Switch got the most use in 2020. I reckon that's a blanket rule. When Animal Crossing came out, I think everyone used their Switch. I do love it, and I enjoy the exclusive games I do have on there, but my draw is far more universal than it is on exclusives. Yes. That makes sense. I get that. That's fair. Link Click is literally in my watch list. Move it to the top. How my lovely Taga Queen? I'm doing great, sweetheart. Thank you for asking. And Gorgeous Graham, good evening to you. How are you doing? Welcome on in. You shared some fan art? I'll have a look. 1 second. I think the Switch is running thanks to the exclusive games rather than the console itself. I just hope that over time they can actually improve it with graphics and stuff, seeing as there's so many new competitors now. Yeah, that would be nice. I would be very curious to see by the end of like 2027 maybe, how many copies were sold of the Switch 2 versus how many were sold of the Switch 1 in the same time period. If you want a time travel gameplay, Time Cop. This is a joke, please don't. It's terrible. I was gonna say, Time Cop. I've never heard of that. Maybe there's a reason. The best time travel game I've ever played was Bugs Bunny Lost in Time for PS1. Really? Do they execute time travel well? Not bad, not bad. Just living life. That is great, Gorgeous Grim. I'm happy to hear that. Link Click is goated. Yes! Yes, it is! It is so fucking good! I'm gonna rewatch it. I just finished it, and I'm gonna rewatch it now. I think my brother is still a little salty that I beat him in his favorite game. I watched enough Mario Kart on YouTube to know how to stop a blue shell. I didn't even know that you could do that. Damn. There was a patent leak from Nintendo. You may be seeing 3DS games on there soon. Oh, really? That's interesting. Very interesting. Link click is at the top of my list. I was just feeling too sick to actually enjoy it, so I stopped it after 5 minutes. I want to enjoy the show, so I will once I'm doing better. Okay, fair enough. I'll take deep breaths. Such a good show, man. I mentioned it when I finished it, like, because I finished it a couple of days ago, right before stream pretty much, and I was like, I feel like there's a hole in my chest. It's lacking, and it is a link click shaped hole. I need that next season really badly because it's over as of right now. But hopefully they'll have another season. Azure, hi, amazing Azure. How are you? It's great to see ya. I art good. How art thee? How art thee? How art thee? All you need is a boombox. If you race with Nath, don't tell him that. Let's see. I can play my old Pokemon at Y save. That would be so cool. That'd be so cool. I joined Materia Data Center, and for the first time in this game, I have decent ping. Let's go, Grim. Let's fucking go. I'm so happy for you. Question. What's your question, sweetest space? Also, look at me. I'm a champion. I'm so good at this. Look at me go. I just finished catching up with chat, and now it's we have time to start the game before we go on a break. That's amazing. That's improvement. I'll friend you. Yes, gorgeous Grim. Please do. Absolutely. How do you make eyes glow? Oh, so the easiest way to make eyes glow, Cutie Space Cat, is on a different layer on top of your colors. So completely different layer. Grab the same color from the iris, and on that separate layer, stamp it on there, and then go to the effects panel, effects drop down, and do Gaussian blur. And crank that up until you're happy with how glowy it is, and then mess with that layer's blending modes to see which one you like the most. And that's how you make a glow. And that's a glow for anything. That's anywhere. We can talk about the LOM though. So many mysteries yet to be revealed. Can't wait for the next season. The LOM. The LOM. The LOM. What's the LOM strat? Is the Sprout gonna go on a good adventure? It'll only be good if you're here. What's your username for FF14? It's TauTassie. I'll put it up. It'll be up here in just a second, sweetheart. Oh, Lord of Mysteries. I have to like rewatch that because I haven't really, that was my background show and I haven't rewatched it yet. And now I want to rewatch Link Click again. But I do actually need to, I do need to probably re-engage with that one. Yeah, that's a good idea. All right, cutie pies. Let's, let me also, I'll take the, our little warning off of there. Hold on, there we go. Well, look at the beautiful graphics. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Now it works. The entire time from when I said, oh, look, I've managed to fucking get to, the game before break, to this moment, I had pressed start already. So it's been loading in that black screen for like 5 minutes. Okay, that's exaggerated, maybe 2 minutes. Aha, look at me! I'm TauTassie! Mal! Hi, magnificent Mal. How are you, gorgeous? It's so good to see you, beautiful. How are you doing? You got the monk band! I did! Yay! Finally, I'm so slow at this stuff. Started reading the web novel of Lord of Mysteries, and it is a lot better. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I gotta say, like, I don't want to make any judgments because I was super engaged in my shitty project for the entire time that I watched that. I had it in the background, but a lot of the time I was just like, what is going on? Pretty animation, but what is going on? So I should probably focus on it. Your character looks like a chocobo with all that yellow monk gear. Oh, she does. She so does. I could see that. Oh yes, you guys, please do vote in the poll that Strat has just posted. Let me know how the game volume is. So, for those of you who, this is your first time here, I tend to voice act my way through things that are not voice acted. Obviously, if they are voiced, then I will let the actual pros do it. But for a lot of these side quests and stuff, I voice my way through it, so I hope that doesn't make you cringe. That is all. Flying your way? Yay! See you soon, cutie Dustin. I will be judging it. Pals! Pals! Ah! Oh, hi, lovely Lyra. How are you, gorgeous? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. I will be judging you as a professional monk. Oh, please do judge. I have no clue what I'm doing. I still have no clue what I'm doing. This is the benefit of being a streamer. I don't have to learn my class, really. You guys protect me. So I don't know why I push it. I just know that I click on the things as they light up, basically. I'm okay. Hopefully done with hard times. I hope so, Magnificent Mal. I'm so sorry that that you've got hard times, though, sweetheart. But thank you so much for being here, darling. Watch the side series they have as well, the Mysticism class. Oh, is that related to Lord of Mysteries? How many slaps for FF Eric today? We'll see how we're feeling when we meet him again, that motherfucker. Be right there myself. Yay, we'll see you soon, sweetheart. Magnificent Moo! Hi, cutie Moo! How are you? So good to see you. On my way, amazing, gorgeous Grim. Looking forward to seeing you. And thank you so much for the care package, amazing Azure. Dustin, I love your pants. Those are such fun pants. I want bell bottoms like that in this game. Wait, stand still, please. I must provide hugs. Hi, Zelazarl. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Don't forget the cool pumpkin mount for the seasonal event while you're in Gridania. A pumpkin mount? That's so cool. You gotta breathe. I do. I have to. Okay. I'm gonna practice. We're gonna practice drinking properly. Okay, maybe I need to like not hold my breath. Okay, let me try again. That is much better. I've figured out how to drink. It took me many a decade, but here I am drinking like a champion. If you need a ride to the event, we can get you there. Thank you. That'd be amazing. Oh, that'd be so cool. Yeah, I would love to try the event. That's cute. Wait, is this from the event too? I want this outfit for my cutie pie. I've been wanting to level blue and red mage in this. You should, Magnificent Moo. You totally should. And terrific try. How are you? Welcome in. I've got too much caffeine in my system. No, I have exactly the right amount of caffeine. What are you talking about? Drink like a pro. Yes. Oh, she forgot how to drink water. Yeah, that could be the caffeine's fault. Oh, you just got out of TwitchCon. How was it, Moo? How was it? Oh, that one is from a very old event. It's a paid item now. It's super cute. I love the October flavor. Super cute. Oh, and you got a little bat companion. He's got a Nosferatu. He's got a little cloak on him. A little batty cloak. I love him. He's so cute. Oh my God, he's got the collar, the little vampiric collar. Oh, I love him. That's so cute. I'm not doing too good. You feel super icky. Are you sick, Terrific Try? Let me know when you'd like to away, but I know some pals are on the way. Pals who are on the way, how do you feel about meeting in Gridania so that I can do this event? I would love the event. Hello there, sweet solar. Stand still, please. I wish to hug thee, my fellow cat being. Yay! It was fun. I hugged so many people. That's wonderful. Congratulations, sweetheart. I loved hugging my pals. You probably are sick. Yeah, I think so, sweetheart. Make sure that you're taking care of yourself, okay? Please make sure that you're drinking a lot of water and resting as much as possible. I will invite. I will also invite. Wait, you're Greedle? You're in Greedy? I think, yeah, I'm in Greedy. I love the like Western music. So good. Oh, Oh, right, Tao, is there any outfit that piqued your interest in this game? Honestly, everything you guys come up to me while you're wearing, I fucking love it. It's so cool looking. 15 music, is this from FF15? Had some good music tracks. I actually haven't played any of the more like new age titles. I think I think I played Lightning, the one with Lightning, the first one, not Lightning Returns, the other one. But before that, I played FF8, 7, and then like the Pixel ones. And those are the only FFs I have played besides this one. You need to go on a break once you get there. Oh, you're right, Sweet Strat. Thank you. Okay. The car's map music is good. It is very good. I've come up with a new recipe. What's that from? Nostalgia Hits? That's so cute. I love the road trip simulator. I love a flight path produced and executed by a precious pal above all of the things that could otherwise kill me. That's my favorite. FF always had great music. I loved it growing up. Yeah, man, video games have some bomb music. The mount is actually one you can buy in-game on occasion, but you have to somewhat frequent the gold saucer to get it. Is it like a random or event thing, Solar? At the
Alright, random question. Hammer or gauntlets? And bird, dog, or cat?
Ooh, Sadu, let's go with gauntlets, dog. Rat Scratch! Hi, Radical Rat Scratch. It's so good to see you, sweetheart. Welcome in. How are you doing? I think I unlocked this bit. Did I not? Yeah, I do. Okay. The event circles around. Oh, I see. Okay. How are you, Rat Scratch? It's so good to see you, hon. I know I said you shouldn't drive a bus in a simulator, but I think I have a demo key you may want to try. But Strat, you already told me I shouldn't do that. Hiya! How are you doing? The cost is $1 million dues. I only have the millions I have because you guys are so generous. I'm like, I don't want to spend any of the money you gave me. What if you want it back? What if it was a lend? You were working on a new model. That's amazing. What kind of model is it, Rat Scratch? If I may ask, you do not have to tell me. How you doing? I'm doing great. I have caffeine in my system and 4 hours of sleep. I am great. Let's see. Dearest doesn't. Yes. Oh, hello. It's Graham. Hi, gorgeous Graham. Can I give you a hug? Oh my God, I love your hat. Not hat, your hair. It's functioning as a hat. Oh my God, we hugged at the same time! Ah! That was cool. Niketo. Whoa, that's a big axe. I know, but it looked so good and realistic. The guilt will be so much more if you mess stuff up. Not that you would, but just in case you do. Sadly, it's a different currency. Oh, not guilt, but gold saucer points. Oh, and you can't trade that, huh? Do you at least have water? I do! I have water. I'm learning how to drink again without having to hold my breath or not breathe at all. Dearest Dim, welcome in, cutie pie. I hope you know your cuteness is showing. I hope you know that yours is as well. Wait, who would give the tiger caffeine? This won't be good. Are you kidding me? It's great! Bruh, it took a hot minute to find you. I'm so sorry, Grim! Oh my God, you're so tall. Use Miketo's amphitheater. Oh, Miketo's, oh! I was like, what is Miketo? I'm impressed. Are you? Why? You can trade gil for GP, but only like 5K worth before it says, no, you need to win the rest. Oh, that's a bit unfortunate. Okay. I can't go there. I'm not attuned. Can I go to the Conjurer's Guild? Yeah, I can. I need to attune to this one. If this is what happens with normal levels of caffeine, what if you drank Death Wish coffee? No, Nath actually had Death Wish coffee for like 2 or 3 months. No, I think it was longer than that. I think it was like a year. Oh, look at them! They're so cute. I want to carve a pumpkin. Yeah, no, he had it and he loved it, but he's the type of person who drinks coffee 3 times a day. Oh, we have a break. We have a break. I'm sorry. Okay, this is why I need you, Strat. Thank you so much. Yes, I do need to attune to the rest of those shards. I'll need to remember as I'm walking through here. Remind me when you get back because I'll probably forget. Have you messed with glamours yet? I have a little bit, Azure, but I haven't messed with them too much because I'm like, I want to catch up with you guys so that I can like play with you guys more, you know? Why did he stop drinking it? I think he thought it was a little bit expensive and he found an Aussie brand that he liked a lot more. Rat Scratch! Thank you for my hot pot. Thank you, gorgeous. Okay, you guys, we gotta go on a very quick break for those of you who are new here. Once an hour for about 3 minutes, I turn on ads and I walk away from the computer. So we go on a BRB and I suggest that you also walk away from the computer because you're not gonna be missing any content, right? Whether you subscribe or not, you're not gonna be missing any content because I'm gone, bye! But I will miss you lots. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, darlings. This is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. We have a fishing mini game that you can play on the BRB screen with exclamation point fish, or you can also play our little boss battle over on Stream Avatars. Welcome in, lovely Levi. We'll be back in just 3 minutes, okay, cutie pies? Love you lots. Miss you terribly. See you soon. Mwah! Thank you for the jump scare. After the con, Tao is back on the grind again. Woo! Nah, it's never a grind. You guys are the family I like coming. Wait. Open your mouths. Here's a shrimpy. In a few days. I haven't been this excited for game release in a long time, like since the release of Ready or Not on console. Speaking of which, just want to remind you, Ready or Not. Ah! I thought it was over. I wanted to use this summer camp as an opportunity to. Ow! Fucking shit! Sorry, I just slammed my hand in the microphone arm. Sorry. Okay. She didn't say fucking shit. That's not me. Okay. Didn't mean to put words in your mouth. I want to use this. Everyone said it's like a sauce like. Everyone said it. That must mean it's got him. Is this the way? Oh, I think this is the way to one of them. Oh, no, it's dark as fuck in here. Wait. No! Never mind. I was brave. I was brave. How was your day? Alright. Okay, let me try not to set off the alarms again, shall I? I'll look at the. Where's Iggy? I need your soul. I need your soul. Thank you for the fort, lovely loner. Okay, come here, more souls. Yeah, welcome in, honey. You guys, Hope is a fantastic streamer, absolute darling, free streamer, and I highly recommend that you give her a look if you love a good fuck shit. Oh my god. Hey, cutie pies. Rose. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome back, rather. I don't know what I'm talking about. Hi. Hi, sweethearts. Welcome back, awesome Aussie. You beautiful being. Uppies for you. Yee. Good Aussie. Welcome back, lovely Lav. Uppies for you. Yee. Good Lav. Welcome back, dearest Dustin. Welcome back, amazing Azure. Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. Welcome back, sweetest Sadu. Sadu, I remember you saying that I should look at the art stuff. Give me just a sec. Whoa! Druid me looks so sick. Oh my god! That's awesome! I love the hand pose there that like... this thing. That's really cool! Time to save it into the fan arts! Druid. Welcome back, sweetest Rat. Welcome back, Radical Ram. Welcome back, amazing Azure. Hey, Tao, what do your boots look like for your model? So, if you would like to know about my, I can also like show you. So these are what my boots look like. They're my hiking boots. Whee. But if you ever want to like actually have, and I have a little pal. This is you guys. I bring you with me everywhere on my foot. Yeah, the little pal. So cute. Yeah. But I do also have a reference sheet. If you are in the Discord and you go to the Tau Fanart channel and then you go to pinned, you can see my outfits. You can see me with and without my cloak. That you can also like color grab. It's totally up to you. But yeah, we have the references there if you're ever like, oh crap, I want to do art of Tau, but I cannot find her. She's not live and she won't show me her feet. Wait, that sounds weird. You know what I mean. Tau is adorable. Levi's adorable. Welcome back, hun. How are you? That's cute, isn't it cute? I was working on a real version of that little keychain. What? You are? I want so badly, Dustin. Ayo. No inappropriate fan art. Yeah, please no inappropriate. Banned. I've banned myself. Strat, ban Tau. Okay. Let me see. we gotta collect, oh, thank you so much for your patience. I love that Dustin's over here like, I will escort you. Oh, also, I just realized, Grim, would you like to be a part of our little hangout? Because, right? Are you Etheria? I actually don't know. Who are we friends with? Oh, it's Hungry Grim. There, invite. Okay, there, I've invited both of you. Oh, a tune. Thank you, Dustin. Can you guess where the hair inspiration for the Druid Tau came from? Ooh, is the boss battle still going? Oh, fuck, sorry, yeah, it is. Sorry, I forgot to turn that on. Oopsie. Oh my god, look at these ghosts. Oh, they're so cute. I want to talk to them. I don't want to talk to him. I want to talk to them. Look at them. They look like they're making fun of him. Caffeine-induced Tau scary? Why? What? You've been around me when I have caffeine in my system, surely. Cute outfit. This is such a cute outfit. I deeply miss being in a world like this with friends. FF14 wouldn't work for me though. Why is that cutie cannon? Oh, it's Lav's hair. Oh, cute. Oh, I love the Lav hair look. Even more forgetful than usual. That is true. Yeah. When I have caffeine in my system, I do get a little bit more. These things are everywhere. They're so cute. I want one of them. Can I have one of them as a pet minion? A pet minion? Wait, did I already do this one? I did. Oops. Okay, yeah, I am forgetful. Her ADHD is powerful when caffeinated. By the power invested in me by you, I now proclaim you busted and banned. And then it's like the stream just ends. Whoa, so cool looking. I want this outfit. Okay, sorry. I'll try to be chill. I probably can't succeed, but I'll try. I played FF14 from 2014 to 2015, like 9 months. It's a great game, but it's catastrophically bad for me, and it would kill me mentally. Oh, that is totally fair, cutie cannon. Well, I hope that you can enjoy hanging out with us at least in chat. And well done, you guys. You beat a very tough boss. Excellent work. Excellent work. There's a Halloween event. Yeah, apparently. The kill switch is just Coda pulling the power plug. Oh, God, I hope not. That'd be so sad. I'd be like, buddy, why? Why? You can watch with no trouble now? That's great, Cutie Cannon. I'm happy to hear that. Okay. Frights of Fancy. The pumpkin-headed apparition proffers out her hand in invitation. Well met, adventurer. 'Tis once again All Saints' Wake, the season where fiends make for fine friends. Enjoying the festivities, I trust. Well, the Saints are away. A well-known theater troupe has stopped in Gridania to play. They host a grand masquerade in the old manor, that they might sate their hunger for merriment. You have yet to meet these fearsome folk, but they are known as the Continental Circus, performers who relish the bone-chilling nights of the All Saints' Wake season. Their ghoulish gala is the talk of the town, and knowing the troupe's appetite for mischief as I do, I sense what lies in store. I implore you to view the spectacle for yourself. You need only speak with the genial Geyser. Geyser? He shall guide your steps to the haunted manor. Oh God, I thought you were... I thought you were her friend. Because look, you're both... Okay, you gotta understand. You got the white hair, she got the white pumpkin, and then the rest of you black. So I'm like, oh, a scary friend. A scary friend. A most gentlemanly greeting. Come one, come all, to the Continental Circus's Grand Masquerade. Shall I guide you to the festivities, good madam? Yeah, let's go. The Pomodoro cannot be misunderstood. Where are we? Oh, impresario. I feel like this music is inspired by the Addams Family. What do you think? Days of the week. 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 There's Sunday and there's Monday. There's Tuesday and there's Wednesday. There's Thursday and there's Friday. And then there's Saturday. Days of the week. Am I the only one who learned that? I will be lurking and getting some rest. There is an hour until breakfast, so I shall witness your shenanigans until then. Sounds good. Wonderful singing? Thanks, Graham. I'm a professional. Okay, I'm clearly the only one who learned their days of the week that way. Thank you, Sid. Okay, impresario. Oh, wait, what if we do a little bit of a... I bid you welcome, dear guest. It is our honor to host you. An adventurer! Not that adventurers are unwelcome, mind. I harbor no ill will against them whatsoever. Now tell me, what brings you to our manor of happy horrors? A suspicious introduction for one who claims to harbor no ill will. That is not my intention, I assure you. Alas, past experiences have made me rather wary of adventurers, let us say. But I tire of shadowy schemes and the accusations that often follow, so I shall lay bare our secret as a gesture of good faith. However, you must swear never to share with others what I reveal. Though we of the Continental Circus disguise ourselves as mortal men and women, we are in truth a troupe of otherworldly creatures. For some of us, our monstrous costumes are, in fact, our true form. Were my own glamour dispelled, you would see me as I truly am, an imp. Not so long ago, our ultimate goal was to drown this realm in the blackest of night and usher in a long-coveted legend among my kind, the Night of Devilry, where our leader, the Great Gord, would rise again and strike terror into the hearts of men. But As a few void-sent compatriots have recently taught us, there lies a reward even sweeter than mortal fear. One that fills our hearts and satiates our souls. Gratitude. One taste, they said, and we would be unable to deny the fulfillment it brought us. Thus, the circus abandoned its malevolent ambitions to pursue honeyed words of appreciation instead. This is my kind of gang. I love these guys. When glorious autumn twilight reigns supreme across this realm, mortal and void-sent must join hands in harmony and carouse to their heart's content. In doing so, all shall know unforgettable thrills and chills beyond comprehension. Our masquerade is proof of this desire. Listen well, and you too shall hear our guests cry out in splendor. Please make it stop! I'm scared! I want mommy! Uh-oh. Why, that's not splendorous at all. Please, you must believe me. We have no intention of affrighting our guests. At least, not like this. Everyone swore a solemn oath to entertain. How has it come to this? Oh, you needn't glare those daggers at me. I haven't the foggiest as to what has transpired. But perhaps you might use your skills of inquiry to our benefit. I beseech you, adventurer, survey the manor and discover what has brought our patrons to such distress, starting with the second floor. I shall remain here to oversee affairs. Once you have identified the cause of this chaos, you must inform me with all due haste. Should fell rumors begin to spread, I fear the Adventurers Guild's suspicions will soon follow. What? I can use mounts in the Haunted Manor? How big is this place? You must be in a different instance than I. I do not see you in the manor. Ah, well, I'm here apparently literally in spirit. Thanks for reading the text. Makes the immersion real. Oh, I'm glad. I'm really glad. I'm doing the quest at the same time and just hearing her say it at the same time. Oh, let's go. Amazing. Okay, I'm glad I could provide some immersion. Oh, look, I have my little guy. Okay. It's supposed to be a haunted house. Every time, everything makes more sense now. Oh, this place is huge. Okay, hold on. We gotta go up. I completed it just before stream, but I do wish I did alongside you both. Aw, it's okay, sweetheart. Now I can live vicariously through me, screaming for mommy. This music is so whimsical. Oh, it's because of the mount I'm on. I'm like, this doesn't seem like haunted music. What is that? Mucose mummer. I kind of want to call him mucose. I think it's mucus, but look how colorful my mount is. I know, it's so colorful. Silence! Silence, I say! You must go away. Where we go, chaos and devilry follow. Remain here, and in chaos you shall wallow. This performer is too absorbed. Oh, hold on. This performer is too absorbed in their mischief to listen to what you have to say. Oh, okay, that's unfortunate. Kill it! Hello, Golshi. That's not Golshi. Golshi talks like this. That ain't Golshi. What was that? Oh, cool little dragon thing. Nothing can save us now. We're too deep in it. We have a petrified patron. Let's see if we can help him. I don't want to get sacked. It's okay, Azure, we won't kick you. When will you get a flying horse mount? Oh, I don't know, but I want one. Hungry puddings down the hall, arms on the gestures down the stairs. They didn't tell me this masquerade would have me running for my life. Maybe you should come with us. Maybe we can walk you to safety. How's that sound? Oh, I like your co-whirl. Wait, oh, I was like, what is this mount? It's my chocobo with the cool outfit you guys gave me. Tao is towing it right now. I always Tao. Up? Down? I'll follow you. I'll follow you, Grim. Are we... Wait, huh? Is it downstairs, actually? It looks like it might be. Are all mounts only available through quests, or can you purchase them with game currency? I think there's lots of different ways to get mounts. There's like in-game currency, there's ranks, there's seals, there's, I think there are some that you can probably like build or find. Some that have like low drop chances in dungeons and raids.
Give me an elixir! No elixir? Then no treats for you!
This performer is too absorbed in their mischief to listen to what you have to say, of course. Yeah, both and then some? Yeah. Are they down here? Did I just get hurt from that? Are we going the wrong way? Whoa, where am I now? The Hall of Blood! Yikes. Is there a fucking emu that you're riding? No, it's a chicken! No, it's a chocobo. I fucked up, hang on. You're all good, gorgeous Grim, no worries. Look at the paw prints! That's cute. I want a dog spider. That sounds much more cute than a spider. Casual Australian animal. Yeah, true. I think you're in the dungeon? Oh! Are we in the dungeon? Oh, there we go. Hey, exploration is still fun. That's true! Absolutely. Confused child.
Excuse me, miss. Have you seen any elixirs around here? That creature in the pot won't stop asking for one, but they cost more than my allowance can afford.
Have you played Children of Morta? My bro and I played it during the workcation. It was a lot of fun. I've never even heard of it, Strat. What kind of a game is it? Has Tao experienced drop bears yet? Yes, I've been attacked by 6 of them. All 6 of them. All 6 in the whole country. Oh my god, I love seeing you bound through the halls with your massive axe and your like Death Knight-esque gear on a llama. A skittish acrobat.
Next, I could gouge out some eyeballs. Maybe even gobble up a few fresh organs while I'm at it.
This performer is so absorbed with his own machinations that he hasn't noticed you. I am cute and dangerous. Yes, absolutely. I love trolling people from overseas with drop bears, like making them out to be some kind of mythical creature when all they really are wet, angry koalas. Yeah. No, I always try to express appreciation for the cultural, the Australian cultural norm of convincing foreigners that drop bears are real, but yeah. Oh, hey there, Chillmaker, welcome in. It's been a minute. How are you doing, hun? It's great to see ya. If you remember the Hawkeye Manor dungeon, this is the same layout, only Halloweenified. I don't think I've ever been in that one. Yippee! Brodo, my Frodo, it's been forever. How are you? It's so good to see you. Doing well, thanks. That's great. I'm happy to hear that. Birds aren't real. They're the real eyes. Birds are not real. That's true. That's that I can vouch for. Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure that I have, yeah, cool. Oh, fuck, I didn't read that. Hold on. Uh-oh. Okay. Despite our newfound mission, we do still take great pleasure in mortals' fits of fright. I suspect they have forgotten themselves and prioritized their own enjoyment over that of our guests. I do empathize with their plight, and they've yet to cause any lasting harm. Mayhap it would be best to indulge them just this once and allow them their fun. Yes, of course. We cannot allow my brethren's antics to go unchecked, but if they will not listen to the reprimands of a kindly adventurer, I can hardly imagine they would heed mine.
At an impasse, are we? Return to me, child, and I shall offer my aid.
Is something amiss? It seems the impresario cannot hear the voice of the pumpkin-headed apparition, but you sense it would be wise to heed her advice and return to Gardania. Wait, is impresario a girl? That's okay. She's allowed to have a mask voice. All right, Jet, you want 5 minutes for British accent? I am happy to oblige. Thank you very much for the accent redeem. Hokke Manor is a mandatory dungeon. You just may not have done it in a while. I'm not sure, Chill. I don't think that we've been to a manor. Is that perhaps later in the game? I tried fighting Omega in Monster Hunter Wilds. One word, pain. Oh man, it's still not running well for me, unfortunately. This tractor that I'm driving in Farming Simulator has a tendency to 1, tip over, and 2, break the physics of the game. Well, one of those things is a bit more problematic than the other, I suppose. Hokke is a level 28 dungeon. Oh, perhaps I have been there then. I just don't remember completing any dungeons that were within the within a structure. I could be misremembering, that's certainly possible. I'm level 48 now, so surely I've done it if that's the case. Children of Mortar is an adventure roguelike game that you can play in co-op or single player. It is about a family that defends a forest, and they all have special abilities. You unlock the family members as you progress, and it's a lot of fun, with the story being a highlight. That sounds very interesting, Strat. How old is that? When trying to convince a foreigner that drop bears were real, someone told them it was all just a story to scare them, and then something fell out of the tree and hit that person in the head. 'Twas a koala. When they were asked what happened to that person, the only response was drop bears, as a story storm told me. He's far more complex than Behemoth was in World. Okay, that does sound a bit... Yeah, that sounds a bit stressful. All right, we will continue our pumpkin-headed apparition, but with a slight British tinge. You are returned. The children of the circus are a fascinating bunch, are they not? Their antics never fail to amuse me. But while their intentions are pure, we must calm those who have lost themselves in feats of fear. I believe I can conjure something that will do just that. I shall begin the preparations. For your part, I would ask you to procure a few necessary ingredients. I require All Saints cookies and a decorative pumpkin. The shady smock over yonder is likely to have a few cookies to spare. As for the pumpkin, the Botanist Guild possesses pumpkin patches for our needs. Seek out the Great Lone Gourd Keep. He will be happy to oblige you. Interesting. All right. The game came out in 2019. It's been a minute then. It's got to be an indie game, surely. I got 2 shinies in the new Pokemon game yesterday. Congratulations, Try. What were they?
Sorry, dearie. We're not selling at the moment.
Here on behalf of the Pumpkinhead, you say? Well, if it's for her, I suppose I could make an exception. But you'd best keep it a secret from our other guests. There you go. 1 bag of freshly baked All Saints cookies. Send the Pumpkinhead my regards, won't you? I suppose we need to head over to the pumpkin patch now. Is that right? Yes. Hopefully I can... Yes, I believe I am part of the Botanist Guild, so I should... Great. A shiny Spinnerack and a shiny Larry. Oh, that's so cool! Brilliant. I hope that you... are you going to be using one or both of them in your main team? Fancy Tower. In need of a decorative pumpkin, are you? Well, you're in luck. I've got a plump and round one here. Freshly carved, no less. We of the Botanist Guild take great pride in our pumpkins and are glad to share them with one and all. They make for sweet treats and charming decorations this time of year. I do hope you'll make good use of yours. That's so kind of him. Thank you very much, sir. So glad I came to this one now. All right. Back to the pumpkin-headed apparition. Back to the pumpkin-headed apparition. Have you gathered the ingredients? Yeah, here you go. There you go. Enjoy. Excellent, excellent. These will make for a most magnificent result. Now, I shall concoct a creation that will strike terror into the hearts of naughty children who have forgotten their purpose, and joy into the hearts of weeping mortals. Now, let us put an end to the Continental Circus's cruel tricks, shall we? With the materials you have gathered, I shall prepare the solution we require, but all good things take time. I suggest you return to the manor and inform the impresario of our plan. All shall be made clear soon enough. Oh, I forgot his voice again. I am told there is a situation occurring at our masquerade, but I have faith that you will solve it. Shall I guide you to the manor? Yes, please.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Welcome back. I regret to report that circumstances remain unchanged here in the manor. Have you any ideas to share? Concocted a creation, you say? Of what kind? Oh. Apologies for the wait. My master proudly presents a ghoulish gift for our dear impresario. Oh, what is that? What are those feet? Oh! Okay, it's cute. It's cute. I've determined it's cute. My word! This doll is a spitting image of me! Tis no ordinary doll, I assure you. You may operate it by riding atop its head, and that's not all. Take control, and you shall have a bevy of illusory spells at your disposal. These illusory spells are based on the materials our adventurer friend was so kind to provide to us. Delectable delights for the worthy, and a haunting trick for those undeserving of treats. I see. A solution to mollify both parties. Might I leave the operation of this magic doll to you then, adventurer? In this mortal glamour, I doubt I'd be able to maneuver it as well as you. Once you have shown them the error of their ways, order them to return to me, and I shall re-educate them on the parts they must play here. Our guests also deserve recompense for their prior treatment. I ask that you send them to me as well, that I might offer them sweets in apology. I cannot bear to end their All Saints' wake on a dour note. So your plans are made, yes? Then I shall return to my master. I wish you happy frightening and delighting. It's so cute! How do I ride that? Do I sit on its head? Cute! Oh my god, who's this? Cute! Cute outfit. Super cute outfit. Well then, I suppose all that is left for you to do is operate this mechanical me. I suggest you begin by marching it right up to the second floor and calming the commotion above. And remember, my fellow performers should be convinced to return with the pumpkin's trick. I ask that you reserve the treats for our guests. We mustn't give them more undue fright. Should you find yourself separated from our pumpkin friend, simply return to me, and you may hop on its head once more. Now then, off you go!
No matter how cute the pumpkin is, it's still not cuter than Chocobos. Gwen.
That's true! Wow. Chocobos are very cute. Oh my god, that is hilarious that you are sitting on there with your arms crossed. I love that I'm like, I'm gonna fall off, but you're just like, I'm gonna break this thing. No, yours is bigger than mine, so it'll be okay. So much aura, I know. Just aura farming while this guy's like, Tao, when you're back in Gridania, let me know. I've got something for you. Azure, thank you so much, sweetheart. You definitely don't have to do that, but I appreciate you. Chaos! All shall fall into chaos, I say, and you must not stand in my way. While riding the Ambulario, you must use the correct actions to calm the void sentient guests. Should you become dismounted, you may speak with the Impresario to ride the Ambulario again. Trick is not it. Oh! I'm stupid! Okay, Trick. No! 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 Impresario, no! I've been good all this time! It's not what you think! I've done no crime! Oh dear, the Impresario isn't happy with us. Then I'll return to him, lest I cause further fuss. Now get out of here, Stinky. I think that thing would smell up the whole room. This entire room would stink. I'm tired of aura farming. What happened to commanding respect or dominating presence? Got changed to the synonym of aura farming. Dude is such a drama queen. He sure is. Okay, let's go help our little guy here. This is a treat. Candy for you! What more could you possibly... Magic candy? Was that your doing? Was that your doing? Sorry. They're offering cookies and candy as an apology, you say? Gods, I deserve a treat after all this. I'll be on my way then. Just calmly walking out. Boing, 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 boing. Do you feel better after screaming like that? I know it sounds like I'm screaming, but I'm using my diaphragm and like putting air through my vocal cords, so that I don't I'm not actually yelling. Like if you were here, it would be like a regular volume, if that makes sense. Let's see. Just gotta scream like Majima. Wait, Majima from where, Azure? Thanks, Tao. Now I can produce weird sounds. You're welcome. Oh, shit. I have to, trick. What the hells was that for? Strange. It felt as though the Impresario was slapping me across the head. But it did not hurt. Has he conjured up some new illusion? You say he's summoning the whole troop to the front of the manor for a talking to? Now that you mention it, I have been a bit overzealous about frightening our clientele. I'll hurry back right away. The way he speaks is so funny. Oh, and Yakuza! I haven't played a single Yakuza game. I actually don't know much about it. Except that apparently it's very funny. Screaming like Guzzlord. Oh, it's the magic pot.
Oh no! The Impresario's magics! Gone already? No more magics for me. What? He summoned us to the foyer? Yes! Yes! Then to the Impresario I shall go!
Why is he excited about that? Doesn't he know he's getting punished? Gasp! All right, add Yakuza 0 to your list later. I think you'll get a kick out of it. Okay, fair enough, fair enough.
It's raining candy! Oh, there it goes. They're giving away free treats? Hooray! Then I'll march right up to that Impresario and tell him to give me candy!
Do it. Do it! Hi, Sweet Storm! Welcome in. How are you? Thank you for the storm, Storm. How's the day going? I definitely wouldn't want to get on your bad side if you started screaming at me like that. I was gonna say, I don't usually get angry, and I don't, but when I do get loud and angry. What? Unable to execute the command while mounted? Surely not. I owe you a great debt, adventurer. With your aid, I was able to give these members of the troop a good scolding. While a few frights are necessary to amplify the delights we provide, we must never allow the former to overshadow the latter. It is our solemn duty to provide the small folk with a memorable All Saints' Wake experience.
We felt the very same, impresario. Even though the adventurers always came for us, even though we knew what it was like to be punished and scared in years past, we lost ourselves, striking fear into the hearts of those who didn't deserve it.
Chaos is good for us, but not for them. We must bring smiles to their faces again.
Here, less chaos, more treats and smiles.
Then let's enjoy All Saints' Wake, hand in hand. Indeed, and we shall do our part with a performance worthy of the season. Clappity clap clap. All right, my fellow thespians, it is time we greeted our guests with good cheer. Return to your places and give them all the masquerade they deserve. With that settled, I believe I should be able to handle the troop from here on out. I cannot thank you enough for your assistance, adventurer. And before I forget, is the one who crafted that mechanical masterpiece an acquaintance of yours? If at all possible, I would like to express my thanks to them as well. A woman sporting a white pumpkin head. That sounds awfully like the legendary Great Gourd, who would command the Void-Sent forces on the Night of Devilry. No, but I jest. Legends are precisely that. Tall tales and no more. Allow me that joke, at least. My face. In any event, you mentioned she awaited your return in Miketo's amphitheater, did you not? Pray allow me to join you. I should very much like to meet this pumpkin-headed acquaintance of yours. Storm! Oh shit, I missed lizard, 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 lizard! Lizard! Sorry, hon, I was absorbed. Also, Storm, thank you so much for the 340 stream streak. That's amazing. Also, Storm, I wanted to let you know that I got my standing desk assembled last night. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. The box I got is sadly missing the controller. So it can't go up or down right now. It's just, I'm kind of on the floor at the moment. So I put in a ticket for that. But once that's done, and I can install some of the under desk drawers and stuff like that, then I'll take a picture and show you guys. Thank you so much, Sweet Storm. Do we still have the voice effects, the radio voice and stuff? I don't have it at the moment, but I do. I can get it, but probably not right now because it would take some time to like put onto the Stream Deck and stuff. Lizard. Yep, Tao, you missed the gap easily with that one. Damn it. Damn it. I love their punny quest names, like Dressed to Impresario. I think that's great. So this is the one you spoke of. She does exude a legendary sort of aura. If you were to tell me she was the Great Gourd, I'd certainly believe it. But of course, that is simply not possible. begins well that ends well, I see. Was my clockwork creation of assistance? Indeed it was. My brethren have remembered their duty to entertain, and I dare say our guests shall be all the merrier for it. That is well. I trust you will continue to give this city's mortal residents an exhilarating All Saints Wake experience.
Trust me, it's lots of fun in the manor. Let's all go! You sure? Those scary monsters won't eat me up? They might give you a bit of a fright, but it's all in good fun. They're giving away lots of treats, too. Well, if you say so. But you have to promise you'll stay with us the whole time. Of course! I wouldn't leave you two behind. Come on, then. Let's go!
Yes, all is well. Those children's smiles are proof of it. How strange. I feel as though I'm truly enjoying All Saints Wake for the first time. It's rather refreshing, actually. I shall continue to put forth my best effort that the Continental Circus's name might be known in every corner of the realm. But for the present, my duties call me to the manor. Thus do I ask of you, adventurer, to spread word of our deeds and speak of us fondly in your travels. That clockwork... Thank you, Storm. That clockwork creature you possess is a reflection of myself, and of my troop as well. Use it with pride, and perhaps others will want to know more of us in so doing. A sound plan. Yours is the face of the Continental Circus, after all. Leave it to me! One day, perhaps, tales of my troop will overshadow even those of the Great Gourd. But until then, I shall continue my work to convey to the realm all that the Wake can offer. Now then, 'tis time I returned. As you well know, I cannot leave those scoundrels without their ringleader for too long. We shall be performing at the manor for the remainder of the season. Should you wish to join in our festivities, you are welcome to visit us as often as you please. In that case, I too shall open my haunted home to you, adventurer. Join me in my gardens, if you dare. Simply speak with my servant, and he shall guide you to my abode. Wait, wrong person, sorry. Simply speak with my servant, and he shall guide you to my abode. You may entertain yourself there for as long as you wish. The season of devilry and revelry lingers yet, and we shall thrive upon it. May you carouse to your heart's content this All Saints Wake. Yay! That was a good laugh. Thanks, Strat. Tao, guess what I'm having for lunch? What are you having, Ram? Hopefully corn. I love corn. You now have access to Sneaky Hollow. I love Sneaky Hollow. Speak with the unusual usher at Miketo's amphitheater to be escorted to the costume party. Furthermore, the Shady Smock and her associates are now open for business. Business? Business. Oh, that's cool. What is that? What is that? It's a cool little machine. Eggs. Lots of eggs. All just eggs for lunch? Corn and eggs? Ooh, corn and eggs would be good. Ooh, and some cheese. Some cheese too. Is this person a Halloween person? No. I don't want to talk to you right now. Where is the... They said someone was open for business. Is there somebody to... Oh, cute. I love the little pig. It's a mini Omega. Boss for later. Oh, okay. Yay, we have a new mount. Woohoo! I should use this. Eggs. Sam the Eagle mode. You will enjoy business. It is the American way. What? Oh, it is the British way. Who is Sam the Eagle? Oh, like Uncle Sam? Took me a second. Gummy! Hi there, gorgeous Gummy. Welcome in. How are you doing? Hey, you. Yes, you. Stop using my brain cell. I need rest, and you have us working overtime with caffeine. Sally. Outtake from Muppet Christmas Carol? Oh, I've never seen a Muppet Christmas Carol. Oh, wait. Oh, maybe I have seen it like once. I don't remember. Oh, you're standing by the stall? Oh, shit. Sorry. Oh, here. Wait, that's you. Oh! Magic Prism. Feastful All Saints Wake advertisement. Hand-painted notice advertising the mischief and mayhem of All Saints Wake Pass. So, what do these do? Are these anything in particular? I remember someone saying they were going to the Haunted Manor earlier. Do you mean Grim, maybe? You what? Yeah, yeah. X! Hi, amazing X. Oh, you're here with no sound? All good. Okay, I'm gonna sign to X. How's that? Hello, Cutie X. Thank you so much for coming in, and thank you also for contributing to the D&D one shot. What the heck? How did the hype train happen? Thank you so much. Thank you guys for the hype train. It's a book. It's a book? I suggest going back to the manor or to the garden through the geyser or ushers respectively. It does the thing I did. Oh, you have a cool hat. I want that. I want that, actually. I want that. So, magic prism, that's what I need. For 2 gil? Is it a... I want to put one on. I love my hat! Oh my god! Alex! Oh, thank you so much! Thank you for the 1,000 biddies! Thank you so much, sweetheart! Ooh, all the candy bars! Thank you! Thank you so much! Thank you, thank you! Thank you so much, Axe. I really appreciate ya. That's so kind of you. Oh, I have that one already. Okay. Thank you. That's very generous. And thank you guys for the hype train. That's amazing. I really appreciate the support, darlings. Thank you, thank you. Okay, I have to get a few of these. I am gonna want these. I think I'll take 10 of them. And then what is the advertisement? I guess I can buy one and see what happens. Wait, search for item. No. Oh, wait, is this like for, oh, it's walnut. Oh, it's for a house. I'm stupid. Got it. Okay. I just imagine X is in a mountain very far away. We can just see them waving. Yeah. Hello. Hello. The advert is a housing item. Oh. I see. I hope I'll like it. Okay. So you said I should go back to the usher. I do want to go to her scary gardens or whatever. Sneaky Hollow. That's it. Thank you, X. Thank you, X. Thank you so much, X. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the support. Whoa, this place is creepy. This looks like a marshmallow. Just here to show support and keep the streak. You're so sweet, honey. Thank you so much. I also realized that my captions aren't working, which would probably help X to understand what I'm saying, even if he's gotta have me on mute. Why aren't my captions working? Hold on a second. One moment, please. Oh, hold on. This should be interesting. Okay, let's see if that works. I have no idea. Apparently there's like a built-in thing, because yeah. X, do you hold on. X, thank you. Do you have captions as an option? Yes, I've got our 100 stream streak today. This is super cool. I wanna sit here with my friends. Oh, cute! I love this bat. I want this bat. It's so cute. I love the bats having like these glowy. What is that? That's not as cute. Ooh, Solar, you look cool. You look like a pirate. You wish to have words. Very well. What would you know? Who are you? You need to ask. My head is not merely for show. I am the archfiend feared and revered since time immemorial. The great Gord, who once led legions of darkness, is in fact merely a title held by those in my coven. Each generation, the knowledge to control denizens of the void is passed down alongside the appellation. My usual one's not showing. Crap! I did just turn those captions. Oh, there, I probably had to click enable. Try now. Yeah, I'm hoping that'll work now. I wonder if he'll have to like refresh or something. Oh, there's a new YouTube clip. Okay, we'll have a look before we finish up. Not finish up. Sorry, we're not finishing up. Thank you guys so much for the level 1 hype train. I really appreciate it, darlings. Thank you, thank you. The unsavory imp can turn you into into other NPCs if you talk to them. That's cool. Interesting. Just any NPC? Surely not. Surely there's like a selection. Each generation, the knowledge to control denizens of the void is passed down alongside the appellation. Got a topic of discussion. What's your topic of discussion, Sweet Space? Oh, NPCs for the main story? That's cool. Why are the captions all fucky? Oh, that's a shame. Are they fucky? All right, so I did have a plugin that does not seem to exist anymore. That seems to be better than what OBS is creating. Is it better if I talk really clearly and enunciate things well? It's also kind of annoying because I can't see the approximation of the captions like I could with my own personal plugin, which is a pain. Yeah, that's really weird. I will look into better caption options for stream. I am sure there are better options. Yeah, I hope so. It's not showing up as you speak. It just appears as a paragraph and then disappears after a short while. That's a pain. Chocolate milk. What do you prefer? Classic syrup, Ovaltine, or Nesquik? I actually prefer... This is so bougie. I prefer to melt chocolate and stir it in. Twitch overlays doesn't work great with captions from what I've heard. Yeah, no, it looks like it. It looks like it. Okay, we need to go on a quick break, cutie pies. Do you guys want me to turn off the... Well, actually, I guess you don't have to have captions on, right? You can just turn them off. Is that correct? All right. Let's do a... let's go look at the new clip that Strat has made for us. Okay, hold on. Let me see here.
Slowly, or else the hare will hear us.
Look, we have tamed the hare. I'm very impressed with us. Cutie Cookie, welcome.
So basically, your hair has a mind of its own.
Strat! Where do you find these clips? These are so good. Like, not like these clips, the relevant ones, like that cartoon.
Look, we have tamed the hare.
I'm very impressed with us. Cutie Cookie, welcome.
So basically, your hair has a mind of its own.
That's really funny. I love that strat. Thank you so much. That's excellent. That is excellent. Johnny Test? Was that Johnny Test? Okay, and you see Clapping Senior. What, I bet you if I say Clapping Senior, it probably comes up with something else. This place is really cool. I don't know if there's anything to do in here, but it's cool. How did you manage to jinx yourself so much? That's a great question. I have no clue. I wish I could tell you. Yes, it was. Could you check Discord R? Yeah, I'll have a look. There's not. Okay, there's not much to do. The genial geyser, though, you guys said he can change you into things? No? Okay, different guy. Oh, they're to the left of the gourd later? Wait, is this not the guy? He's talking, he was saying that he's an imp. Okay, let me check Discord art real quick. 1 second. Oh, nice! Just finished this, playing with the watercolor brushes mainly. Looks great, cutie cat. Excellent work. Love it. Awesome job. Fantastic. Hi there, Monk. How are you, magnificent Monk? It's great to see ya. Near the pumpkin-headed apparition. Near the pumpkin-headed apparition. Oh. Wait. I'm so confused. Hold on. The imp should also be in the manor. I think on the room behind the stairs on the first floor. I'll see if I didn't see someone next to her, but I'm also blind. I'm also blind, so see, I am blind. There's the unsavory imp. Good. Sorry I missed the party invite before. That's okay, hun. I'm sorry. I wasn't sure if you were in chat or if you wanted to party up or not. If you want me to, I can totally invite you again. Got a notification that the box for next month is already packed. Let's go. I'm so excited.
Up to something? Me? Never. I am but a fun-loving imp, here to help my fellow revelers enjoy the week. And I can fashion you a very convincing guise for the masquerade. All I need is for you to recall a journey unforgettable. Traverse your memories and tell me what, or perhaps who, you see.
Oh, this is cool. Oh, this is super cool. I assume that it'll depend on how far into the story you are. I know most of these characters, I think.
That will do nicely. Don't worry, this won't hurt much at all. Just close your eyes.
The transfiguration can be removed by using the unveil action or by canceling the transfiguration status. Oh, look at you go! How cool! Oh, that's cute. So can we just run around and fight things like this? Wait, we should hug. That's so funny. I cannot imagine the two of these characters ever hugging. They don't seem huggy. You can emote. I love that. That's fantastic. Yeah, we still need to take a break. Okay, we'll go on a quick break, cutie pies. Sweethearts, once an hour, we go on a quick 3-minute break so that you do not need to subscribe if you don't feel like it or you can't. It does not matter. I just don't want you to miss out on content. So for 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, turn those ads on. Suggest you also walk away from the computer. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, darlings. This is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you very much, and I'll see you in 3 minutes. Mwah! Let me try not to set off the alarms again, shall I? I'll look at the... Oh, into the water you go. Talkie, 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 talkie. Kick me in the butt. Kick me in the butt. I dare you. Do it. Do it. Do it, coward. Fucking do. She did it. That's some bullshit. You cannot. No, no, no. No, no, no. Oh my god. Oh my god.
You won! That means your luck today is fantastic! Okay, I'm next. I've got all these charms on me, so surely I'll be able to undo the misfortune from today's morning without divination. Matekane fuku kitaru. Matekane fuku kitaru steals herself, then carefully unwraps her own piece of gum. There's nothing written on it.
I'm not sure if you can, Hollow Knight, but are you able to heal in midair? I'm actually not sure. I don't have any missing health, but I also don't have any healing available, so. Fuck! Oh my god, that was so stupid.
Everyone said it's like a sauce like. Everyone said it. That must mean it's true.
I wasn't expecting. Whoa. Story. Thank you for the jump scare. Yes. Oh, finally. Oh, this fucking guy. Oh, there's two of them. Oh, ouch. Oh, did they just collide? That would be so sick if they collided. Listen, if anyone ever made a video game with me as the main character, I would absolutely insist that how I drink potions or use packs or what. Okay, potions, med packs. Slap that shit on. Yeah. Yes, my hair's gone fucking insane. I think Maxie.
Hey, hey, hey,
right
cutie
thing to
pies! Welcome back. I missed you. Hi, hi, hi! Yay! Welcome back, awesome Aussie. You beautiful being. Uppies for you. Yee! Good Aussie. Welcome back, lovely love. Uppies. Yee! Good love. Welcome back, sweetest Solar. Welcome back, gorgeous Grim. Welcome back, sweetest Strat. Welcome back, amazing Azure. All right. I love, fuck, what's her name? This lady. I like her just, I love her dancing. She doesn't seem like the dancing type. Welcome back, beautiful Bubbling. That moment when you terrify your coworkers by fixing a server with a single line of code. Good job, Storm. Welcome back, sweetest Sedu. Oh, that's a strange thing that it decided to block. Let's see. I need to go have a shower. I feel icky and my hair needs to be washed. Fair enough, lovely lab. Enjoy your shower. Thank you so much for dropping in. And well done, you guys, defeating the boss. I'm very impressed. Awesome work. I'm going to watch some Haunted Hotel. Nice, sweet space. Sounds great. I'll check back later if you are still on. I can't give you head pats and emotes or points. That's okay, sweetheart. No worries. Thank you so much for hanging out, though. I appreciate you. Enjoy Haunted Hotel. Sweetest Storm. Grabby, 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 grabby. Be back shortly. All good, lovely laugh. Have a good shower. Azure! Thank you for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. Ah! Sweetest Star! Thank you so much for gifting that sub to the lovely Space Cat. I really appreciate the support. Thank you, sweetie pie. Thank you so much. That's so kind. Thank you for your generosity, honey. Thank you, thank you. gorgeous. It's a pleasure to see you as well. Yay! Sweet space!
Cuties, thank you so much for your generosity, Storm. Welcome back to the plush pouch, Sweet Space. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. You've been good? That's great, Koi. I'm so happy to hear that. Excellent, excellent. Wait, I'm going the wrong way. Okay. Oh, what? I can't. Oh, I guess that makes sense. I guess that makes sense. What do you mean I can't walk around the world as a famous character? Rude. Imagine the role plays that could happen if they let you run around as a famous character. Okay. So is that all there is to do for All Saints Day week, month? Is that everything? And should we go work on some MSQs? Yep. Yay! Thank you for joining me for my first event quest on stream. I think that's the first time we've done an event quest on stream. That's very exciting. You can make glams for famous characters. That's pretty cool.
Of course, thank you, sweetest Silver.
Okay. Now, where are we going? South Shroud looks like our next stop, and we're in Gridania. Boo! Hi, Azure! Would you like to be my friend? I assume that this is Azure. Wild guess. Oh yeah! Wait. Oh yeah. You asked me if you asked me to. Ooh, you look super cool. You look like a K-pop idol. Super cute. Yeah, you said to let you know when I was back in Gridania. I'm back! I'm back in Gridania. And then Feisty Little Chocobo is also in South Shroud. Oh, good. So we're like in the right spot for... Wait. Yeah, the Shrouds are Gridanian. Yeah, cool. What is... What is... What is? Oh, an orange corsage! Ooh! Ooh, what are these? Oh, I'm so excited! Did you make me? Thank you! Hold on. Okay, how do I do this? So I go to character. Hold on, I should make sure that I got back. Okay, I did that. Now, how do I cast a glamour? Is that what I do? Getting into the glam addiction already, the true end game. Well, you guys keep enabling me, giving me cool shit. Yosh, let's see. Cast a glamour. There was a corsage. Oh, it's this one, right? The orange dahlia? Cute! Oh, I love it! Okay. And then there was what was this one? What was this one? It was this one, I think. Oh my god, this is so cool! You're making me into me! I love this! This is awesome! This is so cool! Okay. Hold on. These ones? Oh my god, you found a skirt that looks like my skirt! That's so cool! This is awesome! Oh my god, okay. Cute! Oh my god, this is so cool! I look like myself! This is awesome! This game looks dry complicated. It's definitely very complicated. It's definitely a little bit to get used to. The UI is a bit crazy. This is so cool, sweetheart. Thank you so much. This is badass. I can't believe you made me look like me. Did you get the color thingy to color your outfits? I have colors, but everyone keeps coloring things in the perfect way for me. Like, this is like the same exact shade as what I'm wearing. This is awesome, Azure. Thank you so much. I love it. This is so cool. Hugs for you. Hugs for you. Hugs for you. Hugs for you. Thank you so much, Azure. That's sick.
Bye-bye.
You had an out sweet space. All right, honey. Thank you so much for coming in. Enjoy your haunted hotel. See you soon, okay? This is so cool. Thank you. Thank you so much, lovely. That's awesome. I can't believe that you can actually get like the exact right colors. That's crazy. That's so cool. Thank you, 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 thank you. Okay. Oh, we're going to the quarry now? Sure, why not? Sure, I'm gonna friend you, okay? Is there a way to get some stripes? There might be, I'm not sure. When you're ready. I'm busy obsessing over my cute new outfit. Tau has entered the real final endgame for FF14. I've not even done a single raid. The glamours. Delightful. Delightful. Grim, did I already see if you want to... Can I friend you, Azure? Oh, you already... Sorry. I didn't see that. Sorry. I'm so blind. Let's see. Grim, I'll invite you just in case. Oh, cannot locate character. Marf! Cutie. I love how chilled out you look here, Dustin. So vibey. Pals, don't overwhelm Tau. Wait, you know what? It's funny. It's kind of funny. Keep going. No, this is great. I'm not overwhelmed. I'm so happy. This is awesome. Thank you. You had to get back to your world. All good, hun. All good. The box that puts people online at the top of the list helps. How's that work? Oh, I see. That is helpful. Thank you. Love that. Okay, let's see. What do I need to do? I need to, where to, my dear? Let me have a look, dearest Dustin. It looks like we gotta go. Hold on, I know how to do this. Yeah, I did it. Yay. We go there. Can I get in here? Can I get on here? Whee! That is an amazing bird. That is some serious strength in those wings. Now I see why the new games are gotcha, but not for character, but for outfits instead. Yeah, right, exactly. They've cornered the market. We don't need to make whole new character models, just new outfits for them. You left me? Oh no! Now you're here. It looks like you're talking to us about a plan. This is perfect. Perfect, I tell ya. Where are we going? What is this? Oh, galleon. Okay, hold on. I have to remember how to get out of here. I'm so bad at this. F, E, D, B, N, M, L, K, J. Hold on. I forgot how to do this. Oh, I can right click that. Got it. Oh, who is this? Do we know him? Watch out! A goblin! We gotta find him! Where? Oh, he's right here. I was like, do we have to look for the goblin? Oh, I also forgot how to push buttons. How do I tab over? Okay, it's control. That was not that bad. That was not that bad, bud. You could have done that yourself. Along with my level 83, 100, and 22 helpers. Thank you for the lurk, sweet Stride. Oh, he's fucked. Galleon! Captain, but why? You should all be on your way. Who do you take us for? We're Alamegans, and Alamegans never forsake one another. Hardships be damned. Remember the oath we swore, goddammit? The oath to reclaim our homeland. We'll set foot on Alamegan soil again. Together, or not at all. Do you understand me? Yes, sir. Good. Let us return to our brothers. Oh, and don't even think that you'll get off lightly. As soon as you're healed, I'll give you such a thorough thrashing you'll wish we didn't find you. I can't thank you enough for saving Galleon. I'll see you back at the quarry mill. imagine riding into battle on the backs of a bunch of chocobos and people are like, oh shit.
I like your puppy dog. I love your puppy dog. It's so fucking cute.
How did you go at work after staying up until 2 a.m. playing Uma Musume? It was a little bit, I was a little bit fucked up. Chocobo nights, they exist. I love that. Galleon's expected to make a full recovery. We'll linger here until he's strong enough to take to the road again. As much as I mislike this place, beggars can't be choosers.
Give me money. Give me money.
Now that things are relatively settled, I seem to recall that you wanted something of me. You've proven a true friend to my people. Ask of me anything, and it's yours, so long as it is mine to give. The cooperation of the people of Little Alamigo? That's all. Far be it from me to question your desires, of course, but very well. I'll provide you with a letter to show to Gundabald. Gundabald is a hell of a name, isn't it? The old bear was my mentor when I first joined the Resistance. He's intimidating to those that don't know him, but he takes care of his own. I've no doubt that he will do all in his power to aid you. Where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going? Come highly recommended. Ah, back to Thanaland then. Let's do Feisty Chocobo first, though.
We gotta go to Camp Tranquil.
I wish you could decorate the chocobo on your like chocobo chariot to be like your actual chocobo. You're pretty close to 50. Oh shit, I am. I'm almost at 49, and then I just got that one last nibble. Okay. Let's see. Camp Tranquil is you can ride on. Wait, you can ride on this chocobo? Really? That's so cool! Wait, why is this chocobo bigger than the other chocobo? Is this not a regular chocobo? How's this work? Poetics unlock when you finish a Realm Reborn? Don't know what that is. It's a chocobo. It's a different kind of chocobo. Can you decorate this one like your other one? Are chocobos the only mounts that are able to be decorated? No, boo. That's the alpha chocobo, the chunky bo. It's got cool little white tipped feathers, pretty much. Okay. It really looks like it's working hard with these wings.
Yay! Thank you! Amazing! Thank you so much.
You guys are incredible. I would not be getting through this as fast as I am without you at all. Look how it's struggling to fly. I know, I feel bad for it. Poor little thing. I wanna change my chocobo's color. Is this what I need to do? The unmistakable smell of chocobo clings to you, adventurer. Would I be correct in assuming that you have your own trusty steed? Aye, I thought so. Now tell me, is your bird battle trained? If not, you might consider seeking the advice of Lukilot over at the Bentbrant Meadows. The Ishgardian native is something of a prodigy in all matters concerning our fine feathered friends. He should be able to help you attain greater affinity with your bird. Ooh, this is what we can start using it in battle? Where's that one? Ooh,
Van Branch, come with me! Whee!
Same size as the two-seater. Dustin, you have a huge chocobo. That's so cool. We can use the chocobo in combat. I love that. Time to be in a chair. Whee! You sure tower is? Ooh, remind me before our next break, okay? Greetings, adventurer. Is there something you need? You wish to have your chocobo trained in combat.
Well, this is no small request you make. Riding your bird is one thing, but asking it to take hurts in your name is quite another. I'll help you train your chocobo, but on the promise that you will never unduly expose it to danger. Do I have your word? Very well. To begin, we will need a bunch of gizzle greens. You have my leave to pick one from the fields yonder. Return here when you have it. I think you guys gave me a bunch of gizzle greens, didn't you? I guess they want me to pick it though, so I'll do that. You can voice Applejack in My Little Pony. She is cute. I like her. Am I saying the right? Gizzle greens? Gizzle? Gisal? I have a fresh bunch of gizzle greens. Gizzard greens. I like her cowboy voice. Cute. Does leveling up laziness unlock the chair mount? I wish a game did that. That'd be so funny. Have you acquired the greens? Superb. Then we shall just get straight into it. Doubtless you already know this, but chocobos are highly fond of gizzle greens. Lizard. Fuck! Oh, it's like a second off. Gaiashi greens? You can unlock a bed mount. I've been seeing people with that. It's so cool. Imagine the game time giving you a chair mount. That would be so funny. Like, but not like a throne chair like what we have. It has to be like a gamer chair. Superb. Then we shall get straight into it. Doubtless you already know this, but chocobos are highly fond of Gaiashi greens. They love them leafy vegetables so much, in fact, that they will completely forget their fears in the face of danger. Thus, by feeding your bird the greens, you can prevail upon it to fight beside you. And then, once called, it'll be up to you to direct its actions as you see fit. You will find that your chocobo innately responds to a number of general commands. Give your bird an order, and it'll act accordingly, and to the best of its ability. This simple yet effective methodology was developed by the Fortams family, one of the foremost houses in Ishgard. And, well, that concludes your lesson. Of course, it is not nearly enough to merely hear about practice. One must venture forth and attempt it for oneself. Summon your chocobo with a bunch of... I have to say gizzle greens. I keep forgetting how you wrote it. Gizzle greens, and together make your way to Sorrel Haven. The brood ziz that prowl that area ought to be a suitable challenge for you and your companion. Put down 3 of them and return here. Oh, and lastly, by way of advice, I would recommend you keep an ample supply of gizzle greens on your person at all times. Our resident vendor will be able to provide you with as much as you can carry. In addition to riding him, you can also summon your chocobo to fight alongside you. To do so, you will first require a bunch of gizzle greens. This chocobo favorite can be purchased in stores. To summon your chocobo, simply use the greens. Chocobos gain experience points and grow just as you do in combat. That's cool, but they can only fight in the same places in which they can be ridden. When traveling the world alone, your feathered companion may turn the tide when fighting enemies of a comparable level. Cool! Okay, let me get some gizzle greens. Once summoned to battle, your chocobo will remain with you for 30 minutes Earth time, or until he suffers injuries grievous enough to make him flee. No! To give your companion orders, use the commands located under Orders in the Actions and Traits interface. To order your chocobo to auto-attack, simply select Free Stance. You can dismiss your companion at any time by selecting the command Withdraw. Use another bunch of gizzle greens to summon your steed again. Can you stack? So like if I use like 5 of these greens, can he be out for... Quick maths. 2.5 hours. I put those on your hotbar with your mounts. Okay, cool. I will do that. Thank you. Can you get any other companion that levels up? I don't know. That's a question for everyone else, I think. Okay, only 1 hour at a time? Okay, but you can do 2 at a time? Okay, I'll give him a second one. Okay. My companion. How do I do this? Character? Companion? Is he here? Oh, there he is! Look at him, he's so cute! Oh, that's right, his name's Uta. I remember. Wait, why is his name Uta? Oh, did we just mix up Tau? That's right, I think that's what happened. Free stance, defender stance, healer stance. I guess free stance, go for it. Let's go. If you ride your chocobo, while it's out
does it like dismiss it from companionship, or do you just hop off of it basically? You can pop it twice, and that's as much as you can stack it. Gotcha. You just hop off and on. Oh, great. Cool. Okay, so I hop on. Oh, okay. Oh, cute. Okay, awesome. Okay, so now we just gotta go. We gotta go kill some stuff. Most people usually have their choco and free stance or healing stance. It's good to switch between the two. Do they get better and better at a certain stance? Or does it not really matter too much? Am I going the right way? I don't think so. Hopping on pauses the timer too. Oh, that's cool. Okay, I love that. Oh, I see. This time stops when you're mounted. Gotcha. You choose what they're good at. You level the stances you have it in. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Have you guys found that it's actually useful? I haven't seen anybody fighting with their chocobos, so I'm not sure if it's just like mostly good for if you're like playing alone or what. They have a leveling system. They gain EXP when they fight with you. That's so cool. That's awesome. Nice. We have been. Their level scales with you. Oh, you guys are using your chocobos in battle. How did I not notice that? Hi, cutie cat. Welcome back. They cap at 10, but if you have access to a choco stable, they cap at 20. Oh, so have you guys pretty much like leveled up your chocobos for all of their different stances? Level 20 for the chocobo experience. Takes a while to get there. What's that? Oh, stop! Being scary again. Oh, you're at 19. Oh, okay. About to head back to work, but wanted to do a cheeky pop-in. We're so happy to have you here, sweetheart. How is work going? Okay. I guess now I can mount my Burby. My Burby? Burby. That got you too? I was like, wait a second. Don't die. Don't die. Ah! Don't die. Yikes. Okay. Gotta do close, so it's a 5:45 finish for me. Oh, okay. Well, we'll be able to hopefully see you off of work then. Timing skills, truly. Had a minor panic come up. Odin sometimes appears around here, and if it's raining. Odin, as in like, is that like a world boss? Sounds like world boss to me. So, you have successfully negotiated your first few battles with your chocobo. Well done. Tell me, how did it feel? Was it not supremely reassuring, fighting with your feathered companion? Your chocobo can make up for your shortcomings or build upon your strengths. Indeed, there are countless ways the two of you might complement one another. Through some experimentation, you'll come to find the approach that serves you best. It's pronounced Odin? Am I not saying Odin? 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 I'm like, Odin? Am I not saying it right? Odin? And before I forget, I have one last parting gift. A saddlebag for your chocobo. Carrying gizzle greens about can be quite cumbersome. After all, and can be quite cumbersome after all, and there should be sufficient room for your personal belongings should the need arise. I pray it serves you well on your travels. Great, we have like a bank, a chocobo bank. Odin? Tomato? Ramen?
Hello,
Odin? He's a primal boss, but he is special and will appear randomly in the overworld. Oh, spooky. Okay. Hi, Radical Ragnar. Hello, motherfucker. How you doing? I am doing great. How are you? You can now access your Chocobo Saddlebag. This supplementary storage window can be accessed by selecting Chocobo Saddlebag located under the character menu. Awesome! A saddlebag for your Chocobo is now available. This spacious sack can be used as a supplement to your normal storage, with features allowing for the simple transfer of items between the saddlebag and your personal and retainer. Oh, that's nice, retainer inventories. Your chocobo companion does not need to be summoned to access the saddlebag, however, and it cannot be opened while in an instanced dungeon. Okay. So be sure to move items required on raids to your normal inventory before commencing the duty. Right, cool. Okay. What's the next thing? Bird in hand? What's that? What's Krakow root? I have to be, must own an apartment, estate, or be sharing an estate? What? Well, that's a quest I'll never have. Oh my god, this guy. Saddlebags, inventory, and retainers are the only means of inventory, so save those plots. Right, okay. Sounds good. Okay. I guess we can't go for the next I think my next, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think my next class quest is at 50. So I guess I'll go to Thanalan. Oh, hi, maid! Hello, magnificent maid. I see you there. You're cute. Ah, I'm so sorry. I disappeared. That's for the higher level chocobo stuff I mentioned. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Happy Diwali to anyone that celebrates it. Have a great time with friends and family. Absolutely. If you get deep enough into the MSQ and save your gil, you'll have a lot of it after you finish it. Oh, okay. Well, that's confidence inspiring anyway. I can't ride my chocobo here, can I? No. You had 5 to 6 million after you caught up? Is that surely that's enough to buy a house? All right. Where do I need to go? Highly recommended is... Oh, it's in Little Alamigo.
Hold on, I invite you to the party.
I have to buy a small plot? A small plot? Jesus! You're so cute. I love this hat. I will put mine on too. We can have hats together! Yay, hats! That's cute. I love it. I love the bats as well, flying around. That's very fun. Nobody! Hello, lovely nobody. Hello, hello. How are you doing? Welcome in. All right, let's go to Alamigo. Medium plots are 10 million and larger 15 to 20? Oh my god, that's crazy. This is all from memory, so I could be wrong. That's so expensive. I'm good. I'm sleepy. Where are you in the MSQ? So nobody, we are at come highly recommended. Let me see if I can tell you exactly what that means. Grateful for your many acts of kindness, Meffred is happy to recommend you to his comrades in the Alamigan resistance. He provides you with a letter of introduction and instructs you to show it to Gundabald at Little Alamigo. I hope that helps. Because this is my first time playing through Final Fantasy, so I actually have no idea like what percentage we are through, but hopefully you recognize where we are now. And nobody, if you need to get some rest, please don't hesitate to do so, but it's a pleasure to have you in here. In this economy! Wait, how was I voicing him? What was he? He's a tough ass, isn't he? Why have you returned? You are not welcome here. I thought I made that clear. Be my friend. Here's a letter to change your mind. Yeah. You spoke to Meffred? It's been so long since I last heard from him. I feared he was dead. 12 be praised. Whoever you are, Meffred sees you as a friend. And any friend of Meffred is a friend of mine. I know what this masked stranger you seek, and I'll tell you what I can. Thank you! I'm a night owl. I guess the better word would be relaxed. Oh, nice, nobody. Oh, that's great. Okay, very good. What time is it for you? I'm doing well. Wandering around watching 14 streamers. Amazing. Have you, surely you've played a lot of FF14, yeah? Your MSQ is level 27, and the final quest in A Realm Reborn is 50. Oh, wow. Okay, so that gives you a rough idea of where you are. Right. Okay, well, shit. By the time that I actually reach that, I won't be locked. I won't be level locked, that's for sure. I'm level 49 right now. Well. 11:30. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I'm caught up. I'm currently working on an ultimate raid. I play this a lot. Oh, amazing. Okay, cool. Well, we have yet another brilliant veteran of the Final Fantasy XIV variety. There's no level lock. Wait, so like, could I hypothetically be level 25 and be like doing these scenario quests? I'm about to try my first ultimate raid in the upcoming week. Hope I don't fuck it up. You'll do great, Graham. I have faith in you, sweetheart. An outsider resembling your masked stranger has reportedly been appearing near Little El Amigo of late. What's more, it seems that some of our young bloods are meeting him in secret. No doubt you'll want to question them about their trysts, but they are not like to yield the information readily to an outsider. If you tell them I sent you, they may feel well obliged to talk. We got a lot of people to talk to around here, it looks like. Starting with Adelind. Your only level lock should ever only be what expansion you purchased. Well, like, I know that I'm locked for my monk. I've been locked for my monk class quests before. After doing ulti practice, Savage will feel lenient when you go back to it. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. How long have you been playing FF14? Nobody. You can potentially hit a wall by being underleveled, but at the rate they give XP, it's near impossible to do. Gotcha. Okay. Strat, thank you for the lurk, by the way. Gundebolt sent you. Listen, I told them it was a bad idea. All that tripe about believing the masked man and... Oh. You don't know anything about this. Why didn't you say so to start with? You can't throw the old bear's name around like that and expect me to not think I'm in for it. Damn, this guy's mean to even his friends. Hi there, Delightful Darius. How are you? It's great to see you. Thank you for the care package. My heart beats like there's no tomorrow when tanking in a Savage. Couldn't imagine the adrenaline rush from an ulti. Yeah, no kidding. It does look crazy. You can't do certain quests until you reach certain levels, but it won't stop you until you hit your latest expansion. Oh, okay, I see. Darling Darius, thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate it. So nothing will stop you. Wanted to make sure that was clear. Right, okay, I think I get it. I think I understand that. A masked man. No idea what you're talking about. I ain't done nothing wrong, so leave me be. You have all the expansions? I do not. I have Heaven's Word, I think. I think that's my only wait. I think I've got Heaven's Word. I don't know if I have. Is there a way to like easily tell in game? I'm going the wrong way. I'm wasting all of my sprint. Hold on. I don't know where I am. I have to get out of here. Nobody, what's your favorite expansion? What's everyone's favorite expansion? Not that I know of, no? Okay, I'll need to like log on and look, huh? When did you buy your game? A few years ago, I think. I got a Griffin. I got a Griffin from the version I got. Mine is Shadowbringers. Nice. What? Have I been meeting any masked men lately? Let's see. Nope, can't say I have. And I'll be sure to tell all my friends you're looking for him. Oh. That's not good news. Okay, that's Stormblood. Okay, I must have, what is the, what's the order of events there? So it's A Realm Reborn, Heavensward? Stormblood, Shadowbringers, I don't know what else there is, sorry. A few years, 1 sec, I'm trying to figure out my account age. My favorite expansion is Shadowbringers. Oh, nice, okay, and I also love the voices you give to the characters. Oh, thank you, Nobody, I'm so glad you like it. I'm a voice actor, so I really like doing that. Thank you so much. A Realm Reborn, to Heavensward, to Stormblood, to Shadowbringers. Oh, Endwalker, and then Dawntrail. That's right. Those are the last few. Okay. Okay, so I guess I still have a good few hours before I need to invest in, like, Shadowbringers then, yeah? Watching a dinosaur fly is not what I expected I needed to see. A Realm Reborn, Heavensward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, Endwalker, Dawntrail. Got it. Shadowbringers is amazing. I very much favorite Endwalker ourselves. So we have a lot of people who really like Shadowbringer and Endwalker, is that right? Let's see. Yeah, you guys said... Oh, everyone has access to Heavensward and Stormblood. Oh, okay, fair enough. You got a lot to do, so you can hold off. Who knows? You might get a good deal for Black Friday. Oh, that'd be sick. That'd be great. You can go for a while on free trial. Unfortunately, I did wind up paying for this, like, way back in the day when I tried it. Way back in the day, I say, which was like, what, 3 years ago or something like that. So I do still have to pay for my subby, but it's worth. I like it a lot. What world are you playing on? We are on the Materia Data Center in the Sephiroth world, lovely nobody. SHB is a very popular one. Okay, so that was like their magnum opus. It was magnifique. Only reason to pay for the newest expansion, they tend to give you an item to boost your experience gain up to that expansion. That's cool. Okay. Nice. There's a bunch been skulking about right suspicious like, but I got nothing to do with them. I know trouble when I see it. And that there's trouble, mark me words. And that there's trouble, mark me words. There we go. Jesus, I did not understand the line delivery of that, sorry. Hi, Sweet Shadow. Welcome in. How are you? Every time I see Sephiroth, I instantly think of Sephiroth oh, Sephiroth, yeah. No, me too. That's one of the reasons I was like, ooh, this will be an easy world to remember that I'm on. I'm good. How are you? I'm doing great, sweetheart. Thank you for asking. Same. Let's go, Grim. Whoa! You're on a fucking Anjanath. That's cool. Whoa. That's scary. He looks angry. I would love to ride a Fulgur Anjanath in this game. That'd be so cool. Sorry, I don't know what I'm doing. Where am I going? Oh, I need to go out there. Did you buy your game direct from Square or Steam? That's a good question. I think I got it from Square. I'm gonna have breakfast. It's almost time for your break as well. Oh, it is. Thank you, Sweet Straw. Appreciate ya. Enjoy your brekkie. We'll see you soon. All right, Gundabold. I forgot how I was doing your voice again. So you have indeed confirmed my suspicions about a masked man. That is most troubling. Whatever the young ones are scheming, it can lead to no good end. There's an anger inside of them. I can see it in their eyes. I ought to know, for it once burned within me as well. 2 decades ago, that same anger drove me and my brothers to rise against the despot who ruled El Amigo. Naught would do but to depose him and usher in a revolution. Well, we got a revolution, all right. But it cost us our freedom. Blinded by our hate, we didn't realize that we had been dancing to the Empire's tune. By the time we did, it was too late. El Amigo had fallen. There are times when a man must be patient. Now is such a time, but the young ones know this not. Unless we intervene, they are likely to commit greater folly. If you learn aught of their plans, I would thank you to bring word to me. Potions! Keep me alive! I like your HUD organization. I may steal some ideas. Wait, me? Did I organize it? Do you use Steam to launch the game? Oh, I do use Steam to launch the game, but I don't know if, actually, hold on, let me see Final Fantasy. let's see. Yes, I do use Steam to, like, you can see I've spent 490 hours on this thing, which is not how long we have streamed this game. But I hate this. I was born in 1902. Let me in. Okay. Yeah. No. Okay. So yeah, it's it is. I do launch it from here. Mixed reviews, huh? But I could have sworn that I started playing before I started on Steam. So, sweetheart, thank you for contributing to the D&D one-shot challenge. I appreciate it. Then you bought through Steam at least, in Square's eyes. Oh, okay, gotcha. 2022 was when I started, finally found it. 2022! Oh, that's awesome! And you haven't stopped since, huh? Nobody? Hey, adventurer. You done talking with the old bear? I've got a message for you from Wilred. Lad's something of a leader among the young ones here. He's impressed that you've won over Gunderbold and wants a word with you. Says he'll be waiting over at the craggy area north of here. The craggy area. The craggy peaks. Oh my god, he's so far away. I'm so lazy. I started early 2024 and haven't been able to stop. That's amazing. I love that. So nobody, I'm a WoW veteran. I started WoW back in vanilla, so that was what I was preoccupied with for a long time. A very long time. And then when I finally was like, okay, I'm kind of not sick of it, but like I was there was a lot of negativity at the time that I was starting to, like, that I was finishing up my reign of terror over on WoW, and I was looking for a place that was a little bit more cozy, a little bit more positive, and I heard about Final Fantasy, so I was like, oh, I'll give it a shot. I thought it was really cool. Yeah, I really liked it. I still think I might actually prefer WoW's art style because I love that specific stylization. Is this thing gonna kill me? No, okay. But this is beautiful, and it's definitely grown on me substantially. I took a little break at one point and paused on the story, but I haven't stopped since that. I only got into high level rating this expansion. Oh, okay. Hey, do you roleplay? Do you roleplay? My Steam says 2,117 hours. That does not include PS4 or PS5 hours. That's incredible. I'm glad you like FF14. Yeah, it's great. I'm having a blast with it, and especially because this community is like focused on coziness and comfort and stuff, and it seems like FF14 tends to attract that kind of person more than like the alternative, and I love that. It's great. Sorry, just a stretch. What class were you in WoW? I was a number of things Azure over my time, but I started, and my main for about 12 years was a feral night elf druid. I moved over to the Horde and played as a orcish shaman, and then in Zandalar I played another druid, a troll druid. For the dinosaurs. I've heard countless things about how this game is far more friendly than WoW 2. Yeah, I think it's probably improving a bit in some areas of WoW, but Blizz, the same thing that made, this is my theory, this is a working theory, but in my observations from being on WoW for such a long time, I think that what made WoW so popular, which was of course the addictive gameplay loop, but also the feeling of like belonging that you had if you were Horde or Alliance, at least for those first like 10 years or so before you started having like the Pandaren and other neutral characters that you could switch back and forth with. I think that it created this animosity towards the other side, which was great for camaraderie and feeling, beholden to whatever side you've chosen. But I think it also created a bit of animosity among the community, and that kind of like festered a little bit. Not to mention, Blizz hasn't done the best job of recent expansions and making things feel worthwhile and There have been some, you know, retcon issues and lore problems and stuff like that. But I from what I gather, FF14 hasn't really had that. Correct me if I'm wrong. I just did a little over 1,000 hours. That's impressive. I roleplay very occasionally. I used to run a roleplay guild. Oh, on Star Wars. That's so cool. Nobody. How many MMOs have you tried? It's more just I haven't gone and found an RP community to participate in. That makes sense. I do have a detailed backstory and personality for my character and so on. I try to have her speak in the Limsa Laminsa pirate talk as best I can. Nobody. That's so cool. I love roleplay. Blizz has done the best job of not touching the female staff. He hasn't done the best job of not touching the female staff either. Yeah, that is also true. Don't worry, Tau. I will not let anyone know you single-handedly toppled the corn market in WoW. Thank you, Strat. Please don't let anyone know that. Thanks for coming, friend. 'Tis no ordinary outsider who can gain the trust of the old bear. That's why I wanted to meet you, to discuss something in private. Tell me. Why are you snooping about? Did the Empire send you? Or someone else? Coral got your tongue. No matter. Whoever it is you work for, your meddling ends here. Get her! The scream, Azure. Damn, boy. You thought with this adorable army of awesome people and literal angels with their wings out that you were going to defeat me? Haha, psych.
My father was a nun. No one believes me, but I know he was, because when he was up in court and the judge said occupation, he'd say nun.
Oh my god. Welcome in, Alex. How are you? Star Wars during college, and then this one. Okay, in between, I made an ill-fated attempt at New World, fair enough, but we all know how that game turned out. Apparently, it's gotten a lot better, but it's another one of those things where it's taken years to get better. Terrific Tiffany, sweetheart, thank you so much for the follow, darling. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. How are you doing today, darling? You get a 3% XP gain from eating any food, so you best find your stash of corn. Actually, I need to remember to eat. Yeah, I haven't eaten, like, on my character. I haven't eaten. That was perfect screaming. It really was. It really was. The scream was from the NPC enemy after seeing that many walls. Exactly. So pretty. I love your model. Oh, thank you so much, honey. I really appreciate it. My amazing model mama. Thank you very much, Strat. Right on cue. She made her for me. I designed her and she did everything else. I am so glad that you like her. Feel free to go let Mint know how much you like the Tau model. She'll appreciate that. And yeah, thank you for coming in, gorgeous Tiffany. I appreciate you. Pay no attention to the chef to your right. Oh, are you making food for us? Hey, Alex, I'm doing good. Just got back from shopping. Nice. Did you pick anything else up? Anything else? Anything up? We should do a daily dungeon at this at some point. Hopefully don't lose access to our account when we're doing it. Absolutely. Do I have access to daily dungeons yet, or do I have to get out of like a Realm Reborn or something? Yeah, you're stronger than you look. This changes nothing. Threaten us, beat us bloody all you like, but nothing short of death can make us give up on our fight. We're going to obtain the power to bring down the Empire, and with it, we'll reclaim our homeland. I mean, I appreciate his vigor, but maybe he should not just attack random people. You know what I mean? I mean, it's just casual thought, maybe, you know. Oh, you get them at 50? Amazing. Ooh, we are like 1/8 of the way through level 49. So as soon as we unlock it, I would love to start doing daily dungeons with you guys. Are you partied up with viewers? I found you if you need more party members. I think how many members can you have? Because yes, absolutely nobody. If you would like to hang out with us, we'd love to. But yeah, nobody, if you would like to, 8 is a full party. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come on in, nobody. Come on in. Wait, is that you? Is this you? Wait, I want to look at you. I love checking out everyone's super cool. Whoa, you look awesome. Oh, you look so cool. I love the armor on the arm. I have a way with words. Yes, that's true. He looks so sick. Oh, and I love the little like sash here down the left side. That's so cool. You look amazing. Pretty model already won me over. Was watching for a bit. Oh, amazing. Well, Tiffany, I'm so happy that you decided to come on in and spend some time with us. Had to run a dungeon, so it was in the background. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. That's you. Okay, let me. Ooh, I like your butterfly that's just sitting on your shoulder. That's super elegant. Feel free to reject my friend request if you don't want to be friends. That will not hurt my feelings. I respect your privacy. But I will invite you both ways. All right. We do have to go on a quick break, cutie pies. For those of you who just got here, or who are new, or need a reminder, every hour we go on a 3-minute break. It's only 3 minutes, 180 seconds. It's not that long. And that is specifically so that you don't need to subscribe if you can't or you don't want to. It doesn't really matter. I just don't want you to miss content. Try to keep everyone on a level playing field in this community as much as I possibly can. So, yeah, I walk away from the computer. Therefore, there is no content being made with me. And I turn on those ads, and then I suggest that you guys also move away from the computer, move around, stretch, grab yourself something to eat or drink, maybe go to the bathroom. And this is also a good time to take medications in case you need to take any meds or vitamins. So funny, I spend most of my time on the Sephiroth server. Got a lot of friends on EU servers, so we can only meet on Materia. Oh, that's so interesting, Tiffany. Wait, are you based in Australia? Or in the EU? Oh, Tauriz. Let me have a look. Hold on. Ooh, the Riz is coming up. Ooh, I love. This is so cool. So excited. I can't wait to see. Both of these look awesome. I love that I have a bubbits. I love my doggy. I love my doggy. So yes, cutie pies, if you don't mind sticking around for just 3 minutes, you won't be missing out on any content. Like I said, I'm walking away. I'm gonna set up a boss battle for you. If you would like to participate in it, the prompt will come up on screen. It's all, you don't have to have like a program or anything. It'll just react to what you type in chat. We also have a fishing mini game, !fish, in case you would like to join in on that. Have fun with that. But darlings, I will see you in just 3 minutes. Love you all very much. Miss you terribly, and see you soon. Mwah! Listen, if anyone ever made a video game with me as the main character, I would absolutely insist that how I drink potions or use packs or what. Okay, potions, med packs. Slap that shit on. Yeah. Yes, my hair's gone fucking insane. I think Maxie did the right thing by shaving my head. I don't know what to tell you. Is this the way? Oh, I think this is the way. One of them. Oh, no, it's dark as fuck in here. Wait. No! Never mind. Oh, into the water you go. Fuck, no, water. Oh, I can't believe that. Oh, man. How was your day? All right. Okay, let me try not to set off the alarms again, shall I? I'll look at the... Is this the way? Oh, I think this is the way to one of them. Oh, no, it's dark as fuck in here. Wait. No! Never mind. I was brave. Played it until now, but better late than never, I suppose, right? Oh! Did you guys see how incredibly smooth that was? I literally just sidestepped that shit by accident. Wow, that was scary. Okay, and then I ruined it. Yep, that sounds right. Well. Yeah, welcome in, honey. You guys, Hope is a fantastic streamer, absolute darling, furry streamer, give her a look if you love a good fuck shit. Oh my god. I'm about to die! I forgot that I needed to not. Oh god, this is too much pressure. Hold on. Where's Iggy? I need your soul. I need your soul. Thank you for the floor, lovely loner. Okay, come here. More souls. Oh. Could be. Oh, I don't have a map. That's right. I'm so sorry. That was so loud. That was so loud. I saw the scary bird. Oh, that's some bullshit. You cannot. No. Oh my god. Oh my god. No. Okay, it's working. Hi, sorry. First, it did the thing. It did the thing where it just stops working. You know, my favorite. It's really fun. It's good time. Good time had by all. Also, I need to be able to hear the game, which I don't hear right now. Hold on. Oh, I hate that this mic does this. It's such a pain. I'm so sorry. 1 second. Okay, great. Set. Game, set, match. Okay. Let's see. Welcome back. Welcome back. Magnificent Maid. Welcome back to you. Welcome back, dearest Draconis. Welcome back. Welcome back, gorgeous Grim. Welcome back, dearest Dustin. Welcome back, sweetest Strat. Welcome back, sweetest Sarut. Welcome back. Awesome Aussie. Uppies for you. Wait. Uppies for you. Yay. Good Aussie. It's not my fault this stuff happened this time for once in my life. Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. Welcome back, Cutie Chi. How are you? It's great to see you. Have to take care of the scufflings. You know where we're at? Awesome. Excellent. Welcome back, Sage Shadow. You really need to replace that mic? Yeah, I mean, I'm working on it. It's just expensive. I want to get the mic that I can also use for voice acting. But that is expensive. Welcome back, sweetest Azure. Welcome back, terrific Tiffany. Welcome back, everyone. All right, Gundabald. Wait, why is he not? Oh, I turned it down too much. Okay, that makes sense. That's my fault. That's on me. All right. Attacked by Wilred and his cronies? That they would go to such lengths for the sake of this plan of theirs? Left to their own devices, the young fools are like to harm others, if not themselves. We must uncover their agenda and put an end to this madness. Is there anything I can use? Oh, heavy iron armor. Yeah, that's a good move for a monk, isn't it? Voice acting mics are very expensive. I do not envy your bank account. Yeah, it's true. I want to get the Lewitt Pure Tube. Looks amazing. Wilred mentioned obtaining them power to bring down the Empire. Of what power could he be speaking? I don't know whether this is mask or femme, so we're gonna go with Gundapulse. Oh, good. It's a girl. Bertolina. Bertolina? Oh God, Bertliana? Bertliana. God's preserve! What happened? I was out foraging when the corpse brigade came. They took me to their hideout. The whole while they laughed at me. They said that I suffer because I cling to hope. Is it wrong to dream of home? Is it wrong to call ourselves Alamegans? Do not heed such poisonous notions, child. Our dreams are what sustain us. Be strong. I swear to you, those villains will answer for their crimes in due time. But tell me, does anyone else know of this? Wilred. He saw me outside. He was so angry. I must tend to Bertliana. In the meantime, I need you to find out what the young ones make of this. I fear that they may do something rash.
Lovely nobody! Thank you so much for the follow, honey. Welcome to the pouch. You are now officially a part of the Pouch Pal squad. It's a pleasure to have you. Welcome, welcome. Corpse Brigade! Final Fantasy Tactics reference! Oh, is it? I didn't even realize. Hi, Resonant. Welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you. It's so good to see you. All right, who am I gonna see here? Look at all the cutie pals here! Oh my gosh, everyone's so cool looking.
I wanna be cool like you.
Hello! Hello! Hi, Nick Smithos/Jam/Slice. Welcome in. How are you doing? Let me see here. Cactor stew again. Sorry, bud. I'm sure it's not that bad. Wait, is this you? Tiffany, is this you? You look so cool! You look so cool! It's good to be here. I hope everyone's well tonight. Doing great, sweetheart. Thank you for asking. I appreciate you. Do you have a... Is there an imp in a box? A demon brick. What the hell, Square? That's so funny. Tis you! That's awesome! You look so cool. You look absolutely amazing. I'll invite you to the party. If you would like to join, you are more than welcome to. If you don't want to, that's fine. I'll also add you to my friends list. If you would like to, you are more than welcome, but you don't have to, again. Okay. Let's see. Where am I going? What am I doing here? Ascertain the youth's intentions. That's what I gotta do. You guys are all so cool, all so cool, all so cool. You guys are all so cool. I'm not jealous at all. Okay, where am I? Do I have to talk to the people with the exclamation points? No, that's corpse confrontation. Hold on. So pretty. Yes, you are so pretty. Fuck, hold on. I gotta figure out, is there, oh, I see. There's a, okay, I got it. I think it's to find the shiny things. You are absolutely right, Solar. You are 100% correct. Hi, lovely love. Welcome back. All right, we got Youth's Intentions 1 of 5. I love you guys following me around. It's so cool. I love having a band of merry men, women, and non-binary pals hanging out with me. All right, I gotta go outside somewhere. Sorry, I'm like, I don't know where I'm going, so you guys are just like darting back and forth. Where the fuck is she going? I assume this way is probably the direction to get out of here. Yeah. Caca! Flag the location? Oh, okay. There. Aha! I did it. Oh! This is a cool car. Oh, wait, wait, are you in the party? You are. Wait a second. Is there a ride button in this? Surely that's not a one-person vehicle. Surely that's not a one-person vehicle. Is it really? Oh, or do I have to get off of maybe I have to get off the mount. Hold on. I'm stupid. Got it. You can get that car from Savage. It's very cool. This has sick music too. Where's this music from? Oh, thank you for the ride, sweetheart. I appreciate it. Yay! All right, Wilred. Oh, mighty rogue, Lord of Destruction, we implore you, lend us your strength and put an end to the suffering of your people. Here to interfere again? Well, you're too late. Our plan is already in motion. Once we have the crystals, our enemies will pay for their crimes, and no one will dare oppress us ever again!
Boing, 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 boing. Oh, cute! I like your snowman. That's what that's called. It's a snowman. Whee! Wait, hold on. It says that I still have stuff to do. Oh, wait, I probably need to, am I looking for sparklies still? Ooh, whee! Aha! A connive! And there's more still. It still says there's something highlighted around here. Oh! A riled lass. Ah, yes. This is the background music from the last fight of the latest raid tier. Oh, cool. And Dawn Trail? Very cool. Tau saw that she could jump and become a gremlin. Yes, it does happen. It's like, and I will do that from like obscene heights.
What those animals did to Berliana is unforgivable! And to think they look down on us! Well, I'll suffer this humiliation no more! I'm with Wilward to the bitter end. I'm not afraid of a few lizards.
Okay, everyone calm down. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Think ahead by about 24 hours. Imagine. Imagine! I wonder where the last... It looks like there's one more that I'm missing somewhere. I love this thing. I guess I have to... Maybe there is something else up here? I'm a riled youth.
If this plan succeeds, we'll have the power to lay the Empire low, to change the world for the better. Might be as Gondabold's content to eke out an existence in this musty old cave, but I'll be damned if I'm gonna spend the rest of my life here. Now, where in the seven hells did I put that bloody map?
Yeah, they're just really, 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 really angry.
Whee! Lizard!
Tau looks like she should be swinging her legs up that mountain asking Mom where dinner is. Yes, basically. I feel like am I the smallest? Am I the second smallest race? Is that right?
Hello, can I catch a ride again?
We'll go over here. Wait, hold on. I have to do this right.
Aha! There we go!
Pretty much. Pretty much. Amazing. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. You know, this kind of like me, like I love it. Don't get me wrong. I am so honored to have you guys around me and just hanging out with me. But I just want to say it is kind of like if you have like the best assassins in the world coming over to like supervise their kid at the pool to make sure they don't drown. That's kind of that's how this feels. It's like it's like you guys are the best of the best, and then you're just like, oh fuck, I guess I do have to go to that swim meet. All right, Tau, wash that blood off the hands real quick. Okay, sweetie. All right, one toe at a time. Alra females are ever so slightly smaller. Oh, okay. Very surprised you didn't pick a Lala. I actually let you guys pick. I let you guys pick my my race and my class. And you guys chose this particular variety of the Mikote and a monk. How long are we going for today? Strat, probably another 3 hours or so. You feel like a main character with OP companions. Exactly. This is being isekai'd into like, I actually don't watch enough isekai anime, but you know what I mean. I mean, I'm pretty sure I saw several job changes with level 1000 Historia gear, so those are god killers. Damn, I can keep distance with the car more if that's wanted. No, not at all. Nobody, that's not at all what I'm saying. I'm genuinely saying I really appreciate, and it really makes me feel very warm and loved that you guys want to hang out with me. I just also want to like reiterate, please don't feel obligated if you guys need to run off and do some of your crazy extreme raids and stuff. Then please don't feel like I'm gonna be like upset or judgy or anything. Like, I love you being here. It makes me feel so warm and loved and safe. I feel so safe because you guys are protecting me and taking me places. So basically a secret agent babysitting, spy family. Oh, it's true, spy family. Must protect the sprout. Thank you for protecting the sprout. I do think it's really funny whenever they have something that's not instanced and they're like, get her, ambush her, and then it's just like all of you are just like. At this point, you guys will fill an entire alliance raid. What's an alliance raid? We weather the storm so you can grow. Thank you, Toastin. It's so sweet. That's so nice. Good parents. All of you are my parents now. There's an anime out at the moment called My Gift level 9,999 Ultimate Gacha, where the main character just gacha draws level 9,999 companions. I got that ability. I did. I so did. Oh, 24-man raid. Really, really big raid. Oh, awesome. Gone. The whole lot of them? Then it is as I feared. They mean to take matters into their own hands. But what exactly is it that they mean to do? I have a knife, and I have a map, and I have information. What's this? A hunting knife and a map of Xanarak. Wait. You said Wilwood spoke of crystals, did you not? But they couldn't possibly mean to... By the gods. This is rank madness. The young fools are untrained and unblooded, all. They have no notion of how dangerous the Amalja are. They'll be butchered before they get within 100 yams of the crystals. They are headed east. If we hurry, we may yet find them before it's too late. Hold on, I'll take this off of the map. There we go. Okay. Hate to break it to you, but these kiddos might be kaput. Kaput kiddos.
I want to put a flag. A flag? A flag? Ah, got it. Yay! I have a knife, and I have a knife, and I have another knife, and another. Yay, the vehicle! The vehicle. Hold on. How do I... there we go. Whee! I think this is a solo instance from memory. Oh, okay. So this might be one of those where you'll be able to unlock your first alliance raid after Realm Reborn. Amazing! I can't wait. Anything that lets me play with more of you and lets you guys, this is so fun. And lets you guys actually like fight and do the stuff that you typically would do in the game. That will make me very happy. It's playing that theme in the car. Hi, Feather. Welcome in. How are you, Fabulous Feather? It's good to see you. I hope you're feeling better. Oh, amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much, hon. Okay. Oh, yeah. It looks like this is probably an instanced thingy. Big Trouble in Little Alamigo. Oh, fuck. Okay, sorry. I'll just leave the party. I won't disband it, though, because I want all of you to stay with me. You'll just have to invite me, please. Please. If you don't turn off mount music, it does that. I think it's cool. And Cutie Corrupted, welcome in. How are you? I would go for your butt, probably. I would go for your butt, definitely, Cutie Corrupted. The event in OnStars I've been saving for starts this Sunday. Let's go, Lav. I bet you're excited. Damn aura of BS strikes again. It's so annoying that they, like, fine. If you want me to fight alone and you want to give me an instance fight, fine. But why do I have to leave my party? Silly goose. Wilward didn't know whether to survive. This is all wrong. Getting the crystals was supposed to be the start. We were going to reclaim our homeland. We... Pull yourself together, lad. We were gonna make an offering of crystals to Ralger to summon him, just like the masked man taught us. Oh, it's the masked man's fault. Fabulous Feather, thank you for contributing to the D&D one-shot and the community game night challenge. I think I'll dip for a notch. I'll lurk on the stream though. Thank you so much, Amazing Azure. I appreciate you so much, sweetheart. Thank you for the lurk. Solo instances are riddled through a Realm Reborn. It's the second biggest frustration. What's the first biggest frustration, Grim? I should be all right eventually. Just recovered from a flu or cold or something. Oh, I'm sorry, Feather. That sucks. Gonna
gonna lurk after a long mane and enjoy Tau voice acting. Oh, yay! Thank you, Nix. I hope you do. We plotted to sneak into Xanarak and make off with the lizardman's cache, but they caught us and so many dead. Gods forgive me. Oh, this is probably the Amalja, right? Heathens, you shall pay for your crimes with your souls. Amalja? 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 Yes, I'm right. I regret our young ones' transgressions, but a soul is too high a price for youthful folly. For all their failings, they are the hope of the Alamegan people. This hope I will guard with my life. Same? Same, I guess? I guess same. I don't suppose I can have my birdie. No, it doesn't look like it. Forgive us. We only wanted... The excuses will keep. I always forget to like read what they pop up with because I'm busy looking at my my hotbar and see what's lighting up. Oh, wrong button. Wrong button. Ah. The wealth must pay for their crimes. I will not let you harm them. Adventurer, stay close to Wilred. Oh, is it my job to protect his ass? No, I don't want to die. I don't know who that was. I thought we just had Wilred and... Oh no, I guess there were a couple of other guys, weren't there? I need to pick a voice for that kid. Come, ye blessed of our Lord's breath. I don't know, some of the Golgi accent slipped in there for that one. Punch, punch, punch. Oh my god, there's so many fucking people here. Someone's calling for their mommy. Sorry, bud. Aha, fuck. Aha, fuck. Aha, don't. I hope they don't send more reinforcements after this too. We almost have them! Yeah, there we go. I'm locked in. Sorry, I was a little bit locked in. Your skills at arms is impressive, adventurer. Our wayward youths could learn much from a woman like you. The battle is won, but it would be unwise to linger here. Let us return to Little Alamigo. Well, wait! We've come all this way! We have to get the crystals! They're right there! Ripe for the picking! Have you learned nothing, Wilred? Did you not see those tempered wretches? Such is the fate of those who are touched by a god. Is that what you desire for yourself and your friends? What? No one said anything about that. The masked man told us we could defeat the Empire if we summoned Ralger. He swore! Enough! I will hear the rest of this story tale back in Little Alamigo. I dare say Tau will wish to hear it as well. Masked man! I know, that's what I'm saying. Hello! Precious pals are so cute! Can I have an invite? I missed you. Your voice is as heavy as his hair. Nicely done. Thanks, Strat. I should probably stop jumping around. Yay! Thank you, Dustin.
Hello, I get in the car.
Okay, we gotta go over here now. Back to Little Alamigo. Button. I will go take my meds and rest. I will be lurking if you need anything. I'm just a DM away. Thank you so much, Cedar Strat. Get some rest, okay? I hope you're feeling a lot better. None of us are with you in the solo duty because I'm not being paid enough to babysit this shit. Not fair. I don't think you can be paid enough.
This thing just makes me want to go do Arcadian FFS. Is that for fuck's sake, or is that for is that a different abbreviation? I've been lurking the whole time, been doing some winning and losing on Fortnite. Nice, Ozzy. I hope you've had fun. Oh, it is for fuck's sake. Okay, cool. I thought that was like a Final Fantasy, I don't know, stage or something like that.
No more lies, Wilred. Tell us everything.
I was outside with the others when it happened. When he appeared. Why can't I read? When he appeared. The masked stranger. He told us about summoning Ralker, about using crystals, and then he just vanished. We never saw him again. I wanted so desperately to believe that we could raise ourselves from the squalor that I never stopped to question his motives. But I should have known. There's no solution. Nothing we can do to change our lot. Our people are doomed to live and die like beasts.
Listen to me, Wilred. Our home may be lost to us, but it takes more than stones and mortar to define who we are. No matter where we may be, Alamigo lives on within us all. It is for you to decide what to make of this legacy, but whatever you choose to do with your life, never forget that you owe it to this adventurer, an outsider.
I won't. I promise. Thank you for saving me. And sorry, I tried to kill you. What an apology, dude. What an apology.
My thanks as well, friend. It gives us hope to know that there are kind souls such as you out there. Little Alamigo may not have much in the way of comfort, but you will always be welcome here.
Thank you. Thank you. More potions. Give me them pots. Imagine a FFS level for FF14 and 10 world bosses in one arena. That would be crazy. Wish you well on your investigation.
Would that we had more information to offer, but what Wilred told you is the extent of our knowledge on the masked stranger. Left unchecked, that man will bring about great pain and suffering. I pray that you'll find and put a swift end to the creature, for the sake of the young ones who died by his poisoned words.
Dustin and I will need to leave soon. Chance to get a dungeon before that? Sure, sweet Solar. Just any dungeon? So, wait, do I still have to be level 50 to do the dailies? Pots! Grim. Occult Crescent PTSD. Who is that distinguished gentleman? Hello, Zarl. How are you? It's good to see you. Nerdy! Hi, cutie pie. How are you? It's great to see you. Do you want to help me? What could I help with? You shouldn't, but we need to be down to 4. Oh, okay. Let's see. You can do leveling, Tau? What do you mean, Graham? What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna open up our queue. So for those of you who are new here, whenever I have a trial or a dungeon, I open up our participation queue. And if you guys would like to run over dungeons several times, you are welcome to do that. Hold on, I don't know what I'm doing. Streamlabs. Leveling is a daily. Oh, it's a daily? Hold on, I gotta learn how to sign in. Bruh, just let me sign in with Twitch. Thank you. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Strat. Okay. So if you guys would like to, thank you, Strat. I appreciate you. Feel free to do !join if you would like to join our dungeon. And if more people join than is possible to get into a 4-man dungeon, then we will just redo the dungeon or do a different dungeon. Just be aware that I only have access to so many dungeons at my level. Let me see. I just need to still navigate to it so that I can see. Yep, cool. All right. Okay, great. All right. So, I can drop out of this one. Oh, that's, yeah, let me see. So we actually have, we have four people, excluding me. That's a shame that I have to be a part of it because then you guys could actually play together. Is this specific dungeon or roulette at first? I don't know. I actually have no idea. All right, so we've got, for our first one, we've got Solar, Feather, and Dustin. And then whoever wants to do a second one so that we can play with nobody, then you are welcome to rejoin as well. So if we could just get Feather, Dustin, and Solar, I'll leave the, actually, I'll disband so that we can do that. So we have Solar. Got you. Come here, you. There we go. So that's Solar and Dustin and Feather. Where are you, Feather? There you are. Hello. You're. I didn't see you because I was looking for your face, but you are in fact a snowman. Nuke! Hi, lovely Nuke. How are you? Thank you for the care package. I want to buy one more craft thing, but I can't choose which one, for they are very different items. What are the items, Nerdy? What's the plan? Beat their butt. Exactly. Not good. I don't strictly need a dungeon. I more just like to help out with MSQ ones. Oh, okay. Fair enough, lovely nobody, if you're sure. All right. But fire. So how do I do this? I should probably learn how to do this. So we've got the, is it the duty finder? Daily roulette leveling like that. And then join. One of your party members does not meet the requirements for this duty. How's that possible? Is it Uda? Do I have to get rid of my bird? Oh, on an invalid,
I would
class.
go for your butt, probably.
I would go for your butt, definitely, Nuke.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. There we go. All right. Hopefully we're doing the right thing. I'm good. Even a hot minute. It's why I asked which it was queued for. Oh, I have no idea how to tell. I'm so sorry. Ooh. The Sunken Temple of Karn. Wait, have we been here? I think we have. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we have. It's Khan! Cans! So the first thing is crochet food, specifically small fruits and herb flowers, and they are very cute. I love crocheting foods. The second is cross stitch of love and deep space motifs. My wife likes this game. Ah, okay. I do like the idea of crocheted food. That sounds super cute, and I feel like if you, that's like not niche, you know what I mean? I feel like a lot of people would absolutely love that. They'd love to see it, they'd love to buy it, they'd love to eat it. I've been locked in with stuff, already getting some things taken care of. Oh, nice. Okay, great. Well, good job. I'm glad that you're getting so much good stuff done. That's awesome. I have used this dungeon to level a lot, so you know it well, huh? Oh, I'm still pressing buttons, sorry. Force her to do the puzzle? Ah! It's my job. It's my job. The warden. Click the button. Click the button. Gotta complete the map. The engraving is too worn to decipher. Should I just jump down here? Whee! Hi, Dustin. Remember the pictures? Oh, shit. Was that a... What was that? I did not look at it. Oh, no. I don't know what the... I don't know. I didn't know. I thought it was just I don't know. That's a puzzle? Okay. Well, that looked like, what, like a half of a sun or like a armor piece or something. Ow, grab! Okay, that's fair. I deserve that one. Mean as it was, I deserved it. Adventure's going smoothly, I see. I'm used to being carried. I don't know how to play the actual game. Okay, Helm of Might. I look. There is Helm. Touch? Ooh, I got it. Okay, I thought that was gonna be another thing like the earlier one. What's that? That's shiny. He's a mushroom kid and he's adorable. Cute. Oi, Tau, if you ever see one of those bee/wasp mobs, they do a lethal strike at like 10 HP. Oh, okay, noted. That's good, thank you. I appreciate that. I'll keep that in mind. So murder them? Okay, sounds good. I will murder. I will murder! Those wasps are evil? Yeah, no, they don't sound great. They sound kind of shit. Oh, final sting, is that what it is? Can I click on it and like see the... No, okay. Oh, that guy's looking real scary over there. Look at him. Yucky. Yucky! Now, the green-red means it's auto-translating. Oh, okay. Anyone with another language in chat will see it in their native language. I seem to have misplaced my keyboard. Wait, does it have... Do you get to type what you're saying, or is it? Are they like preset words? Preset. Oh, it's a territor. No thanks. Okay, it must be. I assume that it must be presets. Yeah. Okay. Preset phrases, abilities, etc. Okay, cool. I think it's so funny that they've made one that's cactus piss. Wow. Flatulent stranger. Wait, I have to read this. This popular ale was named after one of the regulars in the establishment where the brew was perfected. Rumors that said patron was also involved in the carbonation process are unfounded. Ew! A potent potable brewed from sabotender fruit by desert aldgoat herders to help them forget the fact they are aldgoat herders. That's fucked! Hi, Zelda! How are you, gorgeous? It's a pleasure to see you! Come in! Thanks for coming in. How are you doing? How's your day going? I don't hand in the quest specifically to have those items to link. Really? You just held on to them? This is funny. Funny, oh my god. Stand on glowing panels to not die. Oh, that's right. Hunt the wasp! We have to kill them! Kill the wasps! No more wasps! This was my instruction. Okay, I've been flicking with Doom. I have to find the glowy. I made it. How long do I have to... Oh, can I step off of the thing? Okay, I can. Just step on it and then you can get off it. Oh, okay, so it's kind of like it's almost like getting a anti-paralysis potion. Watch your debuffs to see it vanish. Oh, hold on, I need to figure out where my debuffs are. Get him! Nice, well done. Well done, cuties. Oh, I just realized Tao's missing something on her bars. Oh, what am I missing, Feather? Loot. I think I have this one already, but I'll greet it anyway. Oh yeah, that's what I thought. Hit P to open your spell book. Go to general. General. Yep, okay. Put limit break on your bars. Okay. I'll put it there. Spend energy stored in your party's limit gauge to execute a powerful battle technique. Ah, okay. Yeah, I should have that. Okay, sounds good. Thank you. See the top left of your screen on your limit break gauge? Oh yeah, over here. Hello, welcome in, Wubba Vash. It's a pleasure to see you, Woo. If we want a boss and that's full, use it. Me use it? Nobody else use it? Are you sure, Woo? What if I'm bad at it, Woo? If If your Wayne's DPS, use it on trash to wipe them out. If your Mayway wins single target. Okay, I will try it. It targets, you'll be fine. It's fine, just use it the seconds full on a boss. Okay, I will try it, Woo. Thank you very much for the tippy tips. Woo. The cursed voice? Oh, I don't know. Do you prefer this voice or the valuable voice? It's a redeem! It is a redeem, Fabo! Feather, Woo. I thought she was mocking me by suddenly going to that voice. No! No, sorry, Woo. That is not what happened, Woo. I'm very sorry that I made you think that, but hopefully you know me better than that by now. I do not tease my precious powers. I try to be as fair and loving as possible, Woo. So if something is happening and it seems like I'm being mean to you, Woo, it's probably not. The timing was perfect. Oh no, she'd be mocking me with that voice, Uwu. It is, well, you did request a Uwu Wab voice. Wise, you pull my wig so many times, Uwu. Well, that's because you're my mod and you are not a pal. Well, you are a pal, but you're not. Oh god, I'm digging myself a hole, Uwu. You know what I mean. You tease me too. Uwu. Make the puzzle harder? What? Don't make it harder. I don't know what I'm doing, Uwu. I have grown a foot longer thanks to that, Uwu. No. That I do. Why aren't you growing taller, Uwu? Because, Uwu, I'm unfortunately fully grown. This is as big as the towers get. Come here, you accused. Accused. I might already fail the puzzle, Woo-Woo. Don't make it harder on me, Woo-Woo. Well done, Woo-Woos. Well done. Wawa futo, Woo-Woo. Wawa, oh, wawa afuuto. Were we just over here? Why are they still here, Woo? The voices are towing to my sanity, Woo! Oh no, Woo. It's okay. It's only a 5-minute redeem. Hang in there, Woo. Got 2 minutes left, Woo. Aha, there it is. I haven't played FF14 in forever. Wow, Draconis, Woo, you should definitely play with us sometime. Ooh, a treasure! Sorry, it's not going to hurt us. Oh, it actually did not hurt us. Can I have this, Uru? Greed it? I greed it! Hit the greedy! I'm so sorry, Uru. I'm losing my sanity. About that, my character is in Cactuara. Oh! Cactuara? Is that a server, Uru? Or is that a... Hit the greedy, I did! Fabo, it's very clever, don't you think, Fabo? The distraction is real. Yes, it is, isn't it?
Ta-tas, heart, ta-tas, heart, ta-tas, heart, ta-tas, heart, ta-tas, heart.
Woo! Sweetheart, Woo! Thank you so very much for the resub! I really appreciate it! Thank you for resubbing with Prime, Woo! I really appreciate you. Welcome, welcome, magnificent mango. Woo. Thank you so much for your generosity. Woo. I appreciate you. Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure that when people sub with Prime, it does show up for me, and it did. I never remember which part to hit first of the golem. Your attacks on the Guardian are reduced until the Soul Stone breaks. Oh, that's right. I remember. So I gotta go for the Soul Stone then. This one. I'm ready. What with the battle music? Hold on. Let me see if I can, system? Sound? I might just have to lower the background music like that, maybe? Okay, sorry, I was messing with that. Oh, timer's up. Hi, I can talk normally now. Hi, Precious Proof. Welcome in. Long time no see. How are you doing? Story-wise, I'm in between Realm Reborn and Heavensward. Nice, nice. Wait, I'm attacking the Guardian. Wait, is that right? Oh, you guys already... Wow, you did shit up. Oh, it's lit up right side. Button! Button! I want to do it! I want to do it! Ah! That's cool! Ooh, I did cool things! Ah! I'm gonna get punished for it. Thank you guys for letting me use a limit break. That's so cool! That's sick! Thank you! Oh! Okay, sorry. Did I just get, stunned? Not bad. Button! 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 Final boss goes up, to 2? Raid bosses go up to 3. Oh, okay. Yeah. Nice, guys. Nice! Sweet legs. Oh, you must dip. Oh, good. Terrific, Tiffany. Honey, it was such a pleasure to meet you. Thank you so much for joining us, darling. Have an absolutely amazing time with your friends as well. But we'll look forward to the next time we get to have your company, lovely. Also, thank you for the pal hat, Cootie Vash. I appreciate you. Precious Patricia, welcome in. How are you doing? Let's see. Gweed! Hit the Gweedy. This is such a cool outfit you've got, Solar. How's FF14 been today? It's been fun! We've made some good progress, and now we're doing a little dungeon. Little cheeky dungeon. Oh, okay, wait. I was like, wait a second. I wonder if I'm gonna level up, actually. So it says I'm level 37, but my EXP bar at the bottom is almost full. Is that keeping track of my actual experience that I actually have, or is that the equivalent to what I have at level 37? That's your proper level. Oh, cool. Okay. See that little square by the level? It'll be 50 by the time we leave. Oh, wait, next to the level? Oh, okay, cool. Interesting. It means synced, so you're capped at 37 while in here. Oh, nice. Exciting, exciting. Did you guys say that I should max out completely on Monk, or should do you think that once I hit level 50, I should move to another class? What are your thoughts on that? I think we talked about it last time, but I forgot if we thought that I should go like completely max level, or if I should get this to 50 and then try something new. If I'm to get back into FF14, I want to get to a new house first. Things have been hectic over here lately. Oh, fair enough, Draconis. I'm so sorry that it's been rough for you, though. Uh-oh, a gem? It looks like a gem to me. I did it! Puzzle complete. Doing quite well. Figuring something out that would make you and me literally the same. I'm quite sure that I'm gender fluid. Nice! Awesome! Oh, I love the pose next to the treasure chest. That's very cute, Feather. You can change classes. It'd be fun to experiment with new styles of gameplay. That is true. Let's see. There's a thing called the Armory bonus, which is like 75% XP on a second class lower than your main class. That's pretty cool. I'm tempted to try and do like a bardic character, so I can do some support stuff. Oh, a stone pedestal! I bet I can figure it out. I don't know if I can figure it out. Ah, yes I can. No, never mind. I wasn't looking at the picture. My bad. I I'd recommend getting to like 55 because class quests will stop until you get out of A Realm Reborn. Oh, yeah, okay, I got you. Okay. Treasure. Can you get druid skills with this as well? I don't know. Is there
With
like a druid
humanity on a grand
class?
scale with its 200,000-year existence, cultures and empires rise and fall, churches ascend and die, and our greatest accomplishments are making a cat Vtuber doing an unusual voice. God help us all.
Hey, I resent that remark. I am not a cat. I am a marsupial. But I get your point. That's pretty funny. Wait, I want to do this. I got it. Treasures, treasures, treasure. She has a pouch. That's the big difference. I'm not Feliday. I wonder what we'll be playing after FF14. Has it already been decided yet? No, because this will probably, because we'll be playing this until we finish all of the expansions, which I think are probably, what, 200 hours? 300 hours? A fruit! That's like me. Oh, Patricia, thank you for the 5-stream streak. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. 200 hours? You wish it were that low. Okay, fair. Fair point. Fair point. It's gonna be a long grind, but it looks like you guys are having a good time, and that's what matters to me. So, unless you guys decide that you don't want me to play this anymore, like collectively, then we'll play something else. But you guys seem to be quite keen on this, and it seems like we're having a lot of wonderful new pals join us. So, I think it'd be. I'm happy to continue. I have a great time with this. It shouldn't take long if the pals help. Maybe. FF14 entire MSQ is roughly 400 to 500 hours. Wow, that's amazing. Just keep on playing. You're gonna get sidetracked a lot more than that, but it's gonna be a great time with all the pals around. Exactly, that's what I was thinking too. Remember she's taking it slow and voice acting, etc. though? That's true. I am voice acting the way through, and I'm just hanging out with you cutie pies and complimenting your cool mounts for like 45 minutes of stream. You're talking about the main story, right? Well, I'm talking about whatever you guys want to do, but yeah, the main story is definitely main story, and class quests. You guys said you wanted me to play those on stream. You actually also said you wanted me to do side quests on stream, but I don't know if I'm gonna. Do you remember the images at the beginning? No. Feather looking all cocky and like leaning up against this, like. Pick one, bitch. I put 600 hours just in the MSQ alone. That's impressive. Minimum, if you focus on nothing else. Yep. You can return to go back to the beginning and look. Yeah, it's not like it'll kill us. It will. Feather. You are so snarky. I love it. It's so funny. Okay, we'll go on a break in a little bit. Strat, he's not lying. No, I believe it. I believe it. The smiley face. You guys are so funny. Okay. Give me a hint. Give me a hint. Give me a hint. Or else I'll close my eyes and go click. You've seen my streams. You know snark is my existence. That's true. That's true. Use return? Wait. Oh, I thought that would take me back to. Whee. Okay. We'll go on a break in a second, Strat. I just wanna. Oh my God, Feather, you made my heart jump. You're so mean. Okay, I go back here and I go look at and I go look at, okay, the warden. Oh, it's these. Okay, I know what okay, I see. Okay, we need fire and fruit. The 2 Fs. Fire and fruit. Shortcut. Fire and fruit. Fire and fruit. Fire on the left, fruit on the right. Fire on the left, fruit on the right. People usually learn quickly not to listen to me. It's good to know Tao hasn't learned yet. Hey! Hey! Am I going the right way? Uh-oh. Fire on the left, fruit on the right. Fire on the left. Am I going backwards? Fire on the left, fruit on the right. Fire on the left. Or do you mean fruit and fire? Uh-oh. Ah! 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 Fire on the left, fruit on the right. Fire on the left, fruit on the right. Fire on the left, fruit on the right. Fire on the left, fire on the left. Fire on the left, fruit on the right. Fire, fruit, fire, fruit, fire, fruit. Fruit, fire, fire, fruit, fire, fruit. Fruit on the light, fruit on the right. Fruit on the right, fruit on the right. Fire on the left, fruit on the right. Fire on the left, fruit on the right. Fire on the left, fruit on the right. Blah, blah, blah. Fire left, fruit right. Fire left, fruit right. Don't look at chat. 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 Where does the gem go? Wait, what? There's a wait. No, there was a gem. No, wait. No, wait. There's only left and rights. No, don't. Fire right, fruit left. Wait, is that right? Fire on the left. Fire on the left. Yikes! I'm so sorry in advance if I fuck this up. Fruit on the right. Thank God. The pressure was on. I didn't want to kill my precious pals. Fire right, fruit left. That's not what I did, is it? Yay! We did it! Ah! I just heard you say fart on the left, foot on the right. Yes. Oh God, you did fruit right, fire left. Come back. Oh no, did I fuck it up? Wait, what have I done? You're just so mean to me. Ooh, we got treasures. What's this? Greedy! Okay, pass. Greedy? 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 Helps her get the full map revealed achievement. You did! Thank you! You guys are so mean to me. Damn, can't help her out, I guess. Feather! Ah! Okay, it's time for the adjudicator. Adjudicator. Here I am, adjudicating. I keep hearing the chat thinking someone's PMing me. Oh, sorry, Proof. Oh, they changed the fight. Map should be cleared. I think so. I did get, I think, yeah, I don't see anything that's like unrevealed. Thank you guys, I appreciate it. That's amazing. Thank you so much. Okay. She's gonna greed all the bosses. I'm gonna hit the greedy bus. Hit the greedy on the bus. Proof, do you want to hang out with us in F14? I feel like too many people only see Tiger and not the Tassie part and assume you are Panthera Tigers. Wait, what are these? Oh, I'll kill this. I'll do it. I'll kill it. Oh, what does that mean? Wait, got to do. Oh, we got those. Okay, we got those two. Okay. Why am I not? There we go. I'm like, why am I not targeting? When reality you are Thylacines cynocephalus. I don't know my scientific name, but kill it! Oh fuck! I have been grabbed. Sorry. Man, how do you guys deal with me? I'm so obnoxious. I have my panda and my guitar. Sounds good. Okay, sounds good. Fair enough. Does someone else want to do the limit break, or should I do it again? They changed this boss fight in the recent patch. Oh, did they? Why, what did they change about it? When the hell was the last time I was here?
Oh, you beat it. Beat it.
They changed this like 6 to 12 months back. The chain attack was new. Oh. Wait, did you guys see I did my... If you look at the boss at 35% and the bar ain't going anywhere close to 2, ooh. You may as well LB1.
Okay, I'll do it for you!
That's satisfying, I like that. More instruments! No! Fuck. I listen to you more than you listen to yourself. It's not annoying, don't worry. Oh, thank you, I appreciate that. Because I will be annoyed by myself. Actually, I am annoyed by myself. Sometimes because I do, and this is actually a recommendation, legit, for anyone who wants to stream. Watch your VOD back, like, legit, you need to do that. Because if you aren't willing to listen to yourself, and you don't like how you are, and you don't like spend time in your own stream, you probably will want to fix the things that make you not want to watch yourself. And sometimes I get to parts like this where I get flustered. I'm like, oh, Tau skip. Tau has an amazing voice and personality. Why do you think I've stayed here for more than a year? Oh, precious Patricia, thank you.
Yeah, let's go team! Excellent work, excellent work. Awesome. Thank you for my head pat.
I would go for your butt, probably.
Thank you, thank you.
And Space, I would go for your butt, definitely. I swear, the more people around here, the faster her brain goes. That's true. It is true. Feather is the treasure. Feather, you are a treasure. I give you pat. Can I give you head pat? Head pat? Head pat? Fine, hug. Oh, that's cute that you kneel to hug someone on the ground. I love that. What's this? Oh, that's Dark Knight. Read, fast. It is pet / pet? Oh, not pet. I see. Ah, no! I think most people are harsh on themselves. I am very demanding of myself. That is true. That's true. Patricia, thank you for the care package. I just look back at the clips and remember how random some of the things I did were. Yeah. Watch your own VODs. I can never. You should if you wanna get better and better at streaming. I'm hugging everybody, even when they're on the ground.
Oh, space! A peaceful space. Bye-bye. Space.
All right. Feather, thanks for the plug.
Thank you for the huggies.
Huggy while you are standing, too. Huggy while you are standing. All right. We, do you upload your VODs? Strat does. Strat uploads our VODs to the YouTube channel. YouTube plug! If you guys haven't followed on TikTok and or YouTube, I would love it if you wouldn't mind doing that. Also, Twitter and Blue Sky. Give me that YouTube! Exclamation point YouTube. Why do you think I work on the clips? Just giving you more reason to watch yourself? See, that's the thing. Because I've spent so much time like listening to my own voice and doing like actual voice projects, I don't mind my voice very much. The thing that drives me crazy is when I start like making my stupid sounds. Like when I'm like, I'm like, stop it. Cross promo. I watch VODs, but most of mine are drawing with music. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I understand that. Hold on.
You gotta leave so that I can go on a quick break.
And that's what we clip. It's true. Your favorite streamer went live. God, oh my God, are you on your phone? That's so cute. Tau is live right now. That's so cute. That's so funny. I think I still find it so out there that like you have, it looks like I'm just looking at what you're doing. Thanks, Feather, you're so cute. I think it's so weird that you have phones in this game, like touch phones. It's so odd. Tau sounds are the bestest. If you'd like, would you like to train you? On Monk? I'd love that, Azure, but I don't know if I want to do that like while we're streaming as a thing because aw, thanks for the photo. because I don't want to wind up getting caught up in the weeds and not, you know, entertaining everybody, if you know what I mean. Yeah, we do need to take the break still. You're right. Okay, we will, and we will. Save it for another time. Thanks, cutie Azure. But I would love some help with getting to be a much better monk. I'm not good at it, partially because, and I will confess this, you guys have enabled me to not have to learn the game very well. And I appreciate it. I really do. I love it. I love being protected so that I don't have to be locked in, so that I can read chat and talk to you cutie pies. That's my favorite thing. Oh my god, no way. My favorite streamer's live too. She's playing ENVtuber. Her name's Tau. Tau's my favorite streamer. Tau, you are my favorite streamer. Oh, thank you, Precious Patricia. I appreciate that. Thanks for the dungeon run. Have fun for the rest of the stream. Thank you so much for suggesting it and joining us, Sweet Solar. I really appreciate you. And Dustin, you as well. Both of you, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for joining me. Cutie pies, we're gonna go on a quick break. And then, if you guys... We have proof and we have nobody. Nobody, did you still potentially, like, I know that you said it's totally fine and you prefer to help with MSQs, but would you, if we could get one more person to do a dungeon, would you want to do one with me so that I can hit level 50 when we get back? From our break, we gotta go on a 3-minute break. Now that you mention it, we do enable you to not do a lot of things. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Cool, sure, okay, amazing. And we've also got Grim. Okay, so I will thank you so much for hanging out with us. I appreciate it. Also, who's got the sick song? So pretty. All right, so I'll let you guys, thank you so much for the lyrics, Sweet Solar. I will let you guys get ready. We're gonna go on this quick break. And when we get back, if I could have nobody, Proof, and Grim, that's gonna be the party when we return. Sweethearts, for those of you who are new or just need a refresher, we go on a quick 3-minute break every hour so that you don't need to subscribe, whether it's because you don't want to or you can't, doesn't matter to me. I just don't want you to miss out on content. So we go on this 3-minute break. I walk away from the computer. I suggest you do the same. That's also when I send those ads out, so you're not missing anything. Please also make sure you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Sweetest space, you're going to bed. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. And I will see you all in about 3 minutes. Love you lots. Miss you terribly. See you soon. Mwah! I think Maxie did the right thing by shaving my head. I don't know what to tell you. Eon, how dare. This is so Tao and I match. You're not bald, are you, Eon? Did you cut off your hair? Is this the way? Oh, I think this is the way to one of them. Oh, nah, it's dark as fuck in here, boy. No! Never mind. Could be. Oh, I don't know that. I'm so sorry. That was so loud. So loud. I saw the scary bird. Listen, if anyone ever made a video game with me as the main character, I would absolutely insist that how I drink potions or use packs or what. Okay, potions? Med packs? Slap that shit on. Yeah. Okay, tism butt. Ooh, yes, exactly. Love to go for the tism. guys, I haven't been this excited for game release in a long time, like since the release of Ready or Not on console. Speaking of which, just want to remind you, Ready or Not. Ah! I thought it was over.
Everyone said it's like a source like. Everyone said it. That must mean it's true.
Got him. Haven't played it until now, but better late than never, I suppose, right? Oh! Oh! Did you guys see how incredibly smooth that was? I literally just sidestepped that shit by accident. Wow, that was scary. Okay, and then I ruined it. Yep, that sounds right. Well. Oh dang, Tao is so clippable. I don't mean to be. Most of the time I'm only clippable because I'm an idiot. Sharks.
I'm not sure if you can, Hollow Knight, but are you able to heal in midair? I'm actually not sure. I don't have any missing health, but I also don't have any healing available, so.
Fuck! Oh my god, that was so stupid. Oh, into the water you go. Ah, fuck, no! Ah, water, 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 water! Oh, I can't believe it. Oh, man.
You won! That means your luck today is fantastic! Okay, I'm next. I've got all these charms on me, so surely I'll be able to undo the misfortune from today's morning milk divination.
Matikane fuku kitaru. Matikane fuku kitaru steals herself, then carefully unwraps her own piece of gum.
There's nothing written on it.
Wait.
Open your mouths. Here's a shrimpy.
Oh, that's some bullshit. You cannot. No. Oh my god. Oh my god. No.
I wanted to use this summer camp as an opportunity to
Ow, fucking shit. Sorry, I just slammed my hand in the microphone arm. Sorry, okay. She didn't say fucking shit. That's Hey, cutie pies. Sorry, I was kind of waiting for the battle to end, but it looks like it's still going, so lovely love. Welcome back, gorgeous. Up, beep. Good laugh. Next with us, Slice Jam Slice. Welcome back, sweetheart. Gorgeous Grim. Welcome back, sweetest Setty. Welcome back, sweetest Strat. Welcome back. Welcome back, cuties. Check out this weapon. What the fuck? Wow. Are those kettles? Are those kettles on fire? Defying gravity? Welcome back, precious Patricia. All right. Let's see. Are my beings ready to go? I think it was. Let me check real quick. It was Nobody, Proof, and Grim. Is everybody ready? Let's see. So we got Nobody over here. We got Ear Youth. Is that Proof? Or Grim? No, that's Proof. I am Ear Youth. Yeah, okay, that's Proof. Awesome. Invite. And then we just need Grim, who I might just be able to invite from my friends list. Hold on. Yay, Grim! Invite. Wahoo! Did you see the clip I took before? No, I didn't. Sorry, hun. There you are. How did I miss you? You're like right there. I got it. Don't worry. Amazing. Thank you. Okay. Also, well done, you guys. You beat the boss. I'm so proud of you. Excellent work. All right. Let me queue us up real quick. Hold on. I'll check this one real quick for Come on, play. it. Thank you very much, Princess Patricia. Okay. Duty finder, right? Yes. I've already received the reward, but I can still join and, right? Ready, go! You have the photo of the mushroom child. Amazing. I will have a look. And Ozzy, thank you for lurking, hon. I appreciate you. Oh my. Now where are we? Oh, we're in the Gridanian spot. The 1,000 Maws of Totorak. Totorak does sound like a spooky old world god, ancient evil kind of thing. I think I'm gonna head out now, as I'm almost home. Okay, oh good, hon. We'll see you for Hollow Knight. Have a good one, Precious Patricia. Thanks for hanging out. Spooky. Indeed, dearest Grim. I will try and rest now. Not sure if I can stay up too long. Let me know if you need anything. Okay, thank you so much, Sweet Strat. No, please get some rest. You definitely need to. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Totorak sounds like Pokemon Evolution of Totoro. It does, actually. And Feather, you're gonna lurk and get some work done? Thank you for the lurk, Hen, and thank you for playing with us. I appreciate you. Have a great time doing your workies and your lurkies, and feel much better, okay? I heard that you were not feeling well, so I hope that you feel much better. Can actually go bye-bye, Precious Patricia! Quick reminder, you guys, that we have an IRL stream on Friday, where, just to be clear, I'm still not doing a face reveal or anything like that, but we are going to go hiking together. I'm going to take you for a hike with my dog and Nath. And thank you for the screen, Reggie. Welcome in. How are you? And that'll be on Friday. That's a very long overdue streamathon reward for you guys. And then of course on Saturday we have our storytelling stream. So feel free to post any of your original writings in the Discord. As long as it is Twitch and CouchPal appropriate, I will read it. Why do I even die? I love seeing you say that. It's so funny. It's the blessed day of the walkie stream. It is, and it rained the whole day. Nice, Reggie. Ooh, that sounds delightful. Currently trying to beat Silk Song with certain conditions. Draconis, that's incredible. Like, putting limiters on yourself for a game that's already unbelievably hard. I'm very impressed. Whoa. What's in here? Curiosity killed the Tau? No. Nothing killed the Tau. There's nothing in here. Taking her time killed the Tau. No limits, rather hardest ending. Oh, the hardest ending. I see. Might as well be limiting myself though. Yeah, dang. This thing is getting demolished. Kind of tragic. That was supposed to be a little mini boss room? I don't think so. Not with this team. Boom. I wonder if they would let you bring your Chocobo in here to fight if you didn't have a full party. Or can you literally not enter a dungeon without a full party? Too far away. Fair enough. Prison pudding, that's right. I remember the prison pudding. I had many thoughts on that. Sounds like a really abysmal flavor. I'm not saying anything in case of spoilers. I appreciate that, lovely Draconis. Thank you so much. Thank you for being considerate of that. How long is Hollow Knight? Like, if you just do a regular playthrough? Only unsynced could you enter without full party? Unsynced, what does that mean? Oh, wait, I see. Like, as in, like, if you're the proper level, then you could come through without a full party. Like, if the system doesn't have to bring it back down. I see. Remove restrictions. Rise. Okay. Interesting. Well, for Silk Song, there's a speedrun trophy for beating it in 5 hours. Wow, okay, damn. What summon do you think you could handle being bonded with? Oh, I don't know, Reggie. What summons, what are my options? I'm afraid I haven't played enough, if we're talking Final Fantasy, I'm afraid I haven't played enough Final Fantasy recently to, like, remember the summons. Hollow Knight probably around the same. 5 hours? Well, I guess that's, but that is for the, because I think we've spent, what, 15 hours? Is that right? 15 hours so far on Hollow Knight. It's a setting, so you can roll over low-level dungeons if you want to do them fast by using your higher-level character. Oh, that's cool. So it's actually not, like, built into the game, like, as a hard and fast rule. It can, you can negate that if you want. That's sick. Example being, I could go into a level 50 extreme trial alone as a level 100 unsynced, rather than being synced down to 50. Right. Okay, that makes sense. That's interesting. Any you can remember, if I could choose Kraken, World of Final Fantasy. Oh, I don't actually. The only one that's, I only have Ifrit in my mind because we recently killed Ifrit like a few weeks ago. But I have no, I literally, I say that because I don't have any other options. Because I don't remember any. Oh, Garuda! Garuda's cool. But yeah, I know nothing else besides Garuda and Ifrit. Conversely, there's a setting in the Duty Finder that... I'm level 50! Yahoo! Amazing! I'm so excited. Wait, 51? Wait, when did I turn 51? Holy shit, okay. Yay! Thank you! Thank you, Proof. Turns off the echo, a buff every time you die for a boss, which makes it more like the experience at launch if your gear is better. Oh, I see. Congrats! Thank you, Cutie Graham. I appreciate it. People call that mine. Minimum eye level, no echo eye. Oh, okay. No echo. No echo. Oh, interesting. Okay, so that's obviously like a mode that makes you more respected. The eye was a typo. That's okay. I figured it out after I was like, wait, there's no extra eye there. Okay, that's probably a typo. That's without 100% Silk Song has another achievement for speedrun in 30 hours with 100% completion. Whoa! Oh my god! Oh, a water stained milk. I think we read this one, haven't we? Dynamite infestation confirmed. Scores of eggs on the verge of hatching. Beyond our means to deal with. Aborting mission. Subsequent parties beware. Yes, we did read that. Cow walking around is a living barbecue grill. How does that work? Why would I be a living barbecue grill? What did I say that? Which of my summons does that? Like I said, I'm probably not the right person to ask about this. I don't really know. I've currently got around 50 plus hours in Silk Song. Wow, okay. And you've already beaten it, or are you trying to do the hardest ending first? Does anybody prefer playing this on controller? I'm very curious. You, Grim. Okay, you're a controller player. Now, I'm curious, is that because you play on PlayStation, or are you playing on PC with the controller because you prefer the controller? I play on controller since I'm console. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, okay, yeah, on PlayStation, and you too made? Gotcha. And surely, even if you guys were to start playing on PC, you'd probably still be like, yeah, I'm still using the controller. Controller players are terrifying. I couldn't live without my keyboard. Do you think they make it harder on themselves? What do you reckon? After a while, I'll be going for another ending too. Okay, you got the normal ending, now going for the hardest ride. Gotcha, okay. You can still play keyboard and mouse on console if you wanted to. Wait, can you? I use a keyboard to type. Oh, that makes sense, Nate. Yeah, oh, that's actually a good point. I swapped from PC to PlayStation. Oh, interesting. I've just seen people doing rapid fire button pressing when using the controller interface, and it looks scary. Is that because they're like flicking between the menus in like lightning fast speed? My main save in Hollow Knight with 110 completion was 64 hours. Wow. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, the hopper switching. Yeah, I have seen, because I did try to play, like just to do some of the hunting log stuff. I did try it on my ROG Ally, which is an Xbox controller layout, and I was like, oh shit, this is this is different. This is a completely different way to play this game. Ads! Be gone, scorpions! Yay! Oh, poison! Oh, more ads. Oh, challenge log entry feeling lucky. I don't even know what that's about. These diorite things look more like scorpions than mites to me. I don't know. Yay! Well done, cuties. Are you able to modify your victory pose? GG, cutie pies! Excellent work! Thank you so much. Proof, I love this sparkle presentation thing. It's so cute. Kapleh is how do you pronounce that? Kapleh. Oh my gosh, so many fun things for me. Thank you. Yay! Thank you guys so much. Victory pose is different between race, but you can't change it on your own. Oh, okay. I see nobody. Okay, awesome. That's good to know. Thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate that. Yay! Amazing! Okay, cool. I am so glad that I got to play with all of you. Perhaps now, I wonder, now that I'm level 51, if 5 easy pieces is now available to me for my monk quest. Should I go do that? Was I moving too fast, by the way? Was attempting slow and chill? Oh no, I think you did great, Gorgeous Grim. Yeah, don't you worry. I appreciated that. Both of the dungeon groups that we've done today have been super pleasant. You guys are all amazing. I really appreciate you. The reason I'm going for the hardest ending now is because after I start going for another ending, it will lock me out of the hardest ending. Okay. You guys, I'm gonna actually let you decide what you want to do. Tau should, because we still have a couple of hours of stream left. So play, let's say MSQ. Oh my God. Tau should. MSQ, more class quest, or more dungeons, please. You guys, you got 1 minute. Please do vote in the poll. Let me know. Time to pull Tau into her first savage. I don't know what that means, but it sounds scary. Yes, guys, please let me know how you would like me to proceed with this stream. We'll continue to play Final Fantasy, but let me know if you want to do MSQ, do the class quest, because I'm now level 51, which is pretty cool, or if you want me to do some more dungeons with you, cutie pies. Happy to do any of them, any and all. Ooh, looks like we got MSQ more as our vast majority. Happy to do that. Nah, you built different players so you'd buff. Wait. I would buff, like I haven't gotten my my utility class yet. Sorry, I'm just drinking more water. Oh, buff is slang for you would adapt. Oh. I just know buffs as like improvements. Ooh, thank you for teaching me, Grim. I appreciate that. Dang, I did not know that. Okay. All right, so we want to do MSQ. So we're going back to square one, apparently. That's my slang, not FF14 slang. Oh, okay. Honestly, I love it when I hear people saying shit that's like, oh, wait, is this, hold on. Oh, we gotta go back to the Waking Sands. Oh, I can do that. I can do that. Yeah, I know, I genuinely like when people say, like, like MMO stuff IRL. Like, when I hear somebody out and about and they go, oh yeah, IRL, or like, oh yeah, chat, or like, what's another one? Oh, I have actually heard someone say, oh, Hearth, we should Hearth home. And I'm like, oh shit. FF14 Savage is WoW Mythic. Oh, okay, like not the same structurally, but difficulty is around the same. Gotcha. Yeah, maybe not level 50. 51 probably, probably not. Yeah. What can you... Pray return to the Waking Sands. Yes, I shall do so. What level is suggested or required to get into Savage? All right, the Steps of Nald. Wait a second. 5 easy. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. Sorry. Horizon. That's the one. Okay. Oh wait, does anyone want to party up with me again? Anybody who was not in the party before want to party up again? Savage is hard or normal raids. Could also do the event quest for the mount. I think I got the mount. I think we got that one right, Grim? Together? Every expansion has its own Savage fights, so you unlock them as you complete expansions and hit level cap for them. Oh, okay, I see. Gotcha. Most excellent. Yes, indeed. It is most excellent. Normal raids pop on Heaven's Ward. Like, they're really good. Okay. So you can just get the story. Oh, okay, that's cool. And then if you want to like get the limited like mounts and better gear and stuff, you can just do that. Oh, no, as in you unlock them? Like just with the story, yeah?
Ooh, can I be friends with you?
Oh, wait, you're in the party. Why am I dumb?
Hello, do you want to take me to the Waking Sands?
I'm happy to listen to cool music.
Whee!
Invite me when you get the chance. Of course, Magnificent Maid. Absolutely. Happy to. Let me see here. Where's my... I love that the music amps up when you lift off. It's so dynamic and cool. There we go. Oh my gosh, there we go. Anybody else want to join? Pray return. Now, okay, so normal raids are classified as optional content, so you have to seek out the blue check marks. Okay. After you finish the Heavensward main story. Oh, so you can only start doing raids, like regular raids, after you finish the main Heavensward story. I see. Am I crazy? It's down here. I think it's over here in Horizon, or Silent King. Hold on. Oh, Waking Sounds is over here. Hold on. Let me put it in the. Let me. Come on. Check box. Check. Flag. Do it. Oh my god. Please. Oh my god. Maybe it's because I have a flag in that one. Let's try that. Why? Why isn't this letting me do the check? Let's just keep trying. Click. Oh, I got it! Finally! There we go. Oh yeah, you got it! I'm so sorry. Thank you. Spending 15 minutes trying to get that to work. Ooh, that's cool. Yeah, you look super cool. Hold on. I wanna see. pretty, super cute. Oh my gosh, gorgeous, gorgeous. Thank you so much, and I'm so sorry. All right. Hi, lovely loner. Monday, I see indeed. How are you, honey? It's great to see you, lovely loner. Welcome, welcome. I've spent my fair share of time in the place that rhymes with cow dung. Cow dung. Maobang. Tau tongue. How's the fantasy doing? It's doing well, lovely loner. We made some new friends today, which is awesome and always makes me very happy. How are you? Besides sitting in the office waiting for stuff to load. All right, Minfilia. Welcome back, Tau. I'm reliably informed the investigation took you to Quarry Mill and Little Alamigo. So tell me, were you able to learn aught of La Habrea? Planted the knowledge of summoning an impressionable young minds, you say? Precisely the kind of deception that Askians would employ. While many of the ills that ail the land can be attributed to the calamity, some are being brought about by a malign will. We must needs delve deeper into this, while things remain quiet on the primal front. Ah!
All work and no play makes Minfilia a dull scion.
Hmm? Did you say something?
Nothing, my lady.
Get out! Mayhap we ought to rest a while before speaking further on the investigation. While you were tending to business in Thanalan, some new information arrived courtesy of our friends, the Sylphs. An individual fitting La Habrea's description has been sighted in the Northern Shroud. This sighting comes in the wake of a series of mysterious deaths in the self-same area. My instincts tell me that our man is involved. I would have you continue your investigation where you left off. 12 willing, we will pick up La Habrea's trail once more. Nonaxia can furnish you with the details. Pray speak with her, and take it from there. As always, be careful out there, Tau. We're aura farming this door so hard. So you want to enter the waking sands, eh? The RPers be RPing. Which reminds me, are you role-playing Grim Proof? By the way, Tau, does Minfilia VA sound like AI? I actually have not been listening in that way because I kind of assume that they've had the same VA for a long time for her. I don't necessarily love it, but I assumed that since she was, this is such an old part of the game, surely they aren't using AI. I hope not. Anyway, Val! Hi, Valiant Val. It's great to see you, sweetheart. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for the 7 stream streak. I appreciate it. Welcome in, and thank you for contributing to the D&D one-shot and community game night challenges. I keep forgetting this isn't actually officially voice acted. Val, I appreciate you, cutie pie. As long as you're enjoying yourself, that's what matters to me. I definitely do. I met the followers of the Brine Mother at the cow dung place. They gave me a dream pickle. What is happening, Proof? All right, Noraxia.
Walking One is to investigate Sinister One. Then heed well this one's words. This one is friends with the Walking One in the Oskron Consortium. According to Friendly One, a digging one named Medred had an encounter with a scary masked one. The masked one is most certainly Sinister One. Walking One should go and speak with Digging One Medrod. Digging One is to be found at Fogwood Float in the North Shroud.
Can we just use like sending stones or something to communicate instead of constantly running back and forth? No? Okay, fine. Dream Pickle? It's a game item? Dream Pickle is actually a game item? Oh, you clapped watched it. Well, Draconis, well done. That's amazing. Excellent, excellent. Let's go see these two aura farming, shall we? Oh yeah, look at them go. The bodyguards. A variety of albino sea pickle exclusively found in the Ruby Sea. Those in possession of one are said to be so blessed with incredible fortune that a merchant from Kugane once offered as much as Isari earns in a year to get their hands on this wavekin, a deal with which the village gladly accepted. Ooh. It was very painful. I bet it was, Draconis, but well done on doing it. And Loner, thank you for contributing to the D&D one-shot challenge. I appreciate it. I'm just sitting here lurking, look over like, oh yeah, it's all Pau. She could easily be a professional VA. Oh, Val! I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I am trying to get a new voice acting mic because I'd really like to get a demo done and start doing actual projects. That'd be sick. Oh, away. There we go. But thank you so much, William Pal. I really appreciate such kind words. You're so sweet to me. Thank you. Thank you so much, lovely. Oh, I have to go over here. I don't have... Oh, Coerthus. We haven't been there before. I need to go to the North Shroud. Is there anywhere that I'm attuned to? If I was rich, I would hire Tao to read Red Rising. What is Red Rising, Grim? Okay, I'm back. Me and my friend got killed in Repo. Oh no! Well, welcome back, Terrific Tiffany. We're happy to have you. I wonder if I can teleport you if you're in the same mount. Ooh, I don't know. I'll hop on in though, just in case you want to try it. North Shroud. Let me see here. What is the closest if it doesn't work? It's not attuned. I wonder if I should go to New Gridania. Fuck, it's expensive. 500 bucky dues? Bucky dues? Dollary dues? Red Rising is a sci-fi book that will shed tears. Oh! Is it in public domain? Because we can start reading it on Saturday if it's in public domain. It's by Peace Brown. I've never heard of either of these thingies. No! I can't accept the teleport. I must meet certain requirements. That sucks. Okay, well, I'll teleport to New Gridania and then I'll need to like walk over there. Aw, man, it leaves you behind. That sucks. I kind of want to try voice acting. You should totally do it. I encourage everyone to give a shot to voice acting. You never know. You might discover a new hobby or your job. Very, very cool. Voice acting is super fun. I love it. Ugh, I love it. I would love to make that part of my regular career. All right, I'm waddling around. Okay. Do it! Yeah, what Val said! How do I get here? No idea if it's public domain, but I have seen people read it on Twitch. Really? Well, I'm only comfortable with reading it if it's in public domain because otherwise they could hypothetically like come and get us for like copyright infringement. But I'm happy to like start reading it if you want to. If you find out that it is in public domain. How do I get? What am I doing? Old Gridania? Central Shroud? Maybe Central Shroud. That might be a good spot for it. Voice acting is indeed very fun. It is. I do voices in my spare time / while at work and bored. I mostly do it to annoy my friends at work because the voice I use to mess with people sounds nothing like me. That's really funny. That's very funny. I gotta fix my mics before I try voice acting stuff. So it doesn't pick up my normal voice half the time. Oh, I see. Fair enough. Fair point. Okay, I hope I'm going the right way. North Shroud? North Shroud! That's where I'm going! Yes. Yeah! on my little sheep. Let's go this way! Ah, this looks scary. I'll walk up behind them, just start talking with my really high-pitched voice and surprise them. That's very funny. I annoy my older brother all the time by always using a voice when he calls. That's really funny. Oh my god, yeah, he would be like, excuse me? This is not how you sound! Oh, I almost thought I thought it was gonna fall there, but I think it's probably blocked. Okay, I better attune to this spot. Fallgourd float. Pretty horse! Pretty horse! Pretty horse! Pretty horse! Okay, good, you're still in the park. I was like, wait. I'm used to seeing like the orange. I don't know why. I think the orange is friends who are not in the party, maybe? And when he makes me mad, I start using my customer service voice. Hello, brother. You can kindly get fucked. Like that? I'm gonna do villain voice and practice the evil laughter you said. Oh, villains are so much fun to play as well. All right, let's see what's going on in here. Medrid. I don't know if we've talked to him before. What voice do I use for him? Please leave me be. I'm not long for this world. I looked death in the face. It is only a matter of time before he comes for me. Just like he came for that poor woman. Medrid is clearly traumatized. Perhaps if you were to soothe him, he might remain calm for long enough to hold a conversation. I wish it were that easy. This is how I help people. Yeah, basically like that. Love that, Val. Yeah, you're right. It's not as bad as it seems. I saw something terrible, that's true, but that hardly means I'm going to suffer the same fate. Thanks to you, I can think straight again. I believe I can even recount what I saw without losing it. Okay. It was just another ordinary day. I was headed back to the float when I noticed a suspicious character in the distance. A masked man, garbed head to toe in black. He had a hideous fiend in tow, a winged creature that was all eyeball and jagged teeth. Taken by curiosity, I crept as near as I dared. To see the corpse of a woman! One glimpse was enough to tell me that she died a gruesome death. In that instant, I knew right away that the masked man was a minion of Thal, come to claim her soul for his realm. What? You're investigating the same masked man?
If that's the case, we'll help you in whatever way we can.
Aye, anything to ensure that we won't have to suffer Medrid's hysteria ever again. That's so mean. All right, teamwork. That's what I wanted to... Wait, I haven't been that bad, have I? At any rate, I'm all for helping this adventurer. It's the least I can do to repay her for comforting me. Getting teammates by going, there, pal, is a hell of a thing. You spin me right around. What are you? What is that proof? I imagine that my character is straining against nausea and G-force. Jahel is looking at us disapprovingly.
So, here's what I know about the deaths. All the victims were found with their faces torn to shreds. Among the local fauna, only the scalekin known as Ziz could inflict such wounds. That's why some folks are pointing the finger at him. I somehow doubt that the answer's that simple, but for the sake of thoroughness, we should look into it. Why don't you put down, say, three of the creatures, and see if you can find any proof connecting them to the deaths.
Whoa! 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 What is happening? Oh my god! Holy shit! What is going on? What is... Enmity is increased. You just... Whoa. What is going on? Holy shit. I was wondering when you noticed. I was looking the other way. Holy shit. Thank you so much for the care package, lovely Leonard. Fight fast. I love that, Val. That's cute. What the fuck is that? I don't know. Spinny turtle? Spinny turtle. Whoa. Holy shit. He looks like he's like... That's so funny. Holy crap, that's crazy. Oh my god. All right, we gotta put down some zizzes. They're over there. I love these class names. Ziz is ridiculous. Hey. Is he gonna vomit? All right, let's. Oh! Can I hitch a ride on your cool car with the cool sounds? Whee! Not in range. I'm sorry. I have to be in the realm. Is that an umbrella? It is, lovely loner. See, you should play with us. You could have fashionable umbrellas. Oh, thank you so much. Here we are. I need this song. What? Put that away. Put that away. Oh, I also, it looks like I need these guys for my hunting log too. I believe it's called Unleashed. Oh yeah, last one for the hunting log. Nice! Yay! Thank you so much. I think that's, is that everybody? Maybe not. Hold on. Oh, this is cool. I like him. He looks like a Yu-Gi-Oh card. I almost said a Yu-Gi-Oh Pokemon and I was like, whoa, chill. Whoa, that's terrifying. Is that a floating ghostly werewolf? With 8 eyes and 2 mouths? 6 mouths? What is that? That's so scary looking. Whoa. Okay, we can go back to the spot.
Thank you for the terrific tip.
Thank you very much for the request. Gotta catch 'em, white dragon blue eyes. That's true. The white dragon blue eyes is my favorite Pokemon. It's a Shadow Wolf mount that I definitely didn't pay for. No, never that.
You've already seen to the Ziz? Good work, adventurer. So, were you able to find aught to suggest that the creatures are our culprits? Nothing. Truth be told, even if there were proof, I wouldn't know what it looked like. Anyway, I believe we can safely strike Ziz from our list of suspects, which leaves us with the masked man and his winged eyeball. There's something else I heard about the deaths. It appears all the victims have been comely maidens. Comely maidens. I'd better watch myself, huh? Unseemly japes aside, there's a rumor that's been going around. There's some as whispers that after each victim died, her rancor went into the great big rock southwest of here. Rancor? Causing it to flash and moan. This bears investigating, I reckon. This bears investigating? What does this mean? I'm going to give you a fire sand stick to blow off a piece of that crag. The stick doesn't come with a fuse or anything, so you'll have to throw the thing. Once you've torn the rock a new one, bring back some of the fragments. I'll give them a gander.
Come what? It means it's worth investigating. Comely. They're hot. They cute ladies. BRB, gotta clean my piercings. My septum is getting really annoying. Oh, all good, cutie Tiffany. No worries. There's something you ought to know.
I've been keeping this to myself, lest I worsen Medred's paranoia, but I too have seen the winged eyeball. I can't say whether it is a coincidence, but my sighting took place precisely the same time as Medred's. I was heading home after a day of digging when a shadow fell over me. Looking up, I found myself locked in a gaze with a giant eyeball. I let out a scream at the top of my lungs and ran without once looking back. This happened at the rocky area west of here, in case you had a mind to investigate.
Some key items are used on areas rather than single targets. First, click on the item icon displayed in the duty list. Upon selecting the item, a glowing radius will appear on the ground that can be freely moved freely with the mouse into the desired position for executing. Okay. So we need to go. Oh, we got a double whammy here. Oh no! They take us to opposite sides. Wait, where's the Eye of Rancor? Where's that one? Oh no, they're pretty much in the same-ish place. Oh, I mean vaguely. They're vaguely in the same place. Seeing eye to winged eye. Yay! There's the body the flag.
Hello, could you serve for me, please?
Again, sweetheart, please don't feel like obligated to wait around and take me places. I really appreciate it, but I don't want you to like miss out on anything you want to do. Oh, we're back here again, are we? Oh, there's the destination. I see. Oh, shoot. Didn't mean to do that. Hold on. You're good. I'm playing another game in a different window. Balatro? Oh, wow. Look at you go. Oh, my gosh. That's actually super impressive. Hope this doesn't hit me. Okay, good. Wait, target missed. Hold on. Excuse me? Rock of Rancor? That is where we are, right? I feel like you can't get much more on the destination. Oh, wait, or is this... Oh, I'm an idiot. I got a survey. Sorry. Wrong area. My bad. Oh, style presence. Oh, that was quick. Thank you, cuties. Where's our lap? Okay, and then we just got a hop, skip, and a jump over yonder. Now you feel like crying? What's wrong, Kitty Tiffany? Did it hurt to clean your piercing? Oh, nice. Stationary and below a certain altitude? Oh, I guess we're not. We haven't landed yet. Whee! Oh, that looks like a thing I can throw stuff at. Ooh, I'm so excited. Let's throw stuff. Okay, now I will not miss. Boom! Please. Okay, good. Humming crystal. I'm inspecting the crystals. Ooh, proof. I like your scythe. That's pretty cool. Eee. So many cutie pals here. You guys are so cool. You look so cool. I want to look cool one day too. No, I do look really cool because you guys are so sweet and you keep on giving me cool transmog stuff. And right now I look just like myself, which is awesome. While serving for my cleaning supplies, I found a picture of my brother, and I had purposely put out of view because I can't face that yet. Oh, okay, that's fair, hun. That's fair. Oh, I'm sorry, hun. I'm sorry you're going through it. All right. Looks like. Oh, hello. Oopsie. Stop. Okay, we gotta go over here. There we go. Whee! Oh. Sorry, I think oh my God, you can float on that pig? That's so cute. That's so cute. Oh, ooh. Ooh. Thank you. Oh, that's okay. All good. Pig? Yeah, someone had a pig. It was cute. It was tiny. It was a little pig. Da-da-dum, bum, bum, ba-da-dum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Thank you, Grandma. I really appreciate your time. Thank you, Grandma. I really. Oh, you can just drop me off like that. That's cool. Okay, let's help both of these two. This here is Madame Warmpaws. Is that the horse? She is the most divine capybara. Oh, not a pig! I'm so sorry. Sorry, my bad. Most folk are too scared to go within 100 yalms of the Rock of Rancor. Aye, it has a name. But what's a few vengeful spirits to a dauntless adventurer like you, eh? Huh? Wait, these are just your garden variety crystals. Tis a bit hard to tell beneath all the dirt and grime, but they're definitely lightning aspected. I almost hate to say it, but that explains the flashing and moaning. Nothing to do with the masked stranger. It looks like I've gone and wasted both your time and a perfectly good fire sand stick. Oh well. A monstrous Banamite appeared, and you slew it? That creature had long been a scourge upon the folk of Falgord. Intentional or no, you have done us a great service. You have my gratitude. But this does make me wonder, was it truly a winged eyeball I saw? Or merely a trick of light combined with blind panic? All right, cuties, we gotta go on one more break. We are gonna be going for another hour or two, so we need to go on one more break. Sweethearts, we go on a quick 3-minute break every hour. Izzy! Hello there, incredible Izzy, welcome in. Thank you so much for the fart, much appreciated. And thank you for the care package, Cutie King. Welcome back in. All right, cutie pies, yeah, let's go on this quick break. I move away from the computer, turn those ads on. Suggest you also move away from the computer so that you can stretch and stuff. Please make sure you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Darlings, I will miss you terribly, but I will also see you in only 3 minutes. Love you very much, miss you very much, see you very soon. Mwah! Yeah, welcome in, honey. You guys, Hope is a fantastic streamer, absolute darling, furry streamer, and I highly recommend that you give her a look if you love a good fuck shit. Oh my god, I'm about to die. I forgot that I needed to not. Oh god, this is too much pressure. Hold on. I wasn't expecting. Whoa. Storm, thank you for the jump scare. Is that right? Happy birthday. Happy birthday to her. Yeah? Oh, happy birthday. That's so exciting. What a cutie pie. Happy birthday to her. I wonder how big I gotta get before I can afford to go to PAX Oz. Well, yeah, we paid for it like at the beginning of the year, and then we had to keep on saving, so it's really just Thank you for the fart, dear Stark. Thank you so much for coming in, the family I like. How was your day? Right. Okay, let me try not to set off the alarms again, shall I? I'll look at the... Haven't played it until now, but better late than never, I suppose, right? Oh! Did you guys see how incredibly smooth that was? I literally just sidestepped that shit by accident. Wow, that was scary. Okay, and then I ruined it. Yep, that sounds right. Well. Yes, my hair's gone fucking insane. I think Maxie did the right thing by shaving my head. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, that's some bullshit. You cannot. No. Oh my god. Oh my god. Talkie. Kick me in the butt. Kick me in the butt. I dare you. Do it, coward. Fucking do. She did it. Where's Iggy? I need your soul. Thank you for the 4, lovely loner. Okay, come here. More souls. Wait. Open your mouths. Wahoo! Well done, you guys. You have defeated Divine Boss. Sorry, I was also eating chips. I'm kind of hungry. Awesome Aussie, welcome back. And Sweetest Storm, welcome back as well. How are you? Upbeats for Aussie. Yee, good Aussie. Welcome back, Magnificent Maid. Welcome back, Nick's Mato Slice Jam Slice. Welcome back, Sweetest Sad. Welcome back, Lovely Loner. Welcome back, Beautiful Bublin. Thank you guys so much for returning to me. I missed you. You're good and done with work for the day. Let's go. I'm so glad they're not making you work from home. You're hungry? I know, I was hungry too, Grim. Okay, I'm gonna float something for you. What are your thoughts on this? Because while I was eating chips, I was reading the D&D subreddit. I get so much done in 3 minutes, sorry. Okay, so I was looking at it, and this guy was saying, this is only for people who play D&D, but we've got Storm back, so I was like, oh, this is actually a good thing to ask. Melly! Hi there, Magnificent Melly Formu. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. How are you doing today, honey? Chips flavor? Oh, my favorite. It's the sweet chili and sour cream. It's from Red Rock Deli. Really good. I love that shit. Okay, so this guy posted in the subreddit, and he said, he was like, what do I do? My DM has, so my character died, and it wasn't like a homebrew or like some obnoxious creation or whatever. My character died in our campaign. He was already injured. We got into a big fight, and then he died. And I want to, reroll. I want to make a new character. But my DM is saying that I can't because he's trying to deter people from killing off their characters intentionally so they can make new ones. And as such, he has pre-made mercenary characters that you get to use if you die, if your own character dies. And he's literally like not budging. He's like, I will not let you make your own new character. You have to use one of my pre-made mercs. And I'm like, oh, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me because I want to kill off a character I didn't make myself a lot more than one I did. Sounds like a control freak DM. That's kind of what I was thinking too. Salt and vinegar is the best flavor and I will die on this hill. Listen, I used to not like salt and vinegar, but I actually think it's pretty good now. The only thing is I can't eat that stuff compulsively because it will burn The acid will burn my mouth out. Lovely laugh. You were on star. Nice uppies for you. Yee. Good laugh. Yeah, that's kind of strange. Imagine that happening at the very beginning of a super long campaign. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well, nobody. I'm like, why? Yeah, like some of the responses were things like, if your DM is putting their control freak rules before the fun, you should probably leave the table. Isn't the character supposed to be depending on the player? Yeah, but the thing that this DM was saying is that he apparently, I haven't played enough Dungeons and Dragons to see this, but apparently there are people who get bored of their characters, so they'll just like run into stupid situations and they'll kill their character off so that they can make a new one. Welcome back, Gorgeous Grim. Sacrifices must be made. Was it established as a rule at session 0? Probably not mentioned then. If not mentioned, then it's not cool. That's a good point, Storm. But you think that it would be okay if it was mentioned at session 0? Welcome back. Welcome back. There have been no promising leads in the murders. I can scarce get a wink of sleep knowing that that killer is still at large. Judging by your furrowed brows, I take it this sorry business troubles you as much as it does me. I had been pondering my encounter. I was uncertain for a time, but there can be no doubt. It was a winged eyeball that I witnessed. It's implausible that I could have mistaken so distinct a creature for a benmite. But you and I were moms apart. How could we both have seen it at precisely the same time? What's more, our adventurer friend here had a run-in with the benmite at the very spot you claimed to see that fiendish eyeball. Isn't that right? There must be an explanation. I know I saw an eyeball with wings. I would wager an apple tart on it. Well, that's your firstborn child right there.
Oh, he's serious. But listen, mayhap it's not as mysterious as we're making it out to be. There's no reason why there couldn't be. Gods, of course! There must be more than one of the buggers. It's so obvious, but then that means, since there have been repeated sightings of these fiends, then there must be even more victims as yet undiscovered.
I do believe we're out of our depth. We ought to leave the rest to the expert.
Yes, we're just civilians after all. Good luck, adventurer. It was a pleasure knowing you. While I burn to know the truth, some things are best left unknown. Lest you have forgotten, it was at that rocky area to the west that I had my encounter. Should you discover aught of note, you will want to alert the authorities. There is a guardhouse nearby. The serpents there should be pleased for any information that pertains to the security of the region.
If it was mentioned at session 0, then the players know to expect it. Yeah, that's a fair point. The best way to do that is to talk to the GM about a good way to retire or kill the character. It's a little annoying if players just do it randomly. That's fair, nobody. That's a good point. I think that it, yeah, the guy was saying that it wasn't on purpose. He said that like his character was already injured and then they wound up in a big battle and his character died that way. He didn't want him to die. If they're wanting a new character every session, then they're better off playing one-shots than playing ongoing campaigns. That's true, which is another session 0 conversation. Good point. Is it okay to ask what class is Tau gonna play or no? I wouldn't mind you asking that, Setu, but I unfortunately don't have an answer for you yet. I have no idea. It's okay because I don't even know who is playing or what they want to play. It's in the one-shot. Yeah, that makes sense, Storm. That makes sense. All right. Let's see. The power of deduction.
This way!
Thank you for the car. It is a conversation Tau and I are yet to have. That's true. I always like to build myself around the party rather than the party building themselves around me. So I'm more curious about like what everyone else would be interested in playing. a mangled corpse. It's the lady. Ah!
I didn't expect to see you here.
It's the bat with wings. Not bat, the eyeball with wings. Okay, really? That's the whole shindig? That's it? Okay, I guess we're going back here then.
This way, wee.
Gotta dismount. I gotta dismount so I can then mount. Whee! This reminds me of mods that they added to RDR2. They added a Ferrari and it looks so out of place. That is crazy. Do people react to it the same way that they react to like, oh, I just realized I probably need to put that on the map, sorry. Sorry, put it on my map. I'm like, yeah, that's all we need. Sorry, hun, thank you so much. Thank you for chauffeuring me everywhere. I really appreciate you. You guys are very sweet. You don't have to be so appreciated. I wonder if the people in RDR react to it the same way they react to, I wonder if they like have like train reactions, like behavior where it's like the same behavior they react like when they have a train in front of them, or if it's horse. The NPCs just go with it? Whoa. Greetings, adventurer. Is there aught I might assist you with? Hi, lovely sweet soup. How are you? It's great to see you. FF14's going great, hun. How are you? Gods be good. Not again. No matter how many bodies I see, I cannot seem to get used to the horrid sight. Poor woman. Identical deaths have been reported in the Central Shroud. While the masked stranger you seek does not seem to feature in any, sightings of the winged eyeball are common enough. The creatures appear to be moving the bodies, but to what end, none can say. The victims have all been young women. All are found with their faces mutilated beyond recognition. It's been difficult to identify them, so as to notify their next of... This button, engraved with a lily motif, the very same object was found upon another victim. A family sigil? Or that of an organization, perhaps? Either way, I dare to hope that this find will prove pivotal in solving the murders. I'm pretty pooped after a big day, but I got so much done, so I feel content. I even fixed my toilet's light bulb. I think it's funny that you said... Pooped light bulb toilet. Ah, yes. TTS pal is perfectly placed on her face. This is why we don't have to censor, you see. I would have you hold on to the lily button. You will need it to continue your investigation. While it isn't standard procedure to entrust key evidence to individuals, you have proven yourself reliable and resourceful in this matter. I see no reason why you shouldn't carry on your work. If I might make a suggestion, you may wish to take the button to Gridania and have it examined by Mion. Mayhaps someone in her vast network of contacts can shed light upon its sigil. Running, 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 just keep on running, 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 round Gridania! Where the fuck? Oh, it is Gridania. I'll just tell you here. The NPCs just ride it like a carriage. It's really funny. That's really funny. Run! I love the decoration. Oops, I didn't mean to threaten anybody. I love all the decorations, all the Halloween-y decorations. Very cool. Oh, it's Mion! Mother Mion. What did you guys want? What kind of a voice do we give her? Does she get mom voice, or does she get like... I mean, her name's Mother Mion. I feel like that's a given, right? There's a horse mod that adds a giant frog as a mount. Holy shit, man. Oh my god. All right. Good day to you, Tao. By your grim expression, I suspect you aren't here for scones and herb tea. Well, isn't this a lovely little button? The engraving is quite exquisite. Artisan level quality, I would say. Where did you say you found this? On a dead body. Lovely. Anyway, I'm afraid I do not recognize the lily sigil. You will have to find the answer the old-fashioned way, by asking around. You could do worse than beginning with Bernadette, over by the Aetherite Plaza. She has a sharp pair of eyes, that one. We don't get mommy voice often, so yeah, alright, fair enough, sweet Seru. Good logic. Funny story, I was actually about to redeem mom voice. There you go, we're getting it for free. You can have it for longer if you redeem it. Thank you for the care package, awesome Ozzy. Oh, sorry, that's loud. God, this desk is so solid, I can't wait until I can actually, like, move it up and down. Bernadette, you give me like adventurer vibes. Need help tracking down the owner of a button? That's certainly not a request I receive on a regular basis. Well, go on then. Show me what you have. Seems to be more some manner of a decorative button, reminiscent of those worn by the families of old. Though I cannot claim to know that sigil. However, I can say with certainty that the white lily is a recurring theme in Gridanian culture. Alas, I don't know who would make a personal sigil of it, but if there is a soul in Gridania who does, it would be Selglid. Oh my god, Sanglid. Fuck these names! Singlid? Singlid, over at the Lancers Guild. The woman makes a point of knowing all the citizens on a four-name basis. The names in this game do feel like random letters. They do. They sure do. Where the fuck? Where'd it go? Oh! It's up there. Hello! How are you on this eve? Exactly, though. That's so accurate, man. By the way, I wanted to let you guys know that this is probably the last week of Hollow Knight that we're gonna play for a little bit because I really want to play. Remember, I promised that we would play Dispatch, so we're gonna play Dispatch on a week from tomorrow. It's released episodically, and unfortunately, it's literally released like 2 days. It's released on like Thursday, my time, and we don't stream Wednesday or Thursday, so it's very inconvenient timing, and we basically will wind up playing it after everyone else has played it. But if you would like to come in and like try and avoid spoilers until we're able to play it, then I encourage you to do so.
Bernadette believes that I can help you. Well, that is a rather bold assumption to make. I will try to assist, never you fear, but whether aught comes of it is another matter. Now then, what do you require of me?
From the clips I've seen of you playing Hollow Knight, that may be best for your mental health. Yeah, maybe I'll let you guys decide if we keep on playing Hollow Knight after we finish Dispatch, or if you want to just make that like a visual novel voice acting Tuesday again. Oh, don't worry, Tao. I'll watch whatever you stream. Oh, thank you, Sedu. I appreciate that. I will always have at least one viewer because Sedu will watch anything that we stream, which I appreciate enormously. That's actually the reason that I am so determined to like get this variety streaming thing working, is because I want people to come in for the community and for like whatever minuscule amount of personality I have. And that way, because I've seen people who play really consistently like the same game or the same MMO, and they like, you know, rock it off, but then if they play or do anything else besides that one thing, their viewership plummets by like 90%, and I'm like, oh, that's That's a bummer because I get too bored of doing the same thing over and 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 over. So I love the fact that, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'd like to play Final Fantasy like 2 times a week. And if I'm ever able to, I've said this before, if I'm ever able to stream full time, I will do that. But with 4 jobs, that's hard to fit in. So I am thrilled that I get to play the games we do play regularly every week. But yeah, it's if anyone ever wants to know, like, because I realize I haven't really said it, so if anyone ever wants to know why we only play like 1 of each thing a week, it is because I want to make sure that we're getting people who just authentically like the community. You know what I mean? Oh, thank you, Ozzy. I get 2 viewers. Thank you. Thank you so much. My favorite name letter mash is Aldskiff. Oh, like, okay, Mr. Constance. Is that actually a name in this game? Aldskiff? Am I saying that right? I'd watch any. Oh, Grim, would you really? I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I have 3 viewers. Yay! 4 jobs? Bro, you're working too hard. I do agree. I would love to get at least 2 of these other jobs off my plate. I just do a couple dailies and get off the game nowadays and play other stuff, so that's a fair take. Oh, fair enough, hon, fair enough. But I'm so happy to have you. I notice you coming into streams, and whether you're lurking or chatting, mate, I really appreciate it. You're so sweet. He's a guy in Limsa Minsa. Oh my god. I'm still in the I wanna everything in this game phase. That's very fair. That's fair. I think it would be at least 6, because you got me, Aussie Strat, Storm, Bublin, and Setu. And a lot of us have big streaks we don't want to lose. Aw, thank you! That's a good point, Lab. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. You're so cute. Oh, and Patricia, yeah, true. That's a good point as well. To be honest, I watch not for the game, I come for the content. Aw, thank you, Nix. I really appreciate you guys. You guys are so sweet. Strat, Red, Nix. I lost count. Vash, Aspen. Oh, yeah. Pretty sure everyone here right now. That's a good point, actually. You have a lot. I'm so grateful. Thank you so much, you guys. Sorry, that was not me trying to be like, would you comment if I was not playing the Final Fantasy but I just, yeah, it's important to me that we create this comfortable, cozy space that you guys kind of crave regardless of what we're playing, you know what I mean? I'm here to vibe with everyone. I'd watch or listen to anything Tau does. Aww, Bublin, you're so sweet. Thank you, sweetie pies. I'm here for the vibes. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Oh, you stop it. Tao is too kind. I'm just a little guy. Oh, no. You are not just a little guy, mate. You are a sweetheart. You are an absolute gem. I appreciate you enormously. I'm here for the vibes and art. Yes, the art. Even though I might not talk a lot, some streams I am usually lurking. Oh, and that's totally fine. Don't worry about it. I appreciate you guys talking, lurking, whatever. It makes me really happy. Like, to be honest, even if, like, I have no idea how true it is, but I've just been seeing it go around on X and stuff about, why did I say X? Yuck, Twitter? It's Twitter? I've been seeing people being like, Twitch isn't counting lurkers anymore. Even if it doesn't count lurkers, the compliment to me is that you guys want to lurk. Like, you enjoy hearing my voice or enjoy, you know, smiling at my antics or whatever. And I don't really mind if that doesn't count in the viewership, to be honest. Like, it'd be great if it did, but, like, I just like knowing that you enjoy being here. You know what I mean? I don't want you to ever feel obligated. That's all. Let me see what you said here. The Slender Natal has that rare vibe that makes you forget about the shit in life and in one's own head. Oh, Grim. Sweetheart, thank you for saying that. I'm so sorry that I know that everyone here has been through a lot, and I want you to know that while we do obviously have the rule of, like, no trauma dumping or saying anything like triggering, I don't want that to ever come off as, you know, being like, it means that you aren't allowed to feel bad. You know, that's not what this is. This is just an escape. But it doesn't mean that we can't acknowledge that we've had a really fucking shit day or whatever, you know? It just means that we're here to forget about it if we can. But I appreciate that, Grim. Thank you so much, honey. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Fuck, I forgot her voice, and I cannot say her name. Singlid? Oh, God, okay. Fascinating. Work of this quality is rarely seen in the hands of ordinary Gridanians. The owner of this button is most certainly well-to-do. You may wish to take your search to the Gentry's ward, northwest of here. Wait, a memory comes to me. Of late, there has been a man who's perpetually seated at the bench by the ward's entrance. His name is Ursandal, and I distinctly recall seeing a markedly similar button upon the breast of his jacket. I dare say he could tell you a thing or two about it. Interesting. Coda, buddy, it's okay? No? Okay, it's not okay. I think his papa's home, so he's freaking out. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Hold on, I'm gonna mute while he barks. Okay, he's finally done. Yeah, it is Nath. He was just coming home. All right, Rosandel. I do not believe we are acquainted. Pray leave me to my thoughts. Now, tell me what's this thingy? The sigil of the oh god, Dartincours? Dartincour? The sigil of Dartincour family. How is it you came to be in possession of this button? From the body of a murdered woman. Her face. Was it marred in any way? I had feared as much. I can no longer feign ignorance. I shall reveal to you the truth of the deaths, but only on one condition. You promise to put an end to my lady's madness and free her from her torment. Oh, we got a murder! We got a murder! Ty, I would love to know your thoughts on my mushroom son. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, hun. I meant to look at that. Is that in media or IRL maybe? IRL pics probably. Let's see. No, it's not an IRL. Oh my God, Ozzy! What? I don't recognize. What? You look so different. Oh my gosh, you're such a cutie pie. Oh, it's an art. Okay, it's an art. One second. Oh, I love him. He's huge. Holy shit. Your mushroom son might be bigger than you, Lav. Stop! Nah. Tao, would you recommend the ROG Ally? I've been thinking about it, and I would be completely new to handheld consoles. I really like it, but you do have to have a bit of understanding on and patience to like set it up and stuff, because it is literally a computer, like a desktop computer, but tiny. Give me just a second, you guys. Nate just came home. I'm gonna say hi. Hold on. Oh, everyone says hi, mi amor. He says hi. All right, let me see. Tao, have you given any thought to what job you would play next? Yeah, I think I would actually really like to play. This is so funny. This dude's being haunted right here. We're talking about a very serious murder, and then I would like to do, I think I'd like to do the archery, the marksman, the bard. I think I'd like to do the bard. I would love it if I could get like a class for each of the disciplines, so that in case one of you doesn't want to play healer, or doesn't want to play tank, or doesn't want to do whatever, like I would like to have like one of each so that I can fill in. Yeah, I was thinking that anyway, but I'm all for new for new experiences. So if you guys think that's a bad idea and you reckon I should do something else, then Ozzy looks like an older version of Tom Holland. Wait, let me see. Now that I've got Tom Holland in my brain, let me see. Holy shit, he does. He does look like an older version of Tom Holland. What do you know? It's true. That's true. That's a good plan. Okay, great. Awesome. Gotta go for warrior for tank, you reckon? Wait, what are the tank options? Because have they put in any new tanks into the game? Throughout any of the expansions. I'm going right over here. Warrior tank. Oh, gunbreaker. Gunbreaker is a tank? I would be curious about that one. What's involved in getting a gunbreaker? All right. I was once a manservant in the employ of one of the oldest and proudest families in Gridania, the Dardancourts. During that time, I had the honor of waiting upon Lady Amandine, mistress of the household. Fair as summer was she, and possessed of a heart befitting her radiance. Alas, the calamity wrought a great change in her. Though my lady escaped with her life, death may well have been a kind of fate. Never will I forget the day her bandages were removed, and she beheld her disfigured face for the first time. At that moment, the kindly woman I knew ceased to be. Unable to bear the thought of being seen, my lady sequestered herself within her chambers and refused all company. This continued for many uneasy moons, until one day, without warning, she began receiving queer guests. None among us knew whence they came, these masked men, but my lady believed that they would help her to regain what she had lost. So began the rites of rejuvenation. These rituals seemed innocent enough in the beginning, but grew ever more grotesque as time went by. Eventually, there came a day when my lady bound one of her handmaidens to a bed and proceeded to mutilate the poor girl's face. Suffice it to say, she did not survive the ordeal. It fell to me to dispose of her body. I performed the dreadful task as bade, obedient servant that I was. But when the time came to return to the house, my legs refused to move. I knew then that I could not go back to that place, not after the nightmare I had witnessed. And so it was that I left Hockey Manor, my home for nigh on half a century. Oh, this is the manor that was it Proof that mentioned this? Long did I weep for the girl who was slain, and longer still for the woman that Lady Amandine had been. Yet one cannot weep forever, and I endeavored to put the matter behind me. Indeed, I had resolved never to speak of my experience, until you appeared before me. My lady's madness must be ended, lest more innocent lives be lost. Lay her tormented soul to rest, as you swore to me you would. She awaits you at Hockey Manor, on the western edge of the central shroud. Go now. Go. And do what must be done. That's like such a tragic story, dude. You went fucking psycho. Yikes. Hi there, dearest dad. Welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Fair, the edgy boys have the best job quest. Oh, the darkest of nights. Going from Paladin to Dark Knight sounds like a big whiplash. I've never done Gunbreaker. I've heard people either love it or hate it. Okay, that's interesting. I guess I might need some. Anybody want to play a dungeon with me? I'm guessing. I don't know. I don't know yet. Hold on. Maybe I should before I offer that. I will say the queue is open. If you guys would like, once we get to that location, if I am supposed to go, yeah, it is a dungeon. So feel free to do !join in the chat if you would like to protect me. Protect me. I'll join if you need someone. Thank you, gorgeous Graham. And you're gonna drop proof? Okay, fair enough, hun. Nobody? Yes, you're gonna join. Amazing. Okay, so we got Maid, and we got Grim, and we got nobody. All right, that's everybody, I guess. I need to find my way over there. How Ah, bent branch. We'll go there. Wait. Hold on. Maybe I should. Okay, hold on. We got nobody who's in here. We got Grim. Oh, that's great. This is the party. Perfect.
I will teleport you all.
Thank you for hanging out with us, Precious Proof. I appreciate you. All right. Okay. It is time for sheep. Oh, that's the spot. Did I already put that there? Am I in the right spot? Oh, I am. Oh, you have the car. Wait, can I get in your car? Yes, please. Thank you. Okay, we can go. Your giant flying cat thing made is so cool. I love how it like bounds through the sky. I was trying to remember who Sedu said I looked like. I remember, now I want to see who else remembers. Sedu like comparing us to some attractive celebrities. I love that. Let's go, Sedu. I've gotten, when I was younger, I got, oh fuck, what's her name? Jennifer what's her name? She was in the Hunger Games. I got that when I was younger. And recently I was compared to a YouTuber I hadn't heard of, which is lean beef patty or something like that. But those are the two that people have said I look like. Oh my god, I love your fat chick. That's so funny. He's so cute. How does he look when he runs around? Whoa, you got a spooky friend. I can see it. Aw. Thank you. Katniss, that's her. Sedu remembers. All right. I think we got everybody, yeah. Ready, everyone? Into the Mano Gate. Ooh. Hockey Manor now accessible. Good luck! Thank you, Precious Brew! Appreciate ya. All right, Hockey Manor it is. Oh, I have to Where is the leveling one? I'm not trying to do it anymore. There we go. Hockey, 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 go!
Let's go.
I reckon this will be a tragic story. Truly tragic story. Oh, that's right, Hermione. Yeah, that's right. I remember you saying that. Ah! I love the organ. This is literally the perfect place to do Halloween. Oh, it just occurred to me. This is literally the place that we went, right? Down there, and we met our friend. This is perfect for October. Who says this game's not spooky? Been a hot minute, but the layout of this dungeon is a pain. Oh no, really? I'll just follow you guys. Jesus. Who's the creep who's like giggling? The music is intense, isn't it? Do you guys need me to turn it down some more? I turned it down when Strat said that it was a little bit loud in the last dungeon, but if it needs to go down some more. A tiny key! I love a tiny key. I don't know what it's for. This place is so creepy. waste. That's so funny that there's literally just a giant slug called a carpet stain. I'm not fucking. Get on learning Bard is because all of the transmogs I've seen are glamours, sorry. All the glamours I've seen are so cool looking. They look amazing. Ooh, tiny key for the door. Another tiny key! Do you guys have like a guide up for this? Or is this like, what is this move? True north? Nullifies all action direction requirements. Oh. I just memorized it? Wow, that's impressive. Okay. So are there like versions of like these beginner dungeons in extreme and savage and ult and stuff? Or do the beginner dungeons just start and end with beginner dungeons? Oh, F me, I say, and then do the wrong door. That's okay. That is more than okay. We got a treasure chest from it. Look at you go. Look at you go. A pot of fine wax. Delicious. Oh. Another dungeon where you want me to use the limit break on a boss, or should someone else use it? Is there like a blanket rule for that? Like if you're playing I know that you guys said in those different situations, so like if there's multiple, then it was fuck, was it range, did you say? But if it's just one focus, you can use limit break on the boss if you want? Okay. This is the right way. Nice, good job. I was just thinking we would play through every single room so that we can map the whole place. Ooh, Manor Claviger. Also, I'm curious, has anybody been looking at, oh god, I keep on forgetting what it's called. It's like Where the Wind Blows, or North Winds, or something like that. It's like a new Chinese MMO that's coming out. It's pretty cool. If you want, technically the most optimal way to do it, use limit breaks whenever possible at the highest level possible. Depending on when it's full, if multi-target, then do range DPS. Single target melee is better. Right, okay, I see. Yeah, I was just wondering if like, because we have two DPS. It's me and because Grim's our tank. Maid, is it you? Are you? Yeah, you. Are you a samurai? What are you? But if you're also doing what's this? Ooh, shiny. Shiny. Weed. If you're also doing melee, then like, are you guys just letting me do it because I look cool? You're samurai, nice. Like, would you not do more damage than me? The music is a little loud. You're getting drowned out. Okay, let me turn it down a little bit. Thanks Thanks for letting me know, sweetheart. I appreciate that. All right, let me know how that is, if that's a bit better, sweetest setting. Limit break damage is based on the average item level of the whole party. Oh, that's cool. Debuffs and individual gear stats do not apply. Oh, I see. That's cool. Well, that's nice. Then you don't have. That's actually really smart on Square's part, I reckon, because then you don't ever have people being like, yes, I have potential to do 70,000 damage, and you can only do 30,000, so you never get to do the limit break. I can hear your beautiful voice now. Sweet and Sadie, you are so lovely. I appreciate you, honey bun. Thank you, thank you. I'm so glad that it's working out. I'm glad that that it's not too loud now. Carnation door. We can't go in there, can we? A locked door, though. We have a key. Ozzy, thank you so much for the care package, cutie pie. I appreciate you. Yeah, the red fire axe is really badass, isn't it? Grim's got a really, really sick setup. Very scary. Sufficiently terrifying, I think. Except for your pompadour. Little bit less scary. Still very cool. Thank you for the kill package. Ironically, that means the classes that most do Limit Break and Savage for DPS optimization tend to be consistent. There's priority order. Oh. There's priority order. Okay, interesting. Whoa, whoa, the Pompadour brings the class. I'm not saying it's not classy. It's extremely classy proof. Don't worry about that. No, it's very classy. I'm just saying it's not intimidating. I don't, when I think of my judge, jury, and executioner clad in black with a giant flaming axe on his back, I don't think of him with a pompadour. Just as a general rule. But no, classy, 100%. Perfect hairstyle that when you are done decapitating people, and then like, you know, fucking soldering the wounds that you create, you can switch right over into your best suit and go to that 5-star restaurant. Yes. That is, it's honestly, Grim, amazing. Flawless. Oh, you got a yellow key. You guys are so awesome. Thank you so much for, like, again, you guys are such incredible sweethearts. I know that you have so many other things you could and maybe would possibly rather be doing, and you're all just, you're so helpful and so patient and so thoughtful. And I also have really bad memory, and you guys never like begrudge me. Hold up. All right. And you guys never begrudge me forgetting things and you having to remind me over and over. And yeah, you guys are so amazing. I'm so thankful to have every single one of you here. Thank you so much. I trust Grim with the Colonel's 11 herbs and spices. I'm gonna target the boss that you need to fight first. Okay, can we do marks? Do you mark things like in WoW? Like put a skull on something and an X on something else? Target the boss that you need to fight first. So you got Manor Jester. Oh yeah, 1. Cool. Oh, that's that's even better. Okay, we gotta get him first. So we ignore the Manor Steward for now, yeah. I think this is probably, I mean, despite the fact that it's clearly, maybe I should hold off on saying this until after we finish it, but I really like the story of this dungeon a lot. I think it's very cool.
Well done.
Next.
Can I did it break? I did it break. Women break wheat. Yeah, I did it. I hope no one's upset.
Nice, yay! I get rewarded. I got a nice from Graham, thank you. What is this? Oh, bloody parchment. Wait, can I read it? Oh, no, guess not. Whoa. Okay, greed. Do I need these? Vitality, skill speed? Hold on, I want to compare. Okay, strength, dexterity is +2, but that's +3. No strength on that one. Vitality +3. I greeted anyway. Gonna head out? Oh, good, dearest Draconis. Thank you so much for coming on in, hanging out with us, sweetheart. I really appreciate you. It's been a pleasure to see you a little bit more recently. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams when you get around to it. Have a good one. Whoa. Ooh. That's what you get if you make a community that's built on wholesomeness.
Aww, so sweet.
It's so sweet to you. Yeah, I just feel like you guys haven't found out how cruel and evil and awful and disgusting and terrible and disingenuous and competitive and toxic and that I am. I wanted to go to this panel on imposter syndrome at PAX and I didn't get to it because I was doing something else. But man, I would like to. I wish I could have done that. I wish I could have gone to that. Whoa. She's very creepy and very cool. Blasphemous! Going through the entire dictionary. Yes, exactly. All the bad things. Give me some bad adjectives. Hearsay even. I've gotten enough toxicity from savage raiding for the past few years. I don't need that kind of shit around me. Yes, I believe that, Nate. I suppose even in a community that's as decent as, like, generally speaking, as this one, there's probably a... Oh! What? Wait, where do we go? What do we do? Ah! I suppose when you start getting like competitive rating and really hard content involved, you will still have people being like, "Oh, you fucking suck." Oh, turn around on the eye attack. Oh, okay. The symbol means don't look at it. Oh, wait, what symbol? Hold on. Did I do it? should we be like doing getting rid of ads like this thing, or? Just focus on enemy. I thought that laugh was you. Oh, thank you. She had a great laugh. I appreciate that. Ah, no. I looked the wrong way. Oh, there was a symbol over its head, huh? Oh, I did not even notice that. I just...
Ah! Well done, cuties! Do that! Love what?
Oof. Da na 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 na.
Well done, cuties!
Well done, amazing work! Amazing work. I can now accept the next class/job quest.
Yeah. I will greed.
Double greed. Thank you so much, you guys. Oh, this is a great pose. How do I do that? I want to pose. Okay, not quite, but this isn't character though. This isn't character, so I think I'll go with that. Thank you for the hat pot, amazing Azure. Thank you. You unlock the pose in the Manderville quest line. Am I in the Manderville? No, I'm in the poor core floor blore quest line. All right. Oh, try flex.
Yeah, get him.
Oh, you can pop it after ARR. Okay, cool. I wish to pose with thee. Nix, thank you for contributing to the D&D one-shot challenge. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, you guys. That's amazing. And we still have 73 minutes to hang out in here if you want. Incredible. Oh. Darkness has taken root within these halls. Sprung from the most unlikely of seeds. One cannot help but admire the irrepressible spirit that quickened it to life. There's two of them! It is a pleasure to meet you at last, and adventurer. You are every bit as intriguing as our master gave us to believe. It is no ordinary mortal who can acquire one crystal of light, much less 3. The crystals make you strong, and it is to that strength that the light is drawn. Heidelin chose well. A pity that your existence is irreconcilable with our own. We cannot well allow you to continue upon your present course. Alas, we came here not to play, but to take the measure of your strength for Master La Brea. That task now accomplished, we take our leave of you. Black hole, boys. Hold on one second. Okay. Fare you well, bringer of light. I like how my character goes. Spooky, 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 spooky. Ooh! So you rode one of those out of there, huh? Spooky. The Mandiver quest lines are my fave. Oh, nice. Okay. They're like a comedy quest line that the devs often use to experiment with new expressions and animations. That sounds really fun, actually. So they're not like canon. Thank you for the care package, Nix. I love how Tau looks like Tau now. Me too. You guys are so sweet. Thank you so much. Report to Ursendel. That's right. So we just gotta go back to New Gridania. You don't have to drive all the way over there if you don't want to. I can just teleport, but if you would like, that's the location. I'm happy to just sit and chill if you want instead. Let me see. Proof, thank you for contributing to the D&D one-shot challenge. Look how fat and fluffy the chick is. I know, it's so funny. I love it. I love it, like, absolutely. It looks like it's chasing. Might as well teleport. Sounds good to me. All right. Ready, 3, 2, go. They do such a great job with the animations of this, making it actually look like he's like kind of holding back, but also falling forward. I want to hug it. I want it. I recommend it. I recommend it. All right. Oh my God, that's a cute little panda. Oh my God, that's so cute. Oh my God, look at that. It has a tiny piece of bamboo in its mouth. I love it. I love it so much. It's got like, it's like a dog. It looks more like a dog, but it's really cute. Why is this guy creeping? This pose is so funny. Mandeville is canon? It never interacts with the main story, so it kind of exists in its own bubble. Oh, Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. I gotta go. Whee. You shared more Riz? Amazing. I will have a look. Remind me of what the end of stream, hun, okay? We're gonna keep going for about another 45 minutes or so, I reckon. All right, where are we going? Ah, Nemu! I'm so glad that we are too, because amazing. Hello, sweetheart. Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream, sweetie pie? Welcome, welcome. Raiders, if you need to raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd absolutely love to have you. Welcome, everybody. You guys, this is the absolutely amazing Nemu, a lootsome fox girl made in a lab. They stream a delightful mix of comfy chaos, ASMR, and gaming. From Silent Hill to Battle for Booba, their content is lit. But beware, because their streams are 18+ only. Tread carefully, my subjects, and enjoy the royal raid. Absolutely! Welcome in, beautiful Brokeback. How are you? Just in time for the raid. Incredible! Welcome, welcome. Hello, Nino Nemi. It's so good to see you. How was your stream, sweetheart? Let me see what you're up to. Dante's Awakening. Very cool. How many DMC games have you played? In the jungle, in the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. In the jungle. It's been ages, it has. I have missed you. I'm sorry, Nems. Fucking ASMR. Oh, is it wrong? Do you not do any ASMR? I've played DMC 1 and I'm working through DMC 3. Very cool. Very cool. Lovely Nemi, would you mind letting us know when your next stream will be, by the way? Because while you do, here's a little bit about us.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fan art tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
And go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. Yay! Welcome back. But yes, please let us know when your next stream will be, gorgeous Nemi. I've missed you so much. It's so good to see you. And you are new to the lovely Nemi. Oh, goodness. You are in for a treat with her. When you say this is completely new, I've never seen anything like this, do you mean me? Do you mean Nemi, or do you mean the self-intro I have there? But yes, thank you so much for bringing your incredible community in, sweetheart. I really do appreciate it. You guys are amazing. And Grim, happy late birthday to you, fellow September baby. You as well, Just. That's so cool. Oh, the self-intro, it's pretty cool, isn't it? I really love that. I cannot take the credit for it. It was something that went around the VTuber sphere like a few years back, but I was like, oh, this is actually the perfect amount of time to introduce people, and it's also catchy, so I was like, throw it in there. But yeah, welcome in. It'll be tomorrow. I'm taking part in a charity event called Battle for Booba. Amazing. Would you like to tell us what your charity event will entail, lovely Nemi? We would really like to know. You guys, please check out the lovely Nemi, who is clearly doing a lot of games that I am scared of, such as Silent Hill and other such games. Anything that revolves around horror, I can't do. Anything that revolves around FPS, I can't do. You need to dip, Grim. All good, hun. Life calls, but remember, when life gets you down, the pompadour's jiggle physics will see you through. That sounds about right, Grim. Well, gorgeous Grim, it was a pleasure to hang out with you some today. I hope that we will have the privilege of your company again in the not too distant future. We'll see you later, hun. Thank you so much. Best of luck with all the life calling things. But yes, welcome in everyone. The things that we are doing over here is we are doing our very first playthrough of Final Fantasy XIV. You guys are welcome to join in, by the way, because it's online. We actually have been playing some dungeons with our fellow precious pals today. That's you guys, you precious pals. And I'm also doing my very first playthrough of any Persona game I've ever done. I've never played Persona ever, so no spoilers, please. But we are playing through Persona 5. We are also playing through Hollow Knight, and soon we will be playing the new Dispatch, the new game Dispatch, hero dispatching sim, sim/story. And also I'm an artist, so on Fridays we do art. You get to come on in, request music, vibe, help me decide what to draw. It's a good time, it's a good time. All right, Nemi, it is at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it's raising money for the National Breast Cancer Foundation. That's incredible. It's being hosted by the amazing Arcadia VT and Hadion. That's amazing. Oh, Nemi, I'm so happy to hear that. Honey, that is so admirable. I am so proud of you. And how good. That's such a fantastic cause. It's just us one. Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for coming on in with the raid. And thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. But yes, you guys, please go support the lovely Nemi, who will be streaming at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to support National Breast Cancer Foundation, which is amazing. I love when we can support charities and stuff. So that is fantastic. But yeah, welcome in, gorgeous. Thank you so much for bringing everyone in. I super appreciate it. Do you know what you're gonna be? Are you just chatting tomorrow, or are you gonna be like playing a game or doing singing or what? It's been amazing. The first goal was reached within 2 days of the charity event. That's great. Oh my God. How long is the charity event on for? You two are so cute. You two are so cute. Bunny girls. Bunny girls. It's going till the 26th. Okay, great. So it's like a whole week, yeah? That's fantastic. Oh, Nemi, I am so pleased and proud of you for supporting such an incredible cause. Well done, hun. Well done. That is amazing. Very, very impressive. Well, I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you return for them. I'm also a voice actor, though, so we're going to be voicing our way through some of these little quest lines and stuff. So don't freak out if I completely change my tone. But no, that is absolutely awesome. I'm so happy to know that you're doing something so incredibly good for so many people. Well done. Ah, Nami! Sweetest Space, thank you so much for the lurk, hon. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. All right, I just gotta keep on continuing along this side. Thank you, of course, lovely Nemi. Thank you so much for bringing your gorgeous community in. I really appreciate the raid. Thank you, lovely. Okay. Sharp left, and we're gonna go talk to this poor traumatized old man who was the manservant of the manor. You are returned. What sights awaited you within the manor? What has become of Lady Amandine? You must tell me all. So, she went so far as to consort with devils. Would that I could have done more to prevent her fall. May she finally find peace in the beyond. I know not whether the masked men you encountered are the same pair that first led my lady astray, but it is plain to see that they are the same vile brood. Should the chance ever present itself, promise me that you will visit upon them tenfold the woe they have brought upon others. But who am I to speak of punishment? By my silence, I allowed I know not how many innocent young women to die in unspeakable circumstances. Matters not wherefore, through misplaced loyalty, cowardice, or both. I am an arbiter to a gross crime. I will surrender myself to the authorities and accept whatever punishment they deem just. I can only pray that the gods will have mercy on my soul. This is such a bleak conversation to be having next to some jack-o'-lanterns. That's... They're laughing at you, Sandal. Late welcome in, Oh, thank you for the warm welcome to our lovely readers, dear loner. We appreciate that. Skeletons in her closet. Oh, we're going back to Fanart. Time to teleport. Wait, no, what about you? Shoot. Actually, Proof, you left of your own accord, right? I don't wanna re-invite you if you left because you don't want to be in the party. All right, we gotta go to the left. To the left, to the left. Boing, 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 boing. You can invite me back. I left. Oh, so others can have their turn in the dungeon. Oh, that is very considerate of you, sweetheart. Thank you so much for doing that. There you go. Come on in. Yay. Bee-boo, 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 bee-boo. This game has a lot of traveling. It does. It really does. There's a ton of it. I have no idea if that improves or changes or gets worse in future expansions, but I love the... I am so sorry. That was offensive. I'm sorry, Mr. Piggies. Not Piggies. Not a piggy. Mr. Warm Paws. Was I Miss Warm Paws? Mr. Warm Paws, I am so sorry for disgracing your name and calling you a piggy and not a capybara. I did not get a good look at your adorable, adorable face. They generally improve aetherite positioning and such as time goes on. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's helpful. Someone say piggy? Refer to my OC. I thought you would be done by now. We're going past 7 hours today? Yeah, I'm gonna go for another half hour, 45 minutes. We did just get rated as well, so I definitely want to pay respect to that. It's okay, she's chill. I'll let her rest in the hot spring at home later. Okay, cool, sounds good. Sounds good, Proof. All right, let's see. Okay, Minphilia. Welcome back, Tau. Full glad am I to see you are safely returned. Tell me, how fared you on your sojourn into the 12's-foot? Two of Larbre's minions? And they sought to measure your strength by their own admission? The devils taunt us. It is beyond doubt, then. The Askians have begun to move in earnest. Would that we knew to what end. Yet, I will not bemoan our plight. Thanks to your tireless efforts, we are at least aware of the encroaching darkness. Alas, we can only do so much. It is clear to me now that we Scions are too few to protect the realm against this threat unaided. We must needs alert the three nations to the presence of this elusive enemy and recommend that they heighten their vigil. There is no shortage of misery in the world that the Askians might exploit. We have an arduous struggle ahead of us. Yet, come what may, we must not allow ourselves to become lost for hope, for that is precisely what the enemy desires. We have gleaned all we can from the information available to us. Let us set this investigation aside for the present. Another matter has arisen that requires your attention. Let me know when you are ready to be briefed, and I will summon the others. You're gonna be sleeping after stream? Nope. After stream, it'll be like 7 o'clock. And I still have to, I still got to make dinner and stuff. The 3 to 4 hours you got last night will not cut it. That's true. I will get more than 3 to 4 hours tonight, that's for sure though. All right. Oh wow, they really did bring in everyone, huh?
The Maelstrom requests our assistance.
Concerning the kobolds they sent such copious notes on, I presume?
Yes. And no. It has more to do with their findings, which portend a peril far greater than any beast tribe.
What sort of peril?
The worst kind. A tribe of kobolds in the vicinity of Limsa Lominsa has reawakened Titan.
Okay, you guys did mention that she sounds a little like AI. She does sound like AI. That's bizarre. The caffeine is still in her system? Yep. Yep. Yep.
Our task will be to slay the Primal. The Maelstrom have sworn support for the endeavor. They are no strangers to the havoc kobolds can wreak.
Years before the Grand Company's reformation, two primals, Leviathan and Titan, chanced to converge upon the sea wall, wreaking untold devastation.
How many of the caffeinated chocolates do you have? I have like 15 or 20 more. Enough to get me through until I see my parents and then they give me more. Give me some. I need them to stay up to work. No, Strat, you are not allowed to stay up to work. You need to sleep. What are you talking about? I'm not sick. You're sick. Yeah, she really does, doesn't she, Seru? I heard her go, Limsa Lominsa. I'm like, what the fuck? She sounds just like that AI girl in, oh yeah, the Prince of Persia game. You're right. Sweetest face, thank you so much for the 3 streams, Connie. I really appreciate your dedication. Thank you, lovely.
There, by the grace of the Navigator, were the mercenaries Merlvip hired able to fend them off. Yet it did not take long for the beast tribes to regroup, and they summoned their primals once more.
I need to get more water.
Thankfully, their second coming was decidedly short-lived, but that is beside the point. So long as tormented souls will them to exist, the realm will never be rid of primals.
The Maelstrom has kept a watchful eye upon the beast tribes, and the kobolds in particular, ever since. Which brings us to the matter at hand.
Unlike Ifrit, we know scarcely anything of Titan. Unfortunately, the only force known to have bested him, the modestly named Company of Heroes, disbanded 5 years since, and mercenaries are not in the habit of keeping chronicles.
Expect the worst. The Maelstrom's help is of course appreciated, but even if we had their whole armada at our disposal, we could still find ourselves overmatched. A pity the kobolds lack the gentle sensibilities of the sylphs. A peaceful resolution would be more than welcome. The Echo will not avail you this time, I fear. If you are to survive, your steel must needs speak for you. No one would think you a coward were you to decline.
So you will accept? Thank you.
We can't very well send her to Limsa Lominsa without Y'shtola. Can we, Minfilia?
May I ask that of you, Y'shtola?
I never thought it in question.
Ever reliable. Very well. We will spare no effort to win victory. You may count on the full support of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and all not afield will aid the fight from afar. Thancred, Ida, go to the Grand Companies. Tell them of our plight and solicit their support. Urianger, send word to the students of Baldessian, and Alfino if you would. Papalimo, compile all the information we have on Titan, little though it may be. You will be apprised of the tactical situation when you reach the Sailor's Ward. Provision yourself for the journey. May you walk in the light of the crystal.
You know what? She sounds like Zentrea's old TTS voice. You reckon? I still don't get why such a big studio would do something like use AI for a character that we interact with so much. And it wasn't even good, so noticeable too. And they even mentioned it in the credits. I guess they're testing it out or something. Well, see, that's why I'm kind of confused, because A Realm Reborn would have been recorded well before, like, AI voices were remotely convincing. So I would be very curious if you guys were to look up Minfilia's English VA. Surely she's actually a person, but her line delivery is very stiff. It's kind of odd. Let me see what you said here, sweetheart. It's the only one I actually did all the routes in because the OST is really calming. I think I'll try knocking it out the day after tomorrow. What's that for, Proof? Minfilia isn't an AI voice. Okay. Okay. Amy Bolton is the voice actor. Oh, it's just so odd because, yeah, I think she's just stiff with delivery. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I had the care package, Cutie Ozzy. I finished my water because of you. Thank you. Thank you for letting me finish my water. It's a variant dungeon thing way later on and in a later expansion. Ah, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. That makes sense. Still, could be done a little better. Yeah, well, the thing is that, see, the thing that throws me off in, like, any anime... Oh, I'll step right here. You guys both have cute wings. Oh my god, you guys are so cute. Holy crap. Real voice would definitely be a bit stiff. Yes, exactly. It should be noted that all VAs changed when going into Heavensward because they switched they switched studios. Interesting. Okay. This is the sparkly yapping area. Please continue. Oh, amazing. Thank you. I don't mind if I do. No? Let me see. Okay, we're just gonna post more. Yeah, she's quite stiff. 650 channel points to D&D or game night, nothing else? What do you mean, Space? Screenshot that, go for it. Sadie, thank you for contributing to the D&D one-shot challenge. Yeah, no, that's really odd. The reason that I was like, it's super strange because when you play a game that's dubbed or watch anime that's dubbed or whatever, when things are not pronounced the same in a conversation, it's very, very, very off-putting and unimmersive. Like, the thing that got me most of all, like, even though her entire delivery was quite stiff, was the fact that she said, like, Limsa or something like that. And then another character she's in the same room as said Limsa. And I'm like, which one is it, guys? Which one is it? It's the same kind of disconnect that you get if you are talking to a friend and they pronounce something one way, and then you're like, okay, well, we're in the middle of a conversation, so I'm going to pronounce it the same way, even though that doesn't necessarily come to me. You know what I mean? I watched a Ludwig video where he was talking to Squeaks, and actually it's kind of like this, where Lud said banal, and then Squeaks goes banal. and it's one of those things where, because they are both human people and not electronic AI or anything, not generative voices, they acknowledged how bizarre it was to have a conversation and they're both pronouncing the same word completely differently. That's what throws me off in games and anime and stuff like that. It's also something that throws me off in Persona, right? When they say Sakamoto, like, oh, actually, I haven't heard anyone say Sakamoto in that, but I have heard when the artist guy and An are talking, An will say, I'm Takamaki? Takamaki An. And he goes, Takamaki. And I'm like, hello. Forever cursed to say bagel is bagel. Bagel. I love when people say bagel. It's one of my favorite things. It sounds like they already have the bagel in their mouth. I'm trying to ask someone if they would like me to donate to the goal of choice. Oh, that's nice, Space. That's very sweet. I think you should donate to whatever makes you happier. The VA gets better in later expansions as they make some changes in the cast, but A Realm Reborn is still good for the most part, in my opinion. Yeah, I've been okay with most of their voices. Forever, sorry, I hunger now. Oh God, I wish that I could have easy access to bagels here. Q. Yeah, exactly. The UE is silent.
Exactly. All right, let's see. Where are we going now? Wrath of the Titan. That is in Fanart. No, it's in Lenoskia. Ah, it's in Lenoskia. Limsala Lower Decks. Whee! Come with me. Ooh, look at how cool it looks. Space, thank you for contributing to the D&D one-shot challenge. I appreciate you. Thank you. Lovely Loner, thank you for the lurk. Yes, go get some brekkie. Oh, and Space, thank you also so much for contributing to the Community Game Night Challenge, honey. I appreciate you. Wrath of the Titans? Never liked it. Is that a book? A movie? I heard Kodakawa will be using AI soon enough to generate the dubs and subs. What? They have been getting complaints that once the shows go overseas, many things get changed. Not sure when it will happen. Oh, that sucks. Also, I find it very difficult. Like, I think that anime, where there's so much, like, very clear, extreme, like, vocal expression in it, that's gonna be one of the hardest things to be convincingly replaced by AI. And I hope that it never is replaced by AI, but who the fuck knows? It probably will be, because that's the world we're living in. But yeah, the absolute like masterful control that anime voice actors have to have, I cannot imagine AI being able to convincingly mimic that, you know? Did very much enjoy being a part of your FF14 journey. Would be happy to help you with anything you need. Oh, gorgeous Grim, thank you so much, sweetheart. You were incredibly helpful and so very sweet and so very patient as well. Thank you so much, lovely. I really appreciate you. And I'm looking forward to, I'm very much looking forward to having you back, hopefully next week for some more, Final Fantasy Ing. Speaking of pronunciation, Lenoskia is pronounced Lenosha. Oh, Lenosha. Thank you, nobody. I have never pronounced it that way. That will take some, you might have to remind me many times, but I will try to get that. Lenosha. That makes sense. Ocean, yeah, Lenosha. You need sleep? Of course, sweet Space. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling.
Hail, adventurer, and welcome to Maelstrom Command. If you wish to know more about enlisting, speak with the personnel officer. Unless, you're the guest we were told to expect. Forgive me, madam. To business, then. It is as we told the antecedent. The kobolds have once again summoned Titan. A little over a moon ago, we began to observe the beastmen moving south in increasing numbers from Ogomoro? From Ogomoro! Our scouts subsequently confirmed the object of their aggression. Crystals.
Oh, sorry, Marilyn. Crystals. Fodder for their fell primal. Thank you, High Commander. You may leave the rest to me. Word has spread of your accomplishments, Tau. On behalf of Limsa, I thank you for heeding our call. Forgive the lack of forewarning, High Commander. The Admiral wished to address Tau personally. We are no strangers to conflict. Long have the Sagin and kobolds plagued our people. Nor is this the first time we have had to address a primal threat. In the past, when Titan rose to threaten the peace, it was to the company of heroes we turned. But they are long disbanded, and we must look to other brave souls blessed with the strength to face this foe. So it is that we turn now to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, confident in the belief that you are Limsa's best hope.
I hope you are right. Yet the situation is far from simple.
The kobolds are not prone to unprovoked aggression. Did not the Thylacines make a pact with the beastmen that each would keep their own lands, and that no blood would be shed? And was it not the Lamensons who violated this agreement, dissatisfied with their lot? Shall we then condemn the beastmen for defending their homes? Even a pirate must one day reap what she has sown. Yikes!
I would would advise you to choose your words with greater care, Lady Ishtala.
Stand down, High Commander. She has the right of it. And the wrong is mine. Freely do I claim it. Yet it makes little difference. Remorse will not shield us from Titan's wrath. Or would you have us fall upon our swords?
My apologies, Admiral. The safety and security of Limsa citizenry are, of course, of paramount concern.
Already, we have observed disruptions in the flow of ether further inland. The effects will be felt here in the city along. I ask much of you, I know, but the need is great. Can I count on your help, Tau? You have my thanks, along with the full support of the Maelstrom. I await good tidings.
That the kobolds should summon Titan just demonstrates that they are no longer amenable to negotiation. This being the case, we must needs prepare for conflict. Before we meet Titan in the field, however, it would be wise to learn all we can of our foe. And I can think of no better source of information than the mercenaries who defeated him once before. The company of heroes may be no more, but several of its former members still live. It is said that one of them is employed at the Greyfleet Mills in Lower Lenosha.
Quite why a mercenary should choose to become a miller, I do not know. When you find him, mayhap you could ask him for me. I, meanwhile, shall seek his fellows.
Woo! Oh! You're cool looking, whoever that was. Oh my god, look at this guy. This is a Beanie Baby. Oh no, this belongs to Beanie Baby. This is a green gleaner. A green gleaner, he's cute. Vash, you're heading out. Honey Bun, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for joining us. Thalassocracy is like a sea kingdom or a realm. That makes sense, since thalassophobia is a fear of the sea, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Nothing like a bit of cognitive dissonance to spice up the story. I love a good bit of cognitive dissonance. Why not, you know? Fluffy J! Hi there, fabulous Fluffy J. Welcome in, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are not a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. How are you doing today? I'll be heading out for the remainder of stream, Tau. Thank you for the stream, as always, you beautiful being. It's been a pleasure, amazing Aussie. Hopefully we will see you tomorrow for some Hollow Knight. Also, we will be doing our IRL hiking stream on Friday. And our storytelling stream on Saturday. And our art stream on Friday night. So hopefully we'll see you for those as well, amazing Aussie. Bye-bye. Have it going, sweetheart. It's been a pleasure to see you. Okay, Lower Lenosha. Lower Lenosha. Let's see. Lenosha. Hello. Just another emotional vampire here to watch a sprout go through my favorite game. Well, my dear, I hope I do not disappoint you. You are always welcome to join us, by the way, dear Fluffy J. We play this game every Monday, Aussie time, and it is a pleasure to welcome you in. Thank you so much for giving me the benefit of the doubt as I attempt to play through your favorite game. This is my first time playing through the story, so I hope that you enjoy. And whenever we do trials or dungeons, I always invite pals to join me for them. So if you would like to join in for those, if you know this game pretty well, then you'll know assumedly where the dungeons are. And when those pop up, I invite you pals. That's you guys, you cutie pies. I invite you guys over to play with me. Yeah. Oh, you love my voice acting? Ah, thank you so much, fabulous Fluffy. I appreciate that, sweetheart. Would you like me to call you Fluffy or Jay? I can call you Joyous Jay or Fabulous Fluffy. The problem is not the voice actors, but more so the people who translate the work and don't necessarily deliver the correct intent. So yeah, let's see how things go. Censorship is also a big part of it. That is a good point as well. Yeah, no, well, one of the things that when I was doing my voice acting, my minimum amount of voice acting, I've only had a few experiences, but one of them was with a director who was super anal about like what they wanted from the script, but the section of the storyboard that it fit in was not long enough. And so no matter how good of an actor you are sometimes,
if you are given too much info in the span of a segment, it's going to sound stilted and fucked up anyway. You know what I mean? And then I also had another director who literally it was just an animatic, and so what are you doing? What is your job? What do you want? What is this? What is this thing? Where my heart is. Mist? What is a mist? Should I know what that is? But I had another director who, since it was just an animatic, they were like, oh yeah, no, Tau, go for it. Like, if this seems too long, or if this doesn't feel natural with how you speak, or if you run out of breath or something, just modify it. And I'm like, okay, thanks. Most people call me Fluffy, but I don't mind, Jay. Okay, fabulous Fluffy. I'll keep calling you Fluffy then. And let me know if you would like to change that. I'm happy to modify that behavior. The random breaks in physics for your hair is quite funny. I know, my hair has a mind of its own. It's become like a meme in the community. Let's see. It would be nice to have a tail with a scythe or an axe head. The number of cool moves you could do with that, all the spin and slash attacks, that would be sick. Mist is the Limsa real estate area. Oh, right. Okay, thank you, Grim. Right. You have to match the animation too, so you don't really have any wiggle room. Yeah, exactly. She knows tail, hair, whip. Watch out, because it'll lower your defense. That's right.
In case this doesn't do woo, am I not lowering your defenses, woo?
Just kidding. You almost bought a house there, Fluffy. Where did you decide to buy your house? Oh, I don't know what. Oh, I mean, it rhymes, I guess. And he's got like I think he's got a gruff voice. Lay down your burden, son. Come drain a pipe with me. We'll have a grand old time. Find your lass or three. You're gonna say something, Ventura? Just keep staring. Huh? You wanna know about the company with heroes? Ah, hills. Price of bleeding fame. Can't a mill in peace no more. Seeing as you've come all this way, suppose it wouldn't hurt to oblige you. Consider yourself lucky, lass. Old Traxum was the company's best axeman. Now, what was it you wanted to know? So you want to hear the tale of how the company of heroes busted up Primal, do you? Let me guess. You mean that bastard Titus, eh? Oh, if only you'd been there to see it. 'Twas a mighty struggle, like the legends of old. Me and the boys fought him for 3 days and nights, we did. The ground trembled with every step Titus took, and when he hit your girl, it felt like a cannonball to the gut. Just like that. Oi, what's that look for? I'm a goddamn hero, I'll have you know. The people around here sing my praises. Don't tell me you only care about learning the secret tactics we use to beat them. Well, too bad, because now I am feeling charitable. Is he in his underwear? If you're so damn desperate, then why don't you do me a favor and kill those rats that have been making a nest by the windmill just south of here? Aye, do that, and then we'll talk. Brah. The leopard print sleeves send me every time. That's actually really funny. This guy, I almost forgot about this guy. Is that wishful thinking? Do you kind of want to have forgotten about that guy? Where the fuck? Wait, where's, oh, okay. I was like, how far out could this be? Ended up in a later game district. I don't know if it's spoilers or not. Oh, fair enough, Fluffy. Oh, sweetheart, thank you so much for being so considerate about the spoiler rule. I really appreciate that. That's so kind of you. Ooh, interesting. I can't afford, can I afford a house anyway yet? So there you go. I will wait to see where you might have, when we get there, you are welcome to tell me what the area is. I I know where you want a house, a cornfield, the land of gold, they call it. That's right, 100% strat. Thank you so much, Proof. Oh my god, glowing dog. Glowing dog. The Rat King is here. Tau, his eyes are up there, Tau. It wasn't nothing sinister, I swear. Everybody wishes this part of the Realm Reborn didn't exist. Really? Is it that bad? Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh, boy. Let's see. So the besties are... The besties? The besties, my besties are dead. So the beasties are dead, are they? Nice work, Ventura. Save me the hassle of... never mind. Ooh, we got some paint from it. What? You still asking about how we beat Titus? Ah, no, Ventura. It was a pretty risky strategy. The kind only a veteran of 10 score battles could rely upon. I want to teach you. I truly do, but unless you prove you have what it takes to face that fat bastard, I can't in good conscience tell you a damn thing. At the very least, you'd need to be capable of slaying, say, a Gubu. Come to think of it, that ain't a bad idea. Them creatures have a taste for the flour milled here, so you ought to have no trouble finding one in the vicinity. Of course, I ain't asking you to cut one down quick as a skilled axeman like myself. Any road, why don't you try heading due west and stand lookout in case a Gubu comes a-calling. Slay it, and I might consider telling you more about old Titus. Okay, I can see how this is a bit of a pain. How many more of these is he gonna make me do? It's a very pretty housing district. To be frank, all the housing districts are pretty. They are. They're all really pretty, aren't they? Took me 3 different times getting through it. What? Oh, A Realm Reborn. Personally, for me, it was a slog. I've heard a lot of people say it was a slog, but then I've got people like Lovely Fluffy here who really enjoyed it. And I'm enjoying it too, but also I really enjoy like voicing my way through stuff. And even if it's like, if I were to read this in a normal way, I think that I would probably wind up rolling my eyes a little bit, but because I get to bring some personality to the text on the screen, it's a lot more fun, and I engage, like my brain engages a lot more as well. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. All right, I'll take care of your silly task. Exactly, Asher. Feels like he's trying to get you to do his chores. It does. It does do that. It does feel that way. Post-patched for ARR was bloody rough. Oh, so it was better before the patch? Is this one of those collect this, get that stuff? I don't think so. It sounds like we're just killing things that he doesn't like. You again? Then that Gubu that was harassing the millers is dead? Didn't think you had it in you, Ventura. Still, you took forever and a day to get the job done. I'm not sure if I should tell you our secrets. Bruh. Oh, post patches mean the content between expansions. Oh, gotcha. Okay, I see. So, as I was saying, I still don't know if you got what it takes to face Titus. Maybe if you slew a... Ooh, mask voice, maybe? Tractom, you in here drinking again? If you are, the Gubu had better be dead. Oh, yes, perfect. Oh, it's dead, Chief. You haven't the word on that. Cleave the beast's skull in two with me and trust the axe I did. Is that a fact? And what will your friend here say if I ask her? She'll vouch for me, of course. Ain't that right, friend? Tell me true. Was it Tractom who slew that Gubu? Or was it you? Chief! What are you saying? It's me, Tractom! The finest axeman ever to serve in the company of heroes! The legendary mercenaries who slew that bastard Titus! Titus? Titus? Who in the seven hells is Titus? Some primal you fought in a drink-sodden dream? The company of heroes slew Titan, you bloody half-wit! See, Titus was what me and the old lads used to call him. Oh no, you gotta be kidding me. That's the biggest load of sagging shite I've ever heard. Both of you, outside, will learn the truth the Laminson way. Tractom, if you didn't slay that Gubu, you may consider your contract revoked. Fucking hell. He's a phony! He's a phony! All right, I think we'll finish this quest and then we'll need to finish up Cutie Pies. All right, buddy boy! Oh, okay, there's a level sync. Actually, well, actually this might be a fair way to do this. I'll leave the party and then we'll do this and that's how we'll finish up. I love the voice acting you're doing. Alta, thank you so much. I'm really glad you like it. All right, you know the rules. First one to smash their boulder will be judged. Fuck, I can't read fast enough. And don't even think about trying to kill me. That's cheating. Who picked these boulders? They're nothing alike. Ah, the hell's with it. Let the contest begin. That's so funny that he's like massive and I'm tiny and ain't no shot. Look behind you! A three-headed goober! I'm sure. Gives me motivation for my stream tomorrow. That makes me so happy, huh? How you doing, lass? Feeling a bit stiff by chance? Oh, rude, bruh! Only killings against the rules. Jesus, this guy's fucked. What a dickhead. You can see the lines of what they said in the game. Oh, in the in-game chat. Oh, I didn't even see. Thank you. Good point. Where'd he go? Did he? He's got 15 seconds to self-destruct. Ah! I got it. That's okay. We're fine. All right, I admit it. I lied about being in the company of heroes. But I'm begging you, Chief. Please don't dismiss me. I've learned my lesson. Honest, I have. Save your blubbering, Tructum. Gods, I should have known. Mercy, please! I didn't want to deceive you, I swear! It's just that I kept getting turned away by all the folk I asked for work, and I panicked! See, the last job I had was at Costa del Sol, and there was this grizzled marauder everyone treated like royalty! When I heard he was captain in the company of heroes, I finally understood why! I wasn't being serious when I said I was one of them, but you wouldn't believe me, so I look, his name was Whisket, all right? Whisket! He'll tell you how to defeat Titus, or whatever the hell's that thing's name is. That's what you wanted, ain't it? So come on then! Tell the chief to forgive me! It's only fair! Bruh. What a pain in the ass! Do I not have to talk to him after all? Oh, hold on, I need to snooze this ad. All right, you guys. Well, I don't know. We have to go back to Eastern Lenosha. There we go. I'll just go right there. I could have added a yar. Should have added a yar. Hi, amazing Aspen. Welcome in. How are you? And I'm so glad that the voice actually suits him. Thank you, hun. Funny enough, you can destroy the bomb and freak him out more. Damn, I wish I had done that. That's hilarious. I would have. All right. Good. We are in a rested space. I am just gonna run over to stand in front of him. And that is where we will finish up for today. Cutie Pies, our next stream is tomorrow night. It will begin whatever time zone you are in. It will start in about 1.5 hours from now. We will be playing some Hollow Knight, and I'm looking forward to it, as always. All right. Hi, I'm back. Another thing to remember, another reminder, if you guys have not voted for your favorite small streamer, please consider doing so. You never know, it could really help them out. The small streamer, I'll just paste that in here real quick. 1 second. Like I said, if you guys have not, if you have not voted, if you have not nominated, please do vote. Nominate. Stupid. Sorry. Please do nominate there. And also, if you guys have if you would like to participate in our storytelling stream on Saturday, that is when you guys get to submit your own writings, prose, lyrics, short stories, poetry, whatever. If you would like to submit your own writing, please do so in the Discord. Just make sure that you read the rules, because the rules are basically must be Twitch TOS, must be Pouch Pal appropriate, so nothing like super triggering or anything. Also, you can, if you are not a writer, you can send in some links to public domain works. Again, still gotta be in Twitch TOS, still gotta be in Pouch Pal Comfort Zone. But yes, feel free to also send in anything that's in public domain as well. Absolutely nothing AI. I don't even want you to use AI to edit, please. Just nothing AI. I am not interested in seeing any AI stuff. Okay? Just want to see the beautiful, magnificent creativity of my precious pals. All right, darlings. Well, give me just a second. I wonder if we might go and see... Do I have anybody who's playing Final Fantasy at the moment? No, but I think we might go find somebody. 1 second. Boopy boopy boo. Oh, we got some raids going on. Exciting, exciting. Japanese, Leica, Deceiver. Maybe we'll go see Deceiver. All right. Yeah, let's go see Deceiver. All right, cutie pies, thank you so much for joining me. It has been nothing but a pleasure. I cannot wait to see you, darlings. Tomorrow, hopefully, if you would grace me with your presence. And also, sweethearts, remember, if you're going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you're off to do something else, I hope it's the best ever. And sweethearts, please make sure you take the best care of yourselves, because you know I would take the best care of you, right? You better know that. I will see you guys. I will see you guys tomorrow. Love you tons. You all have little pieces of my heart and my soul, and I can't wait to see you then. Ciao for now, darlings. Been a pleasure to meet you too, fabulous Fluffy. Can't wait to see you again, darling. Love you all very much. See you soon, cutie pies. Mwah, 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 mwah.